Chapter 14. The crowd gradually quieted down, the invitation banquet by the branches of the new moon. Clay stove, charcoal fire, crepe myrtle, the monarch's words forget the banquet, I see everything with my own eyes. Also warm and turbid before the banquet, the waves on both sides are turbulent, the light chirping night birds are turbulent, thousands of soldiers are on the boat. Bai Go, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, was very happy, especially after drinking a few glasses of 56% white wine. The word, excited, could no longer describe him, it should be excited. Not only was his face red, but the most important thing was that he gave people the feeling that he was 30 years old, or that he was 30 years younger. Anyway, he looked very powerful now, his white beard and white hair fluttered together, making people think that he had finished singing the ocean's laughter. Not only did he remember the lyrics, but he also mastered the absorbing stars technique, which was at least 60 years of power. Good, come, Xiaobao, play the prelude. Bai Go was very happy. He took a piece of cloth and wiped his beard and the fish juice on his mouth, and let Zhang Xiaobao do it again. That was originally the flute, you should use your sleeve. Wang Wan reminded him. Sleeve? How can I wipe my mouth with my sleeve? Look at my sleeve, how is it? Bai Go waved his sleeve and sure enough, there was a whistling sound. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that the absorbing stars technique was very powerful. He hated the person who built the platform on the mouth of the gourd. Not only was the water in a hurry, but the wind was also strong. If old man Pai caught a cold again, his father would scold him when they go back. Feeding someone medicine now was obviously a waste of the scenery, especially the antipyretic and analgesic paracetamol that was just developed by the medical school 4 months ago. If he stuffed 7 or 8 tablets into someone's mouth and drank it with wine, looking at the old man's age, it would probably be considered murder. If he did not die, it would be considered attempted murder. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao still chose to let old man Pai sing. Then he gave his wife a look. Wang Wan got up. She wanted to use the leftover fish maw and ginger to make a soup to help Grandpa Bai. Cuckoo, don't move. You still have the accompaniment of the flute. Without the flute, you won't be able to enjoy yourself. Bai Shu stopped Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao stopped playing the prelude and said, Grandpa Bai, let's change to another song. If you really like this one, I can make it into a music box and put it at your bedside as an alarm clock. Bai Su was stunned. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You are so bad. You want to make people feel sick when they hear this song in the future, right? Then choose another song for me to listen to. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Wan could finally go and make soup. Zhang Xiaobao's hands were playing the piano. He did not know what song to sing. He thought about it and said, Grandpa Bai, where is your personal medical staff? They are doing physical examinations for the students in the school. Now they should be at the crossroads where you came from. A group of us always say that it is a waste to assign medical staff to every one of us. There are many places in Tang that do not have enough doctors. When we read the newspapers about which places where people fell sick and did not manage to save them, we are all like sinners. Bai Shu was in a bad mood when he talked about this. In the past he was also concerned about the people's livelihood, but he was more concerned about power. Not only him but also all the officials, including the people from the big families, were the same. It was a habit. He could not control everyone. Of course, the big families wished that all the ordinary people could not develop. It would be better if they could not even read. Bai Shu was not very bad. At least he had been the provincial governor of many places and had experience. He could not always stay in the mansion. When he went out, no matter how clean the streets were, he could still see what he should see. But it was like walking on the streets of a refugee camp. All he could see were the poor. Some people's skin was festering and they were sitting there dying. It was not just one of them. If it was a lively and happy place, someone would feel uncomfortable when they found a person's skin was festering and his eyes were helpless. They would ask what was wrong and find a doctor. Or it could be said that when walking on a muddy road, there was phlegm and they would spit. If it was a waxed marble floor, they could only take out a tissue and spit directly on the marble. Would it not be stressful? Bai Shu and the others encountered the same situation. In the past, it was fine if the people died of illness. Not to mention many people in the palace died. Even the emperor's son died. But it was different now. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to die of a minor illness. The death rate of childbirth was also very low. There were too many people who died of dystocia. After the child was born to 5 or 6 years old, it was in the critical period. So, it was named so that God would not be jealous. At present, if there was a dystocia, there was no need to worry about a cesarean. Even if there was not enough blood, there would be a group of people rushing to donate blood. If you did not donate blood, people would not do it. They all wanted to save a life. So, there would be special situations outside the medical hall. There would always be people who came to check the blood type and whether the blood was poisonous. There was not much conventional blood in the blood bank of the medical hall. When there was a need, they would send someone to call. As a result, when they saw in the newspaper that there were not enough doctors and ordinary people died of minor illnesses, Bai Shu and a group of retired old men who had professional medical staff close to them felt sad. He just said that he wanted the medical staff to accumulate experience, which was to go outside to treat and check the body of others. Zhang Xiaobao, who was very happy, fell silent and stopped what he was doing. He did not have the noble sentiment of worrying about the world first and enjoying the world last. He and Wang Wan just felt that they could reflect their own value in life as much as possible and reflect it through others. When he heard Bai Go mention this, he didn't have a good idea. Medical skills were not something that could be grasped by just reading a book. Medical science was a huge system, including theory and practice. Only the development of society as a whole could promote its development. If the industry could not keep up, there would be no good instruments. If the planting and breeding could not keep up, there would be no foundation of life science. If the economic development was not fast, there would be no money to invest. There were many other things. It was never easy to kill people than to save people. Tomorrow, ask the literati to write more poems and songs that praise the medical staff. From birth to death, no one will specially write popular songs to praise them, but people still value birth and death the most, right? Madam. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. Wang Wan had already cut the food and put it in the pot. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she turned around and said, "You mean to praise the delivery room and praise the paper shop? The former is easy, but the latter is difficult. You two, come here and pick up the instruments. Continue to sing the sea's laughter." Bai Shu did not want to talk about sad topics. Today he wanted to be happy. "Grandpa Bai, you should sing more in the future and record it. You can earn money." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. He still did not want Bai Shu to shout. "Yes, that's a good idea. In 2 days I will organize a group and call my little grandson who has not found a wife yet. Bring more young men and women. Then you two can accompany him. It's a reward for you. You should know that many people want to accompany him, but he doesn't want to. At that time he will sing the sea's laughter, and the girls will sing the world's laughter. The song is so good. I will find someone to recite the song beside him." Bai Shu must have drunk too much and mistook Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for someone else. Both of them looked at each other and said happily, "Really, it's our honor." The two of them admired the person who wrote this song. Did they think of having a man and a woman singing, and then have a poem to accompany it? Okay. Prelude that. La 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 la, up. Report. As soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, a voice louder than singing la 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 came from outside. This was definitely the top male high school. If he was trained well, he could make money for the glass factory. Beijing East City. How many glasses would he break if he shouted from one end to the other? If there was no other way, they could get a loudspeaker and a microphone. Bai Shu covered his chest and gasped for air. Zhang Xiaobao searched for the first aid medicine on him and finally found it. Bai Shu swallowed his saliva and said, "Aya, what a good voice. Xiaobao, is this the person you brought?" "Definitely not." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "The ones in my family are all medium tones. This one is too high. The coloratura can go up an octave. If he mastered the technique of overtones and used it in interrogation, he could drive people crazy. Okay, call him in. Let me see who it is." Bai Shu felt that he could not have such a person in his team. Without needing him to call, a eunuch ran in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this eunuch. This eunuch's name was Lan Lan. He was born castrated. In the past he only had one name, Rotten. He did not even have a surname. When he entered the palace, he followed the eunuch's instructions and changed his name to Lan Lan. He finally knew why his voice was so unique. There was a kind of castrated singer who was born castrated. That kind of person's voice was better than a woman's. But this Lan Lan was born castrated. His voice still had a baby's voice. It had amazing penetrating power. If he shouted beside you for 5 seconds, you would faint. "Lan Lan, why are you here?" Wang Wan used a small plate to pick up a few pieces of charred fish and handed it over with chopsticks. Lan Lan was very sensible. He was 1 year younger than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Before, he had been doing manual labor at home and was not allowed to go to school. No one was willing to contact him. Some rich people wanted to sell him, but his father did not want to lose face. Later, he took the initiative to go to the telegraph office and send a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them were not free. The inner courtyard knew what to do, so they arranged for Lon Lon to go to the palace. Lon Lon liked to learn close-range reflex movement and long-range sniping. He said that he had to be ready to block bullets for people at any time to repay the kindness of the emperor and Zhang Xiaobao. She did not expect that he would come today. Lon Lon was not polite. He picked up a piece of meat and quickly chewed and swallowed it. His eyes kept moving and his body changed positions with Wang Wan. Because the place where Wang Wan was standing just now was diagonally to the mountain, there was an angle for sniping. The people on the other side are my people. You don't need to. Of course, Wang Wan knew what Lon Lan's reaction was about. She pulled him back and asked, "Who sent you?" Only then did Lon Lon breathe a sigh of relief. He straightened his chest and said, "Xiao Xiaobao Cuckoo, listen." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly remembered that Li Longji was still waiting for them to admire the moon. At the same time they turned their heads and looked outside. There was a crescent moon on the top of a tree. No matter what kind of tree it was higher than the top of the tree. The crescent moon was there. As for what to admire about the crescent moon, it was not important. What was important was whether Li Longji was waiting for it. "Say it," Zhang Xiaobao urged. Lon Lon was brewing her emotions. She smacked her lips. The fish tasted so good. She quickly put on a serious face and said, "Do you think it's a good idea? What happened to admiring the moon? Do you want to spend the night at the research institute? I heard that you even went to the mouth of the gourd. You think it's hot and windy? I'm telling you, this is not the end. Just wait. It's over. You two are finished. Wait for your father's scolding. You dare to make Her Majesty wait. Ah, I really admire you." Baigo was gloating at the side. Oh, adding insult to injury. Just now he should have poured half a liter of wine and fed him at least 50 tablets of acetaminophen. Let's go and see Her Majesty and see the crescent moon. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't do anything. After all, no matter who the other party was, he didn't do what he promised. He was very sorry. As for Old Man Pai, you can howl at the opposite side of the mountain. Next time I won't play with you. You are such a scammer. Wang Wan also reacted and shouted, "Someone spread the news. Tell the family and the palace to send our newly developed remote control helicopter. Tell Her Majesty that this thing can throw bombs. If she wants to throw it accurately from a long distance, she will be able to do it after we develop the technology. Let Her Majesty play with it first. Remember to put a red flower on the helicopter to make it look more festive." Lon Lon was anxious and said, No, there's no need." "Because, what do you mean there's no need? It's a must. Although the Research Institute said that there's something important today, no matter how important it is, how can it be compared to Her Majesty?" Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Lon Lon and said with self-blame. Wang Wan at the side echoed, "Isn't that so? It's not easy for Her Majesty to take some time out to talk to us, but in the end it was delayed. I wish I could just fly over and let Her Majesty see the helicopter first. In the future we can use that thing to fly whenever we want." "But," Lon Lon still wanted to say. "Lon Lon, don't say any more. They know that I'm here. You still need to practice your skills. No matter how light your footsteps are, you should be able to hear them. The two of them are very capable. They specifically said this to me to express their apology, emphasize the importance of the Research Institute's work, and talk about the helicopter that hasn't been developed yet. Lon Lon, I'm telling you, it's not easy to be a bodyguard. Not only do you have to react quickly, you have to familiarize yourself with the environment quickly, and you also have to understand psychology. In the future you should learn more from them. I dare not say that they will teach you bad things, but at least they can make bad people think that they are good people when they see you." Following the voice, Li Longji walked in with his hands behind his back. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Baigo hurriedly bowed. "Your Majesty, didn't you ask me and Cuckoo to go to your place to look at the moon? Why did you come here personally?" I'm so rude." Zhang Xiaobao nodded at Gao Lishir, who was behind Li Longji, and said with a smile. Li Longji glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I feel that the palace and this place are in the same time zone. Looking at them from the mouth of the gourd is the same." Turning his head, Li Longji said to Baigo, "When I was walking over, I heard that you were still smiling foolishly. Good. Life should be so bold." "That's my song," Zhang Xiaobao muttered. You should be singing the song that you insisted on teaching your child. Pig, your nose has 2 holes, when you have a cold you still have snot hanging from your nose." Li Longji didn't give him any face. After learning a few lines of the pig song, he asked, "What did the Research Institute produce?" "Nothing much. Just sonar and a standard military submarine," Baigo replied. "Someone said that CI Pai's promise for this month's update was complete, so they could sleep in peace. Thank you for your attention and support. Chapter 15. The crescent moon is light, and the wind carries the water. Like a sea dragon snake, it hides and fleets. Submerged shooting, it builds a towering figure. Baigo was very happy today. He looked down at the turbulent water. His gaze was so deep that he seemed to see the magnificent sea. Oh no, below was a valley. He saw the straits. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes flickered as he studied them closely. Vaguely, 3 words appeared in his eyes. Malaka, his eyes moved again. Zhang Xiaobao continued to observe. There seemed to be the words Monde. His eyes moved counterclockwise. Zhang Xiaobao found that it should be Mozambique. His eyes moved clockwise. Zhang Xiaobao. Hormuz. Zhang Xiaobao. Gibraltar. Zhang Xiaobao. Turkey, English, Skagerrak, Florida, Magellan. Help me. I'm dizzy. It's so dark down there. I can't see anything. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to read the names of the straits from the old man's eyes, the old man burped. He grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's clothes and said while panting. He didn't know whether he was dizzy in the dark or high. It was normal to see him fishing. Wang Wan supported Baigo on the other side and said, Grandpa Bai, you're afraid of the dark and high. I'm afraid I drank too much. Baigo tried to open his eyes and said in a low voice. Li Longji didn't care whether the old man was rude or not. He told Lan Lan, bring me the glucose for the intravenous drip. Lan Lan lowered her head and ran away. At least in the eyes of the drunk old man Pai, there were so many shadows as if she was treading water. Another martial arts master showing off his peerless skills. Baigo tried to open his eyes and look at Lan Lan's back. Looking at him, he probably hadn't recovered from this smiling, proud wanderer. Zhang Xiaobao respected his elders, so he agreed, that's right, too bad the mortal world is like a tide, people are like water, only a few Jianghu people can return. Li Longji listened for a while and couldn't help but think of Dei Medical College's psychiatry department. If he compared Bai Qing and Zhang Qing's condition, he reckoned that some of them were qualified to be discharged. Soon Lan Lan came back with the equipment and the 4 drip. Wang Wan picked up a pair of chopsticks and smashed it into the wall with the back of the knife. She hung the string of the 4 drip, disinfected it and popped the air bubbles. Then she stabbed it into the blood vessels on the back of Baisu's hand. There's sugar in this dish. Li Longji's voice sounded from the side. He was currently eating the braised fishtail with his chopsticks. Your Majesty is truly capable. Zhang Xiaobao immediately gave a thumbs up. 2. You can even taste the sugar in the braised fishtail, how amazing. Cool. Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao with his chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything else. He turned on the stove and heated up the pot. After the pot was heated up, a layer of oil was formed. He then poured half a spoonful of cooking wine into the pot and stirred it continuously. When the sauce was about the same as before, he took it out of the pot. Li Longji nodded with a satisfied expression. He reached out with his chopsticks and said, actually, I've brought food over. Your savant's restaurant made it for me. Savant's restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that Xiaobei's uncle was unhappy. The 2 of them didn't attend the appointment and came here to cook. This was why Li Longji personally came over. He wanted to find a family member that he could talk to. As the emperor, he couldn't get too close to the other officials in order to prevent them from affecting his decisions and upholding the law. Even when he was with their father, he still maintained a distance. It was only when he was with the 2 of them that he didn't feel restrained. It was a kind of equality, the equality between the monarch and the genius. Other people were not important to the emperor, but the 2 of them were not. Without them, the entire Tang's financial and industrial system would collapse. At the same time, they were also equal in terms of military affairs. The north of Hebei province was under their control, and the Bohai Sea was under their control. To put it bluntly, it was the 3 northeastern provinces and a part of Russia. Further west was the grassland, and Feng province was also under their control. Further west was Tubo, and the 8 battalions of armored cavalry came from there. Lu Zhou only had 1 provincial governor at the southernmost point. Where was that? To put it bluntly, it was Guangxi. The mountain people now called Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers, which was the Guangxi wolf soldiers. During the Ming dynasty, it was said that the Guangxi wolf soldiers ruled the world. There was also Shu province in the middle and Sanshui county, which was not far from the capital. They had strong military forces. At the same time, the Shu lands also had their own soldiers, the logistics camp of Yi province. The soldiers that were transferred to the north of Hebei province were actually the Xiang army. Without Xiang there would be no army, Without Chuan there would be no army. In terms of military strength, the two of them were strong enough. The soldiers who could fight were all around them. In the middle there was naturally the Miao protection team, which was specifically to deal with the traitors. No matter which province's army rebelled, the Miao protection team would be pushed back. There was no negotiation, no confrontation, no compromise, no amnesty. They ignored defense, weather, terrain and wireless electronic interference, artillery coverage and bullet screen. They would directly flatten the entire province. Therefore, when the two of them were with Li Longji the emperor, they were very comfortable. There was no need to play tricks. With that in mind, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan caught another fish. It was a carp. They took off the hook and threw the fish back. It was not that the surname Li was a taboo, but it took a long time to cook a carp. It was not easy to get rid of the earthy smell in a short time. They continued to fish while Li Longji continued to eat. Lan Lan, who was accompanying them, was frightened. The emperor was eating the leftovers of others? Li Longji ate a few mouthfuls. When he saw Lan Lan's expression, he said with a smile, "Do you think I shouldn't eat? I still remember when I was a prince, there was no food to eat on my birthday. It was the empress's father, General Wang, who pawned his clothes and made soup pancakes for me. Every time I think about it, it's hard to remember." Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened as they fished. They knew that Li Longji was talking about something that happened before he ascended the throne. On his birthday there was no longevity noodles. Empress Wang's father pawned his clothes in exchange for money to make Li Longji a bowl of noodles called soup pancakes. Unfortunately, according to historical facts, Empress Wang loved Li Longji so much that she became a villain and played with spells. In fact, it was Wu Huifei who found someone to trick her, and then, she died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not forget what was recorded in the book. During Li Longji's rebellion, Empress Wang fought with her husband. She was the daughter of a general, so she accompanied her husband even when he rebelled. In history, if Empress Wang did not die, there would not have been the Maoipa rebellion. Who was accompanying Li Longji at that time? Who was Yu Huan? If it was Empress Wang, she could ride a horse and charge into the enemy's formation with a spear. Who would have the face to retreat? Wang Wan changed Empress Wang's fate and recognized her as her godmother. Because of this, Empress Wang was actually a simple-minded person. She was not good at palace intrigue. When she was in charge of the Eastern Palace, she could even play shuttlecock with the palace maids. What was Wu Huifei? She was the descendant of Wu Zetian. Others were afraid of her, but Wang Wan was not. You people from the Wu family are from a prestigious family. Who is worse than you? You know how to play palace intrigue, don't you think I know how to play? This is not called palace intrigue, this is called politics. Furthermore, I have an international swindler as a husband. He is very powerful. With that thought in mind, the two of them finally caught another blackfish. Li Longji had already drunk a tael and a half of wine. Zhang Xiaobao used his knife and cut the fish twice to observe the condition of the fish. Very good, there were no signs of parasites. He then took out the sashimi slices. Each slice was as thin as a piece of paper. Li Longji was very happy. He reached out with his chopsticks and dipped them in the sauce. Just as he ate 2 slices and was about to praise Pei Ziyun, Baigo suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty!" "What, is it poisonous?" Li Longji's hands trembled as he held the sashimi. "Your Majesty, listen." Baigo pointed outside and said, "The sea laughs, the waves on both sides of the shore." Li Longji heard this and said, "Float and sink with the waves, only remember today, Your Majesty, you know how to sing too." Baigo was astonished. "How rare. Xiaobao and Cuckoo sang it when we were on the sea." Li Longji felt that the drip would not be able to cure old Chen's illness. It would be better to send him to the psychiatrist's department. It had to be done in time. There must be no delay. Baigo did not know about this and continued, "Your Majesty, did you not hear a buzzing sound?" Li Longji tilted his head and listened. It was the sound of water splashing against the walls. He shook his head. "Yes, I didn't hear it either." Baigo seemed to have been proven wrong. Li Longji immediately looked around. He wanted to find something to hit old Chen and send him to the medical school while he was still dizzy. Zhang Xiaobao listened and said, "It's the submarine, right? It hasn't arrived yet?" "It's almost there, right?" Baigo was not very sure. Zhang Xiaobao ignored him. He picked up the drum and hit the drum in Morse code. The content was, "Come out quickly. The Emperor is here." "I, Zhang Xiaobao, am here too. Don't wait for Cuckoo to smile at you." After a series of rhythmic beats, it was effective. A beam of light shot out from the mouth of the canyon. The light illuminated the area. Then a wooden boat about 4 meters long and 1.3 meters wide floated down the river. When it floated about 100 meters, A white line of water suddenly appeared at the spot where the light came from. That line of water was heading straight for the wooden boat. The torpedo is coming out. Your Majesty, hide. Wang saw that line of water and knew it was familiar. Although the torpedoes she made were all empty bubbles, she still recognized the ancient ones. She pulled Li Longji back to hide. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the pot and held it in front of him. He also picked up the table and hung it in front of the pot. The two of them couldn't guarantee that the torpedo wouldn't explode in this place. Under the refraction of the wall, it was very likely that they would be hit. A wooden table and an iron pot should be enough to protect them. As expected, the two of them pulled Li Longji back less than 5 meters. Then there was a roar from below. The entire mountain was buzzing and rocks fell from the mouth of the cave. After the torpedo exploded, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the drum and hit the drum again. After waiting for a while, he saw the light flickering at the mouth of the cave. He sighed in relief and said, "We'll punish them when we get back." "Do you think torpedoes can be placed so casually?" Li Longji was still puzzled. He asked, "Who can explain it to me?" "A heavy bomb propelled by propellers. Now, it can be launched from underwater submarines. The speed is so slow. Fortunately, the enemy won't have a chance to hide even if they want to." "Do they need sonar?" "A periscope is enough. The enemy doesn't have anti-submarine torpedoes or depth charges." Beside him, Wang introduced with an unpleasant expression. "It was so dangerous just now. If the two of them had reacted too slowly and a shrapnel had hit them, it would have been fatal." "Good. With such a divine weapon, we don't have to worry about the sea." Li Longji was very calm. Anyway, it was over. In fact, his expression had changed just now. Chapter 16. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang knew that Old Man Bai had called them over to tell them that the 2 torpedoes had been developed. At the same time, they had also developed sonar. To be honest, it was too much of a bully to use this thing to attack other countries' ships. Other countries and places didn't even have cannons. When fighting on the water, they still needed to use catapults, bows and spears. Then, they would have to engage in close-quarter combat. When dealing with ships like theirs, it was enough to have cannons. If they used submarines and torpedoes, it would be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, this thing still needed to be researched. There were too many smart people in the world. When one side's cannonballs landed on the enemy's territory and didn't explode, the enemy would definitely pick them up and study them. When they compared the things inside, they would gradually enter the era of hot weapons. Then, gradually, everyone would have guns and cannons. This was especially true for the people of Tang. Industrial technology couldn't be kept a secret for long. There were too many people who knew about it. Some people might be motivated by profit to leak it out, and some might accidentally let others know. Therefore, new things had to be researched. They couldn't wait for the enemy to catch up. Li Longji was full of pride. He waved his hand and said, "I want to unify the world. I want everyone in the world to be a part of Tang. I want the moon to be round and the moon will be round. I want the sun to spin faster, and the sun will be..." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were frightened by Li Longji's words. Could it be that the explosion of the torpedo just now shocked the emperor? According to what he said, it was obvious that he was going to conquer the Milky Way. That was scary. "Your Majesty, please drink some wine." Zhang Xiaobao poured some hot wine and handed it to Li Longji. Wang said, "Continue eating. You didn't eat much just now." Li Longji waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm okay. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, how many of these things do you want to make? There's also that torpedo which can sink a ship with a single blast." The two of them looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, we only need to build 10 submarines. They're not going to be used to start a full-scale war with the enemy. We're going to use them to train our soldiers. We don't need to build too many torpedoes, just enough for normal training." What? In Li Longji's mind, there was still a scene of countless submarines suddenly appearing around the enemy fleet, followed by tens of thousands of torpedoes. How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? Wang followed up and explained, "Your Majesty, the submarines, torpedoes and sonar are part of the technical reserve. We will train a group of soldiers and use them as a basis for research. However, we will not mass-produce them because they are expensive. We need to use the resources we plundered. We need to convert the resources we obtained from fair trade into the basis of social and economic development." Ah. Li Longji exhaled and calmed down. He was too excited when he saw a submarine attack a small ship. After catching his breath, Li Longji said, "That's right. I almost wanted to use all the money to equip the army, but that won't do. My people need to live better lives than all the people under the previous emperors." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of sashimi and chewed it. He continued, war has always been a means, not the end goal. Currently, there are still many places in the Tang Empire where the people can't eat meat as they please. It's just that I can't see it in the capital. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao continued, this requires us to put more thought and energy into civilian production. We'll convert the submarine's propellers and other technologies into civilian production and let the rich buy them. We'll then use the money to build the infrastructure. Li Longji nodded. Then he held his wine cup and fell into deep thought. He realized that in comparison he had done a better job than all the previous emperors. Not only could he attack whoever he wanted, but the people no longer ran far away in groups to escape disaster. Even if there was a drought, there was no need to be afraid. Food from other places would be sent over in time. There was also a well-drilling team that would go to the drought area to dig wells. When there was a flood, everyone would migrate when the dam couldn't be defended. When the flood passed, they would return home and rebuild. It wasn't like in the past where they didn't return. They had to sell their children and even barter for food. It had changed. Everything had changed. But it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. They could do better. All the people should have diesel and gasoline engine cars. All the people could use phones. No matter how far away they were, they could talk to whoever they wanted. All the people could eat popsicles in the summer. All the people could fly to distant places when they wanted to go. All the people could get timely treatment when they were sick. All the people could be carefully protected by the locals when they went outside. All the people, Li Longji's thoughts drifted very far away. It was so far away that even he was afraid of it, because it was too difficult. Then 2 figures appeared in front of him. Those 2 figures waved their hands and turned everything into reality. With a wave of their hands, they filled the entire sky with light. With a wave of their hands, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indeed waving their hands in front of Li Longji. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Ah? Oh, it's nothing. Li Longji was called back. He said, I suddenly thought of airplanes. Does that mean we don't need to build more airplanes? Just build enough for training? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No. As long as we have the ability to build airplanes, we can build as many as we can. Then we can build airports in various places. Apart from training, they can also help transport goods, especially letters. We'll charge the rich a lot to use them, but I believe they'll be happy to use them because they can show their status. Li Longji laughed. That's right. We have to let the rich enjoy themselves and buy and use luxury goods. Otherwise, if they have too much money and can't spend it, they'll snatch the business of the common people. On this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always insisted on this point to balance out social conflicts. When Li Longji mentioned this, he thought of something else and said to the 2 of them, recently, some officials in the imperial court have suggested moving the capital to Luoyang. There are also some who have suggested building a high platform like the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Wang Wan blinked and said first, there's no need to move the capital. There are too many things and there's no point in going through so much trouble. Besides, there's still our heavy industrial research base next to the capital. If we want to move, we can only move to the north or northeast when we have more money. The environment in the south is better, but we can't possibly let a bunch of people enjoy life there. Then, what about the high platform? Li Longji asked about the second matter. In truth, he also wanted to build one, but he was afraid that the 2 of them would say that it was a waste of money and manpower. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, we'll build it. The Copper Sparrow Terrace isn't tall or big enough. We want to build something taller and bigger, but it can't be around the capital or Luoyang. Where should we build it? What Li Longji was worried about didn't happen. On the contrary, he gained even more support. Yuzhou, where the Anong Protectorate used to be. We'll build it there. Get someone to build it there and find suitable stones in the surroundings. We'll build a large building several hundred meters tall. The location that Zhang Xiaobao gave was actually Beijing. The population there was too little. If they built a large building there, many people would have to live there in a year or 2, and the population would naturally increase. Furthermore, that place was indeed not bad. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many dynasties that chose to build their capital there. It would be good if it was slightly to the side, closer to Tianjin port. In any case, there were still many lands that belonged to them. After all, there was a plain next to it, and that was Hebei. Li Longji didn't care where the building was as long as it was built. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't lie to him. Thus, he asked the crucial question, is the money coming from the treasury or from my own funds? There's no need for that. Let the rich donate. Tell them that if they donate enough money, they can carve their names on the stones. If they donate less money, their names will be at the bottom. If they donate more, their names will be at the top. Then they'll have to pay for the maintenance in the future. Zhang Xiaobao gave a good idea. Chapter 17. At noon in midsummer, the people who had just eaten took a short break before continuing the day's work. The birds and the chickens and dogs in the courtyard had all found a place to enjoy the warm sun or to hide in a cool place. In the small river in front of the Zhang family's manor in Tuqiao village, a group of boys were playing to their heart's content. After playing for a while, perhaps because they were shouting too loudly, a person walked out from the manor's courtyard. He stared at the group of boys and reprimanded them with dissatisfaction. "All of you scram further away. If you wake up my family's young master, you'll all be waiting to be beaten." The boys immediately stopped shouting and all of them carefully looked at the side door of the courtyard. They hid in the water and slowly moved upstream. When the person returned to the courtyard, the boys let out a sigh of relief and made all kinds of funny faces at the closed door. "Scared me to death. He is so fierce. Even the old master of the Zhang family is not like him." A 7-year-old boy whispered as he used his hands to dig at the yellow mud inside the river. "Isn't it the same? The master is kind but the steward is fierce. No matter how fierce he is, he still has to listen to the master. I heard that the young master can eat porridge now. Later we will catch a few toads and give them to him. Take the oil from them and put it in the porridge. It is good for the body. My mother ate like this when she had my little sister." Another slightly older boy was more sensible than the previous one. He looked at the toads that occasionally swam in the water and said to the others. The boys also knew that at this time, they would have an unexpected harvest if they fawned over the young master of the main family. They all nodded. Another boy who had already caught a toad said, "Then we should catch 2 more. The daughter of the Wang family is also in the Zhang family. Erzi, if your sister is now with the young master of the Zhang family, how good would that be? Your family will not have to worry about food and clothing in the future." The one who was called Erzi was the sensible boy just now. Hearing this, Wei Wei shook her head. "That is impossible. There are only 2 big Zhuangzi in the village. They are a match. Besides, they can also give birth. They were originally betrothed when they were young. Unexpectedly, they were born on the same day, less than a minute apart." That's right, that's right. The child who spoke first also nodded and said, "It's not just that. I heard that ever since the 2 children met when they were 1 month old, they stuck together and cried when they were apart. That's why they were put together. Counting the days, they will be 1 year old in a few days." I won't say any more. Hurry up and catch the toads. As long as the master is happy, he might reward us with a few eggs. My mother doesn't have much milk, so I can steam cakes for my sister to eat. Erzi thought of his 4-month-old sister and didn't want to waste any more time. He called out and went to find the fork first. In the courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi, in a room, there were 2 children lying side by side. They were gently covered by a thin blanket. Their small faces showed a peaceful expression, and their stomachs rose and fell evenly. At the door of the room, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl sitting on a small stool. After looking at the sleeping children, she leaned against the door frame and dozed off. After a while, she also fell asleep. After a while, the little boy lying on the right slowly opened his eyes. At first he was stunned, then he was puzzled. He raised his hands and moved his feet. Suddenly, there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, muttering, "Where is this? How did I become a child? Where are the bandits? Where is that Wan? When he looked at the other child next to him, he found that the child lying next to him was a girl. An idea that he had to consider arose in his heart. Before he could make a further judgment, the girl's eyelashes fluttered twice. With the uncertain idea in his heart, the boy closed his eyes again and pretended to be just like before. At this time, the girl also opened her eyes. She was also puzzled. She also looked around and muttered, "Where is this? How did I become a child? Where is the liar Zhang Xiaobao? I haven't finished my task yet." Her muttering was heard by the boy next to her. The boy's breathing was very even just now, but he suddenly stopped and immediately returned to normal. However, at this moment he was discovered by the girl who had been staring at him. With guesses in her heart, the girl estimated the position of the person sitting at the door. She reached out her chubby little hand and touched the boy's face. "Zhang Xiaobao? Is that you?" The boy didn't have any reaction. His breathing was still so even. The girl gritted her teeth and pinched the boy's nose. The boy woke up this time. He turned his head and looked at the girl. His big eyes were as pure as they could be. "Zhang Xiaobao, hurry up and answer me." She once again spoke in her muffled voice. The boy still looked the same. He blinked his big eyes and made a few sounds with no pitch at all, just like a normal child of his age. Are you not Zhang Xiaobao? The girl really did not know how to judge. Ha, 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 ha. The boy's monotonous voice came, and at the same time he reached out his chubby little hand to touch the girl's face. The girl stared at the boy's eyes to see if there was any expression in them that should not be there, but she did not see anything. Just as the girl was about to give up, she suddenly remembered the words of the director at the beginning. He can jump down from a height of 15 meters without any injury. He can climb a 9-meter-high wall with his bare hands. He is proficient in criminal psychology, behavioral psychology, social psychology, and many other disciplines. He is classified as an extremely dangerous criminal. I'll let you pretend I'll strangle you. The girl also raised her hand and directly pinched the boy's arm. As soon as she pinched, the boy immediately cried, "Wah wah." He cried. Before the girl could do anything else, the girl sitting at the door rushed over. When the girl saw that someone was coming, she pretended to be as innocent as the boy just now and blinked her eyes. The boy looked at the girl in horror and did not stop crying. Okay. All right, Bao Lang, don't cry. You didn't even pee. Bao Lang, don't look at the Wang family's young lady like that. She's your future wife. You've been together since you were 1 month old. Why are you so scared? Following the young lady's comforting words, the boy finally stopped crying. When the girl returned to the stool, the boy went back to sleep. The girl looked gloomy. She looked at the boy and thought for a while. Finally, she gritted her teeth and reached out her hand again. This time she was going for the boy's crotch. She whispered, "Brother, you know how to ask for help, right? You think you have a backer, right? You're not afraid of being pinched, right? I'll find something wrong with you." Wah, wah. Before the girl's hand touched the boy's crotch, the boy shouted again. The girl quickly retracted her hand. The girl came over again. Seeing that nothing was wrong, she went back and sat down. "Let's see how long you can cry. I'm going to scratch again." The girl reached out her hand again. Wah. The boy cried. The girl retracted her hand. The boy stopped. The girl reached out. The boy cried. The two of them repeated like this. After a few times, the girl did not reach out this time. She only said, "I'm going to scratch again." Wah. The boy cried. "I'm not going to scratch again," the girl said. The boy stopped. He did stop, but the boy's expression changed. He was no longer as innocent as before. Pretend, keep pretending. Are you regretting it? Did you forget to learn child psychology? My international liar, comrade Zhang Xiaobao. This time the girl laughed and said jokingly in the boy's ear. The boy could no longer pretend. He reached out his chubby little hand, slapped his forehead and sighed. "It's not that I'm careless. It's that men are too attentive to this." He understood that it had become a reflex. It was impossible for children to have this kind of reaction. Faced with this kind of situation, there were basically only two kinds of reactions for a child. One was to cry continuously and wait for someone to comfort him, but then he stopped. Two was to change from crying to laughing, thinking that he had found something fun, but he was affected by the adult's thoughts. "Comrade Wang Wan, I don't think a police officer should do such a dirty thing, let alone a policewoman. You are too immoral." Zhang Xiaobao finally admitted his identity. "Swindler comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you have to remember that there are only bad starting points and not unreasonable means. Tell me, where did you put the money?" Wang Wan didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was what she was trained to do. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the girl at the door who had sat down again and had nothing to do. He turned to Wang Wan and said, "If you have to add a word before my name, please say suspect. Now, I don't think we should be thinking about money. Remember, money is never a problem for me. What I'm thinking now is, can I still eat that bowl of cold jelly?" You really know how to find a relaxing topic. Where's the money? Wang Wan still asked about the money. Are you stupid as a police officer? What money? Look at how we are now, look at the surroundings. According to a normal and unbelievable saying, we have already left the original world and reincarnated into another world. My only regret is that I didn't eat that bowl of cold jelly. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and looked at the ceiling. Wang Wan looked around again and found that this was not in her era, or in other words, in this world. Especially the appearance of the girl sitting at the door when she came over, and the clothes she was wearing, proved this point. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. You insisted on exchanging hostages. Now my family will never see it. You have to compensate me, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and my job. Wang Wan tried to keep her voice as low as possible while pinching Zhang Xiaobao's arm and complaining. Do you regret it? Is it better if I didn't go there and let that child live in the threat of death? Zhang Xiaobao turned around and asked again. Regret? No, I have no regrets. Who am I? I am China's overlord flower. Please don't look at me like that. My glory cannot be tarnished. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and then said to Zhang Xiaobao seriously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and admitted to Wang Wan's words. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, Do you think I can see my parents in this life? Looking at the surrounding decorations and what that person said, they should be from a rich family. Sigh. Wang Wan sighed and said rationally, Don't think about that. Think about where we are. What should we do in the future? Who cares where they are? I have decided. I can finally see my parents in this life. I will work hard to earn money so that they can live a good life. I will also find a wife so that she can live a good life. From what that woman said, you seem to be my wife. I have decided not to admit to this matter. I will not live with an international fraud suspect. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking, Wang Wan then vetoed. Forget it, let's not talk about this kind of thing first. I'm going to sleep. I may have other things to do in a while, so I won't accompany you. Zhang Xiaobao lay back down and closed his eyes with an expectant look on his face. Chapter 18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiaobao really did fall asleep. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was not in the mood. Thinking of her home, thinking of her parents and relatives, she suddenly felt a little lonely. It was as if the whole world had left her and she was the only one left. Only when she realized that there was someone beside her did she feel a little bit of warmth. If I had another chance to choose, would I choose not to follow him in exchange for the hostage? No, I have to be responsible for my honor. Even if I had to choose again, I would still have no regrets. Fortunately, I am not alone here. I have a swindler with me. Damn swindler, he didn't even take out a single cent. Wang Wan looked at a small gray hanging on the shed, gently blown by the breeze, and thought slowly. Are you still thinking about the money? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao, who had fallen asleep, suddenly turned his head and asked softly. How did you know? Wang Wan was surprised. I have seen many people like you. If you don't complete the mission, you will always feel that something is missing. Don't worry, when I returned to China, I thought about it. I brought something with me. There is an account number in it with $10 million, which is for your funds. Your director is a good person. The only thing he lacks is money and equipment. How can he solve the case with this kind of equipment? Don't worry about the explosion breaking the thing. I think even if it is blown to pieces, the relevant departments will extract the things inside. As for the rest of the money, it will be invested in the motherland in the future. Don't think about it. It's useless. Since we are alive again, let us live a better life. Zhang Xiaobao continued to persuade and explain the money. Wang Wan was naturally not stupid enough to not understand such words. She exposed her small arms outside the blanket, nodded slowly and asked, Don't you have any regrets? Yes, I didn't eat that bowl of cold jelly. Zhang Xiaobao cracked a smile. Don't talk to me about this. You know what I am asking. Wang Wan made a frosty face, but her child's face was so cute no matter what expression she made. Zhang Xiaobao smiled again. Don't treat me like you are interrogating a prisoner. Here I am a good citizen. If someone asked me like this in the past, I would never give them a good face. Today, I will make an exception and never mention it again. In fact, my biggest regret was that I never got to meet my parents. After the flood, I left the sad place and stole things along the way. I went to the garbage dump to find food that other people didn't want to eat or throw away. Usually, I would come out at night and find a corner to hide in during the day. It wasn't that the night was good, but I was afraid of the day. In the past, there was still Grandpa Dean, but after Grandpa Dean died, I was all alone. Only then did I realize that I was an orphan. During the day, I would always see some adults holding hands with children to play or eat. The only thing I felt was jealousy. When those children around my age were at odds with their parents, I wanted to beat them up. If it were me, I would definitely be obedient. But I knew that if I really rushed to beat them, their parents would beat me to death. I didn't have parents to protect me. Later I saw them going to school. I wanted to go too. You should know that it was impossible unless I went back to that cold orphanage again. Then? Wang Wan didn't know that the most vulnerable side of Zhang Xiaobao's heart was this. She couldn't help but feel a little sad and asked. Then you all know that in order to learn things I went to prison, stole, trained, and went back to prison again. Here I want to thank our police system. As long as you are willing to spend money, your ID card and file can be made real. So I can buy a gun without a criminal record. Unfortunately, I only used it once. I robbed an official's money. It's funny that the official had just gotten 300,000 yuan from someone else. Before he could warm it up, I robbed it. Your file shouldn't be there. I already knew that. He didn't dare to call the police. Later, I went to his house to steal and stole a lot of money. He still didn't call the police because I saw from his notebook that he had killed someone. When we came, he should have been at the main hall. If he had been kidnapped before we came, I think you wouldn't have been implicated. I would have provoked the gangster to let go. You are breaking the law. Your idea is wrong. Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao had such a criminal tendency and immediately corrected him. Forget it. Breaking the law? Are you saying that against your conscience? We're not children anymore. Don't you know what the world is like? Did you become stupid when you studied commanding? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with a gaze that made her very uncomfortable. Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to know why you know so much about me. Wang Wan didn't refute and only asked the question in her heart. You came to arrest me, so of course I have to know more. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to ask your own people. Flies don't bite eggs. Okay, let's not talk about this. I found that you have a radical attitude against our country's society. Wang Wan felt that she couldn't gain the upper hand on this issue. She wanted to change the topic, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree and continued. I never resisted, I only complained. I never hated. Even when I investigated and found out that my biological parents were forced to work in a coal mine and that the compensation money was embezzled because I was just a baby, I never hated because I had a grandpa who once held my hand and ate cold jelly. He even left the hope of survival to me. From then on, I knew that this world was not only filled with darkness and hatred, but also warmth and love. You, what kind of person are you? Wang Wan couldn't give Zhang Xiaobao a reasonable position at this time. Like you, I have the persistence in my heart and am full of contradictions. This is my dream in life. Let's not talk about it. I heard footsteps outside. I hope it's my family. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly turned to look at the door and the girl who was still dozing off. Why didn't I hear it? Wang Wan was even more confused. That's why you can't catch me. Zhang Xiaobao replied, but his eyes didn't blink as he stared at the door. Cherries, you're slacking off again. I think you're too naughty. As Wang Wan heard the footsteps, there was a scolding voice. No, madam, I'm not slacking off. The young master and the young lady are sleeping. The girl stood up in fear and lowered her head to defend herself. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw a girl in her 20s wearing a pink and green dress standing at the door at the same time. Maybe this girl really didn't want to punish the girl, or maybe she saw the two children looking at her with wide eyes. She changed her expression and walked quickly to the bed with a smile. She looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lovingly. That smile was not fake at all. Mother? Zhang Xiaobao was the first to react and asked tentatively. This was amazing. The girl picked up Zhang Xiaobao and excitedly asked the girl behind her, My baby boy can say mother now. Cherries, did you hear that? I heard. Congratulations, madam, the young master can say mother now. Cherries quickly echoed. Now she didn't have to worry about being punished. With the young master calling her mother, she could be exempted from the death penalty, let alone dozing off. Mother. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that he really met his biological mother, he excitedly used his chubby little hands to touch the girl's face and kissed her. At the same time, he called her mother again. Xiaobao, it's mother. My Xiaobao is really sensible. Cherries, go to the accountant's room to receive your reward. Seeing her son like this, the girl's anger disappeared. In order to make others happy with her, Cherries, who was reprimanded just now, could now receive her reward. As she spoke, she took out a string of things from her sleeve. She tore a small piece of wood from it and threw it to Cherries. Cherries hurriedly caught it. When she saw the wood piece, she was even more happy. This wood piece could be exchanged for a piece of pork. It was enough for her family to eat for several days. She carefully put it in her arms and didn't leave. Instead, she stayed by the side and waited for other instructions. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao kissed the girl again. He wanted to say more to make his mother happy, but when he remembered his age, he could only call her mother again. Seeing such a scene, Wang Wan didn't know why, but her big eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with tears. She didn't know if it was because she pitied Zhang Xiaobao's experience in his previous life, or because she was moved. She couldn't help but shout, "Mother-in-law?" After shouting these two voices, which were a little out of shape because of leaking teeth, Wang Wan realized that she was affected. Her mind was unguarded at this moment. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was so cooperative, he wanted to continue shouting wife, to make his mother happy. But when he saw Wang Wan's obviously a little regretful expression, he could only shut his mouth. He was afraid that after shouting, Wang Wan would reply to him with, "Scram." That would be troublesome. At this time, the girl didn't care about the change in attitude between the two children. Her son could call her mother, and her future daughter-in-law could also call her mother-in-law. The two children who didn't know how to speak before, became so sensible in the blink of an eye. This made her so excited that she didn't know what to do. She casually took out a small piece of wood with the word sheep written on it and turned around and threw it to Cherries. "Take this and exchange it for a sheep's hoof. Go to the account room and get it yourself." "What did you hear just now?" In reply to "Madam, I heard." "Congratulations, madam, congratulations, madam." The young master can call his mother, and the young lady of the Wang family can call her mother-in-law. With madam's arrival, the two children have become smarter. Cherries knew that she was specifically to serve the two children. The more the children made the adults happy, the more rewards she would get. She didn't expect that the two children who didn't know how to speak before, would suddenly become sensible at the same time. She trembled as she took the wood piece, thinking that she could use this sheep's hoof to exchange for some cloth to make new clothes for her father, mother, and younger brother. "Come, mother will take you out to play. Let them see my Bao Lang and Cuckoo. Which family's children are not as good as mine?" Today that group of naughty children also sent some toads. Mother has already asked people to boil the contents of the toads into the porridge for you two to have a good taste. Mother has rewarded each of you with 20 eggs. The girl held Zhang Xiaobao in one hand and picked up Wang Wan in the other. She laughed and talked as she walked outside. Seeing his mother in this life reward the servant girl twice in a row and use a large amount of eggs as a reward, Zhang Xiaobao finally realized the importance of children in his mother's heart. He tightly pressed his head into his mother's arms, forgetting his mental age. He reached out his small hand to touch Wang Wan's delicate nose. He didn't feel any pain when bitten. Those small teeth had no strength at all. Chapter 19. The woman carried her son and future daughter-in-law and practically floated out of the room. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to immerse himself in the warmth of having a mother in this life. He constantly communicated with Wang Wan with his eyes and occasionally used lip language. He wanted Wang Wan to cooperate with him and figure out what this place was like as soon as possible. Wang Wan still had some contradictions in her heart. For the time being, she had not completely adapted to her new identity and was not used to being carried around by a young woman. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's message, she suppressed the various emotions in her heart and began to memorize the surroundings, including the clothes on the people and the layout of the house. These two could be said to be the elites of the previous world. At this moment, they were going to display all of their strengths and reflect the accumulation of knowledge and experience. Ancient times? When he was carried out by his mother, Zhang Xiaobao mouthed to Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and glanced at the table. Seeing 2 coins on it, she narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at them again. "If I'm not wrong, it should be the Tang dynasty. I saw the money Kaiyuan Tongbao. I don't know which dynasty it is." At this time, the woman had already arrived at the door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the situation outside again and found that they did not directly see the outside. There was a courtyard in front of them. Rich family? Manor owner? Official? Businessman? Wang Wan saw this situation and immediately made a judgment. Not an official family. My mother doesn't have that kind of temperament. Based on what my mother said just now, the preliminary judgment is that there is a manor owner. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and replied. "Madam, why are you carrying 2 people? Quick, give me one." Just as Wang Wan was about to express her opinion, a man's voice sounded. She thought it was the woman's husband. In the end, she saw an uncle in silk clothes around 40 years old. According to her current age, she should call him grandfather. She immediately stopped talking and returned to the appearance of a child. Zhang Xiaobao did the same. He looked at this person with a curious gaze, especially this person's eyes. He wanted to see if this person was lying or suppressing his mother. This person's identity was that of a housekeeper. According to his temper, if he saw the slightest hint of contempt for his mother in the eyes of this person who seemed to be a housekeeper, he would kill him. It's fine. The 2 children are not heavy and are comfortable to carry. Housekeeper Zhang, go to your work. Oh, today, everyone in the courtyard will be rewarded. Add a portion of meat for dinner. As soon as the woman mentioned the child, she smiled continuously. Naturally, she had to be happy with everyone in the courtyard. Yes, madam. You do your work. I'll go call someone to watch from the side. It's hot, hold an umbrella for the little master and little miss. Housekeeper Zhang respectfully responded. He lowered his head and quietly walked away without showing any disrespect. He did not know that this attitude had saved him from a fatal disaster. The woman carried the two children and continued to walk forward. Before she reached the front of the courtyard, a young girl of the same age came to hold an umbrella for them, blocking the scorching sun outside. At this time, Cherries also handed a warm and wet handkerchief to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to gently wipe their faces. Pomegranate, do you know where the master is? The woman kissed Zhang Xiaobao's face and asked the girl holding the umbrella for her. Replying to Madam, the master is studying in the study. During this time, the old madam and the old master should be enjoying the cool air under the tree in the front yard. Pomegranate obediently replied. She often served people, so she naturally knew what the madam meant. It was to let the family see the children. The woman nodded. And then let's go to the front yard. Cherries, in a while go tell the people who are building the backyard to not be lazy. Once it's done, let the old madam and the old master go back to live. It's not good for their status to always live in the front yard. When she turned her head to look at the two children in her arms, she smiled again. Wei Wei turned sideways and said, Xiaobao Cuckoo, the one who just passed by is the housekeeper of our family's Zhuangzi. This maid is called Cherries and the other is called Pomegranate. In a while, I'll let you see your grandfather and grandmother. Then, without caring whether the two children could understand or not, she walked forward and taught the two children to speak. This was called a house. In the middle of the house was the door and there were also windows and so on. When she came to the front yard and saw the two old people sitting at the stone table under the big locust tree, she stopped talking and quickly walked forward. Chow, you're here. Quickly, let this old madam see our good grandson and granddaughter-in-law. When the old madam, who was sitting there and being served tea, saw the woman's figure, she immediately stood up and walked forward. While speaking, she reached out to take Zhang Xiaobao. She also complained, Chow, it's so hot today. What if you're tired from carrying two children? In the future, let the servants do it. As she said this, she didn't have any intention of letting the servants help carry the children. She held Zhang Xiaobao with both hands and put him in front of her to look at. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't get enough of him. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes squeezed together, and her smile didn't disappear. I'm not tired. Who would feel tired carrying their own children? That's right, father-in-law, mother-in-law, Bao, can say mother, now. He said it in the house just now. And Cuckoo, she calls me mother-in-law. Come Bao, say it again. Mother Zhang only remembered that she came here to make her father-in-law and mother-in-law happy together. She reached out to touch her son's chubby face and asked him to say it again. Mother. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't refuse. In this life he was finally addicted to having parents. He was ready to say all the words that he hadn't said before. Then, without waiting for others to praise him, he said to the old madam who was holding him, Grandmother. Then he turned his head to look at the old man who was also sitting there and looking over. He continued to say, Grandfather. This time the old man couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked quickly to his grandson. Oh my good grandson, let grandfather see. Good, you're better than other people's grandsons. No one can compare to our family. Say it again for grandfather to hear. Grandfather. Zhang Xiaobao carefully looked at his grandfather. In his heart, he thought that if he were to be washed away by the water again, this grandfather should be able to carry him to the shore. Grandfather, grandmother. Wang Wan also shouted at this time. When seeing the old people, at the very least she still had to show some respect. When the two of them shouted, it immediately made everyone happy. The old madam took Wang Wan, and the old man hugged Zhang Xiaobao. They sat back together and praised their son, daughter-in-law, grandson, future granddaughter-in-law, and even the servants who served them. It seemed that everything was so beautiful. On this day they didn't feel hot, and they didn't feel irritated. Even the watchdog, who was usually not allowed to come close, could now lie under the tree and be praised together. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling the warmth while carefully listening to everyone's words. They observed the situation around them and analyzed their future living environment. Especially when they heard their grandfather, grandmother, and mother talking about some trivial matters at home, the two of them listened even more carefully. They didn't stop lip-syncing. Who said that you're not an official? Don't you have a fief? There's also 100 households worth of food. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao when she heard that Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather was worried that the fief that their ancestor fought for with his life would be taken back. Zhang Xiaobao also listened. His ancestor went to war and made meritorious contributions. He even saved an important official and was given a fake title. Later on, that ancestor died and the fake title was also gone. However, the fief and the 100 households were not taken back. Now that the era name was changed, it was the emperor who changed. He was afraid that the fief would be taken back. My ancestor and the current era are so many years apart. He is no longer an official. In the past he was also a fake title, but this is not important. What is important is that we know the era. It's the second year of the Kaiyuan era. It seems that it will be stable for a few decades. Li Longji just finished dealing with his aunt and is in the stage of development. Zhang Xiaobao received this most important information from his grandfather. With this information things were easier. People were not afraid of facing danger and difficulties, but they were afraid of facing the unknown. It was the most uncomfortable to be in the dark. What's so good about it? Why don't we do it earlier? For example, during the Jingguan era. At least we don't have to worry about the Inlushan rebellion. Your family's fief should have been taken back a long time ago. It's not like it's hereditary. I don't know what methods you used to hide for so many years. Wang Wan said sarcastically, but she was also worried. If Zhang Xiaobao's family lost their fief, then their income would be reduced. If they encountered a disaster, they would not be able to survive without saving some food. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this. At most, he could earn money to buy the fief. Earning money was not a difficult thing. Even if he did not cheat and did not make a lot of money, he could still make some money. The only thing he was worried about was the Inlushan rebellion that Wang Wan mentioned. After thinking for a while, he said to Wang Wan, "Don't be afraid. It's not easy to save a person, but it's easy to kill someone." "Kill Inlushan?" Wang Wan asked. "Yes, that's one of them. There's no rush now. When we grow up, we will kill Inlushan, kill Shi Siming, cripple Li Linfu, and kill Yang Guozhong." Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. "Stop bragging. Even if you really kill Inlushan, there's still Li Lushan and Wang Lushan." Wang Wan did not give Zhang Xiaobao any face. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it and said, "In theory there is such a situation, but the ones who really change history are people. The personality of an important person is the factor that determines history. There is only one Napoleon. Let's not talk about this for now. When the time comes we will know." Wang Wan also knew that there was no conclusion on this matter that involved philosophy. It was better to be realistic, so she asked, "Then what are we going to do? Are we going to wait until we grow up?" "Of course not. Our first task is to earn money. When the time comes we will buy more land." The Kaiyuan era was prosperous, but no matter how prosperous it was, it could not be compared to our era. Back then, our food was indispensable, not to mention here. Zhang Xiaobao gave an idea. "What should we do? Just based on us two little brats? Will anyone listen to what we say? Stupid people think about difficulties. Smart people think about opportunities. Wait for us to understand the situation for another 2 days, then I'll tell you what to do." Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be calm. Chapter 20. It was another afternoon. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Wei Wei curled up under the sun. The lively dog had long stayed in the shade under the tree. He stuck out his tongue and looked at the chicken digging sand on the ground in front of him. The child on Zhuangzi had tasted yesterday's sweetness. Today he forked the toad even harder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just been breastfed, could not bear the fatigue of their young bodies. They lay side by side and fell asleep. Cherries was still sitting on the stool at the door and dozing off. The Zhang Wang clan, also known as Qiao, and Zhang Xiaobao's mother, were busy with the matters on Zhuangzi. The housekeeper strolled around. Sometimes, he would go to the front to see if there was anything that could disturb the little master's sleep. Sometimes he would go to the back to renovate the courtyard and tell others not to make too much noise when they were speeding up. After sleeping for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up almost at the same time. They opened their eyes and looked around. After some discussion they decided to train their bodies and learn how to walk first. Perhaps it was because they were always carried by others, they still did not know how to walk. "I didn't expect your father to be a bookworm." Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao and jokingly said, "It's good that he's a bookworm. As long as I see him, I know that he is my father. Yesterday he even read the Analects of Confucius to me. How can I know that?" Zhang Xiaobao recalled the appearance of his father when he saw him yesterday. His father was indeed a bookworm, but when he heard his son call him father, he was as happy as a normal person. At that time, he hugged him and read the Analects of Confucius to him. The imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty were not easy. "I don't know if your father can pass." Wang Wan was a little envious of Zhang Xiaobao. It was mainly because she had never seen her parents in this life. They actually abandoned her and left her alone. She even drank milk with Zhang Xiaobao. The milk of the Zhang Wang clan was not as good as she imagined. Who asked her mother not to have any milk? She had heard them mention it yesterday. You're wrong. The imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty are the easiest. As long as you have a good reputation and find someone, there won't be any problems. This is also not an obstacle for me. Even if I have to spend money, I will make a golden path for my father. I heard yesterday that your parents will be coming today. Don't be shy when the time comes. When you need to call your mother, call your mother. When you need to call your father, call your father. Zhang Xiaobao was confident that he had some means to monopolize. My own parents are still alive, but I have to call other people my parents. It's all your fault, Wang Wan complained habitually. You're Mrs. Xianglin? Can't I just say it? Don't think that I will marry you after lying down with you. Maybe I will find someone better. Wang Wan began to take revenge. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan again and sighed. You're an old girl. You're 30 years old and you don't even have a boyfriend. Now you're throwing a tantrum with me. How old are you? Find someone else? Can you find someone else who can treat you like I do? This is the Tang dynasty. No matter how open they are, men are superior to women. I'll just suffer a little. Who asked me to drag you into this? Shut up. Hurry up and get off the bed. Wang Wan obviously did not want to listen to Zhang Xiaobao talk like this and urged him to get off the bed. Zhang Xiaobao poked his head out to look under the bed. After estimating the height, he said with uncertainty, It's so high. If I go down, I might fall. Besides, if I fall, I'll accept it. What about you? Don't you want to practice walking together? You're stupid. If you go down, you can catch me from below. I will jump on you. In theory, you won't be hurt. You're chubby, you'll be a meat cushion. Hurry up and get off. Don't give me an excuse. You can jump down 15 meters without falling. You can climb 9 meters with your bare hands. Why are you afraid of this little height? Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao to the edge of the bed with all her strength. Zhang Xiaobao kept taking deep breaths to adjust his state. Seeing that he was almost at the edge of the bed, he turned back and said, Why don't we practice on the bed now? Okay, let's practice on the ground. Don't push me, I'll do it myself. Like this, I'll turn around and slip down. You can pull me up as much as you can. Calm down. Even if you kill me, you can't go back. As Zhang Xiaobao said, he first put his 2 legs outside the bed. His small hands grabbed Wang Wan's small hands and rubbed them down little by little. He complained while rubbing, What is this called? Cherries didn't think about it. No matter how big the bed is, a child has to turn over. What if I fall down? Doesn't she know how to use something to block it? Have you seen a child of this age turn over? When he woke up and saw that there was no one around, the first thing he did was cry. Once he cried, wouldn't Cherries know? Wait a minute, both of us are dumbfounded. Come up and help me throw the blanket down first. It can cushion the fall. Wang Wan held Zhang Xiaobao's hand tightly and suddenly thought of a better idea. Zhang Xiaobao struggled to climb back and threw things down with Wang Wan. They threw away the blanket directly and kicked the mattress together. Finally, there was a layer of cushion below. Zhang Xiaobao turned over and went down first. He looked up at Wang Wan, who was watching from above, and said with his lips, It's a little shaky, but it's okay. You go down. Wang Wan confirmed that Zhang Xiaobao was really okay, then she also turned over. When she landed on the mattress, she opened her mouth. Just as she was about to get up, Zhang Xiaobao held her down and said, Don't move. Let the internal organs calm down first. Later, hold the mattress and slowly walk around. Wang Wan obediently waited for a moment before slowly getting up. She walked around the mattress hand in hand with Zhang Xiaobao. When she found that her feet were not stable, she supported the mattress. She had the consciousness of balance, but the muscles of her legs were difficult to support. Fortunately, both of them were the kind of people who had suffered before. After walking around the mattress 3 times, Wang Wan moved her little feet and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was beside her, Yesterday you said that there was a way to make people believe us and do things according to our ideas. How do you do it? It's simple. As long as we can talk, we'll have a reason. Find 2 people to take care of us. Then I can deceive, no, guide them. Let them think that they should do as we say. I don't think there's any problem with this. You have to trust me. Zhang Xiaobao also strode forward, talking as he walked. The 2 of them walked like this, as if they were strolling, talking about the future. They walked around the mattress again and again until they were a little confused. Wang Wan then suggested, Let's walk outside. It's better for the child to get more sun. Staying in the house all the time will make her lack calcium. That's fine. Now that we're used to walking, we can move to another place. First we should wake Cherries up. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Why should we wake her up? What if she doesn't let us go out? Wang Wan wanted to sneak out. If you want to see her die in front of us, I'll sneak out with you. If my mother finds out that we rolled out of the mattress and came out by ourselves, and Cherries doesn't know, then don't you think she'll beat her to death? Well, this possibility is very high, especially in this era. If the existence of capital can risk the risk of being hanged for 300% profit, then at least they will try to reduce the risk and avoid it as much as possible. But if a mother finds that her child is in danger, then she won't even think about avoiding it. It's better to wake her up. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. The two people reached an agreement and walked hand in hand to Cherries, who was still dozing off. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and gently pushed Cherries. When Cherries suddenly opened her eyes in shock, he said, "Sister Cherries, take us out for a walk." Zhang Xiaobao had already tried to use a calm voice, but the result didn't change at all. When Cherries heard these words, she jumped up in fright. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and asked with a trembling voice, how did you come down?" As she spoke, Cherries didn't care about anything else and ran directly to the mattress. With one look, she understood that the two children had actually pushed down the mattress. How was this possible? "Little Gongzi, Ma, how did you run down?" Cherries didn't know what to say. She quickly rearranged the mattress, squatted in front of the two children, and said with a frown, "Let's go outside for a walk." Zhang Xiaobao really didn't want to say more. His little finger pointed outside. Ignoring Cherries' shocked expression, he took Wang Wan's hand and walked out shakily. Cherries was so scared that she hugged the two children and wanted to send them back. Wang Wan was really angry this time. She said to Cherries, go outside, go outside." She actually wanted to say more, but she was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so she could only express her thoughts in such a short way. Cherries looked at the two children's angry gazes and was finally afraid. She was afraid that the two children would say more, especially to the madam. After thinking about it, she compromised and walked out with the two children. When they were outside, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan struggled to get down. Under Cherries' nervous gaze, they walked hand in hand under the sunlight and slowly strolled. "Cherries, why did you bring Bao Lang and Cuckoo out?" Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were enjoying the sunlight, a voice suddenly appeared. Cherries was shocked. Looking at the two children walking there, she really didn't know what to say. Jiang Wang clan walked into the courtyard. After talking about Cherries, she suddenly found a miracle. She pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the man and woman next to her, "In-laws, look, Bao Lang and Cuckoo can actually walk." She didn't need to say anything. At this time, the two people also saw the two children walking back and forth hand in hand. "Sister, it's true. They really can walk. Yesterday, I heard from the people you sent that they could talk. I didn't expect that they could walk by themselves today. Look, they know how to walk hand in hand at such a young age." The woman also said excitedly. She wanted to come closer but was afraid to disturb the two children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan of course heard these voices. At the same time they glanced at the hand holding. They wanted to explain that they were holding hands to maintain balance, but they couldn't say it. When Cherries didn't know what to do, Jiang Wang clan finally said, "Cherries, not bad. You can teach Bao Lang and Cuckoo how to walk. Reward." After that, she took out a piece of wood and threw it to Cherries. When she saw the words on it, Cherries was finally excited. It actually said 21. Chapter 21. The parents of Jiang Wang clan and Wang Wan had no time to care about Cherries' excitement. They were also very excited to see their children learn to talk and walk from birth. This process was the happiest thing for parents. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looked at and surrounded like treasures. Occasionally they would call out to them. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mind at all. He was willing to enjoy this kind of warmth, but Wang Wan couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao, who was already an adult, liked to pretend to be young. It seemed that the organization made a mistake by sending her to ask for money. They should have sent a mother with a child. She believed that they could get more money. In order to avoid this helplessness, Wang Wan had to pretend to be sleepy. She also gave Zhang Xiaobao a hint, thinking that they could continue to interact with each other in the future. Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated with Wang Wan. They both yawned and couldn't open their eyes. When the adults found another place to talk about today's happy things, Wang Wan, who was put back on the couch, finally sighed. She patted Zhang Xiaobao next to her and said, "Can you not be so childish in the future? How old are you? You never know what you have before you lose. How many times can you enjoy this kind of happiness in your life? Besides, I haven't enjoyed it yet. I don't want to have any regrets. You be an adult and I'll be my child. Let's see who has problems first." Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the feeling just now. He narrowed his eyes and persuaded Wang Wan. Keep pretending. Today, when can we have a quiet space to arrange our own affairs? Li Yundong said. You can pretend. When will we have a quiet space to arrange our own affairs? You said that you would help pave the way for your father, but from the looks of it, don't count on it. Wang Wan muttered. She wanted to turn her body to the side, but found that she couldn't do so with her body. The only position she could do was to lie down. 1 week. Give me 1 more week and I can start to give us an excuse to show our strengths. This week, you and I will continue to talk. Every day we will increase the content of our conversation to make people believe that we are prodigies. That's settled. Zhang Xiaobao made the final decision. The summer weather changed quickly. A few days ago it was still sunny, but today it was gloomy as if the sun would fall at any moment. The wind swept across the ground in a whirlwind, and even the dirt that was blown up by the wind looked dark. Most people hid in their houses or under a shed that sold tea outside. Only a small number of people were particularly spirited. Seeing that it was about to rain, they carried their umbrellas and walked to places with bridges or tea sheds, waiting for the arrival of the heavy rain. After 7 days of pretending to be prodigies and making the adults proud, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally received special treatment. That was, the two of them could order a servant girl and a manservant, or rather, a servant, to do some things. For example, they could let the servant girl and servant carry them outside to see the scenery, or lead them to the back garden to look at the flowers and plants. The two of them especially cherished this kind of restricted freedom. Today, seeing that it was going to rain heavily, they hid in the house and asked people to open the windows so that they could look at the scenery outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both liked this kind of weather, especially the dark clouds in the sky, which gave people a sense of pressure. The two of them were willing to face the pressure, and could be said to be in high spirits as they looked at the scenery outside. This made the servant girl, Cherries, and the other servant, Erniu, suffer. They were afraid that the two little ancestors would be blown by the wind, and worried that the heavy rain would soak them, so they stayed on the side in fear and kept persuading them. Young Master Bao, why don't we take a step back and look again? We can see what the rain looks like and we can put on some clothes. That will be more comfortable. Erniu was more clever and he stuck close to Zhang Xiaobao and suggested. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to not hear it. After a while, when it seemed that the rain was about to fall, he suddenly said, Erniu, in a while when the wind blows in, Cuckoo and I are both wet and we cry together. When my mother comes, we will say that you pushed us to the window. Do you think my mother will believe your explanation or the two of us? Zhang Xiaobao was speaking, but what he said shocked Erniu and Cherries. Their mouths were wide open and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Yes, Xiaobao, and I will tell my mother-in-law that the two of you didn't want to take care of us, and that's why you did such a thing. You're preparing to move to another place to work. What will the consequences be? Wang Wan also supported on the side. Erniu didn't have time to think about why the two children would say so many things that shouldn't be said by children. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and his face was squeezed together. He begged Zhang Xiaobao for mercy. Little ancestor, I, Erniu, and my family have been doing our best in Zhuangzi. We have never offended you. You can't do this. Even if I'm not beaten to death, I'll be driven away. My family is finished. I beg you, I'll kowtow to you. Please let me go. Cherries also reacted and knelt down. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked. They didn't expect that such a simple sentence would have such a result. Get up, get up. Don't kneel and don't kowtow. We're just casually asking to see if my mother believes you or us. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to help the two of them up, but when he reached out, he found that he was touching their chests. He was afraid that he couldn't help them up, so he could only persuade them. Little Gongzi, do you still need to ask? No adult would believe that their child can lie at the age of 1. The more Cherries and I explain, the more trouble we'll be in. Moreover, if the two of you say it together, even if Madam knows that you're lying, she will think that you don't like me and Cherries. It means that we didn't take good care of them. Erniu didn't dare to get up and answered honestly. Oh, I see. That's good. Then we have something to discuss with the two of you. What do you think? This was the answer that Zhang Xiaobao wanted. Please say it. Cherries and I will definitely listen. There's no need to discuss. We'll do whatever you say. Erniu then realized that little Gongzi and Cuckoo didn't sound like children. Cherries also nodded vigorously at the side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a request to Erniu and Cherries. First, no matter how outrageous the two of them were, the two of them couldn't tell anyone, including Madam, Old Master, Old Madam, and Old Master. Second, no matter what they did in the future, they couldn't ask for the reason. They could not do it. At the same time, they couldn't let others find out. Otherwise, they would have to face the consequences themselves. Erniu and Cherries didn't dare to say no. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made a request, they would agree. Offending the two children was worse than offending Madam. If they offended the Madam, their wages would be deducted and they would be beaten. If they offended the children, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. In any case, if something went wrong, the two children would naturally take the blame. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan promised. The heavy rain finally fell, hitting the open window with a pitter-patter. The wind also made the window creak. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mood became better and better. Looking at the heavy mist outside, they looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words. The rain fell for an entire day and it gradually subsided at night. After drinking milk and waking up, the two of them called Erniu and Cherries over. First, they instructed Cherries to keep watch outside the door. If someone came over, she should inform them in advance. Then Zhang Xiaobao asked Erniu, "Erniu, who else is in your family? Are you married?" "No, I'm only 17 years old. Although I look strong, I'm actually still young. I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'll wait until my brother marries me first. All my parents are still alive. I have an older brother and a 9-year-old younger sister. My mother said that she would be able to find a wife for my brother after saving for another year. Then I'll have a sister-in-law." Erniu respectfully replied, "Oh good. It's good that your parents are still alive. It's even better to have an older brother and a younger sister. That's what a family is. I also want to have a younger sister or younger sister. Unfortunately, I'm the oldest. I don't know if my mother will give me a few younger brothers or sisters in the future. What does your older brother do?" Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Erniu didn't expect to hear such words. Thinking about his own family, it was indeed not bad. He happily smiled and replying to the little Gongzi, "My older brother, Dinyo, is a farmer during the busy farming season. When he's not busy, he does some odd jobs. He can also get more rice and salt. My younger sister helps to gather some firewood. My parents are also busy farming. When they're not busy, they do some work for others." "It doesn't seem like it's the busy farming season right now, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. "It's not busy. It'll only be busy in 2 months. We're all idle." Erniu answered when he heard the question. "It's good that it's not busy. You can find something to do. Especially your older brother, Dinyo. What can he do?" Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. Wang Wan knew that this international swindler was going to start scheming again. She was also prepared. If Zhang Xiaobao still wanted to continue swindling, then she would stop him no matter what. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's frown and couldn't help but secretly worry. For such a big swindler to think of something with such a frown, it wasn't as simple as a small matter. There was no need to doubt the ability of a swindler. "I got it." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly shouted excitedly. "Got what? You can't lie." Wang Wan was so scared that she trembled. The first thought that came to her mind was that this swindler wouldn't be preparing to swindle the highest official of a certain region, right? For example, the prefectural magistrate, the heads of the 3 provinces and 6 departments, and so on. This was all possible. When he was at the provincial level, he had cheated quite a few of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with slight dissatisfaction and said, "To earn a little bit of money, do I need to cheat? Could it be that in your heart I've always been a swindler? I can also turn back." A swindler says turn back. Who can guarantee that this isn't another scam? Wang Wan didn't give Zhang Xiaobao any face. Zhang Xiaobao gave Erniu a look and solemnly said to him, "Forget it, let's not talk about this." "Look, Erniu is confused. Let's talk about serious business. This matter needs to be done by Dinyo's older brother. Erniu, listen well. I'm giving you a glorious and serious task. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" Chapter 22. Erniu still couldn't understand Zhang Xiaobao's deep meaning of deception. He didn't answer with, "I'm confident," or, "I promise to complete the task." Instead, he nodded vigorously and said, "Little lord, please tell me. Erniu will do whatever you say. Even my brother can do it." "What do you want Dinyo to do?" Wang Wan asked nervously. "Don't worry. Listen. I don't want him to commit murder or arson." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and continued to speak to Erniu. "Let your brother and sister go to the mountains to look for chili seedlings. When they come back, I want—" "Young master, what is the mountain chili seedling you mentioned?" Erniu didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking and interrupted to ask. "Oh, it's like this. Look at my hand. It's such a big plant. It's grass. It's green. Basically, it should be found in the mountains here. It's spicy when you eat it. Soak it in water and it won't be so spicy when you eat it. Have you seen it before? Zhang Xiaobao said as he gestured. Ernie looked for a while and nodded. Little lord, I've seen and eaten it. That's good. Pick this plant. Pick more. Ask your parents to buy fish for me. Try to get fish with fewer bones. Buy more. I'll give you the money. I'll give it to you tomorrow. As for other things, find a blacksmith in Zhuangzi and forge things for me. That's it. I'll draw for you and you watch. Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand at the moment. He used his hand to pinch a small stick and started to draw on the ground. At this time, he realized that it was inconvenient to do things because he was small. He knew in his heart how to draw. In fact, it was an iron box with a plug board. It was used to bake or dry things. After a while, he finally finished. Ernie looked at it and frowned. He whispered, Little lord, you want everything to be made of iron? That's not easy. There's so much iron. I can't hide it from people. No matter what you think of, you have to do it for me. If you do it well, you will be rewarded. When we make money in the future, your family can get a share of it. If you don't, I will find someone else. You don't have to follow us anymore. Zhang Xiaobao did not listen to this explanation at all. He did not believe that Ernie, who was so clever, could not handle it. There were difficulties, but it was not impossible to solve them. Little young master, I'll do it. I don't dare to share the money. It's my duty to do things for the main family. As long as I get a bit of my salary, it'll be fine. Ernio still agreed. Originally, he didn't plan to ask for the rice, but he realized that everyone in his family had to work, so they couldn't do other jobs. That was a lot less, so he mustered up his courage and said it. We said we'll give you points, so we'll give you points. You can't refute our words, understand? Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to be cheating money and wanted to develop his business. Although he was young, his temperament was not lacking. Ernie nodded. He did not care that it was still drizzling outside. He directly ran out and went home to make arrangements. Wang Wan also had time to interrogate Zhang Xiaobao. What are you going to do today? What else can I do? Make money. In this world, the most basic thing is force. Aside from force, there is also money. Force is not enough now, so I'll make money. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Ernie was going to do things, so he also relaxed and replied slowly. You frowned, closed your eyes and opened them. You're so smart? International swindler. You really live up to your name. Tell me, how do you make money? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's cute face and felt that this person was not bad, so she asked with a smile. Are you scolding me? Don't always mention swindlers. Comrade Wang Wan, I'll solemnly remind you now. Please respect me. I'm a good citizen now, a good person. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was also so cute. Both of them were children and children of rich families. They did not lack nutrition, wore good clothes and were white and fat. Seeing Wang Wan's disapproving face, he continued, I buy fish to make grilled fish slices and sell them to others. No, it's to exchange them with others. It's not easy to sell, but it's easy to exchange them. That box is used to dry the fish slices. In the future, it can be used as an oven to bake some bread, cakes and so on. Isn't the grilled fish using horse-faced mackerel? Where did you get this kind of fish from if you ask others to buy it? It seems to be sea fish, right? Then why did you use chili sprouts? Apply it on the fish slices? Wang Wan still had this little bit of common sense. She knew what kind of fish was used for grilled fish slices. Who am I? According to what you said, I am a big swindler. How can my idea be so simple? Even if others don't know that the grilled fish slices are dried in an iron box, they can use other methods to grill it. As long as they find it good, they will learn it. There is no patent protection. Our fish is cheap and we can buy a lot of it with money. But food is expensive. I can ask my mother for money to buy fish, but I can't use it to buy food. In fact, any kind of fish can be used. Using grilled fish slices to exchange for soybeans, the real money is to make big sauce. To be precise, it is to make spicy big sauce with soybeans and diced meat. We sell big sauce, but this big sauce is not used to exchange for things. It is used to sell money or cloth. Who asked this thing to be used like money? When we have enough money, we can move on to the next step. The more capital, the easier it is for me to operate. First, I need to understand the matter of land, buy land, plant things, sell things, and then operate. Of course, if you don't object to me using some tricks, I can directly use money and cloth to operate pure money operations. You should understand what I mean. Zhang Xiaobao still explained slowly. Wang Wan comforted. I'm not talking about that. I didn't tell my mother what I was going to do. Are you stupid? If you really told your mother, would she agree? You have to know that there are good intentions and bad intentions in deception. Your deception is to earn money for your family to spend. This is good intentions. It's much better than what you did in the past. More than 30 billion and it's in US dollars. You took it away just like that. Those officials deserve to die. Wang Wan continued to comfort him. It is a total assets of more than 200 billion US dollars. Your investigation is not detailed at all. The domestic assets are more than 30 billion US dollars. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Foreign assets have nothing to do with me. The more I cheat, the better. Justice belongs to all of humanity, but my nationality makes me belong to my own country. Wang Wan looked like she was not suitable to be an Interpol officer. She was a bit radical. With money everything was easy. Zhang Xiaobao asked Cherries to take out the money and give it to Erniu. He also told him that if he bought more he could further lower the price. After buying twice he could even try to buy on credit. After sending Erniu away to do things, he and Wang Wan continued to exercise and consider their future development. Chapter 23. Erniu was surprised by the money earned from this grilled fish fillet. To be precise, it was earned. He didn't expect that the fish that he didn't like to eat in the past would be so delicious after such processing. These few days, every time he came from home, he would bring a few fish fillets and share them with Cherry. Hey, do you think there are some feelings between Erniu and Cherries that shouldn't exist? Through observation, Wang Wan discovered this point. Why did Erniu only give Cherry fish slices and never give them to her and Zhang Xiaobao? She asked during the walking exercise today. Cuckoo, please change the way you address me. Don't call me hey. You can call me Xiao Bao, or Bao Lang. After all, we are family. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. The grilled fish had been exchanged for a lot of things that could support his future development. Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I'm not that close to you. Cuckoo is not someone you can call. Don't think that this identity will make us treat you well. Please answer my question directly. Wang Wan was obviously in a good mood. She even had the time to bicker. This was not easy for her. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refute. He was still holding Wang Wan's little hand and walking around the flower bed in the garden. This was enough to explain the problem. There was no need to admit it verbally. They were no longer children. Facts proved everything. He wanted to pick a flower, but found that he wasn't tall enough to climb up the flower bed. He sighed and said, I don't care about the relationship between the two of them. Only when one feels that they can't control their subordinates will they forbid their subordinates from having such behavior or emotions. They're just two people. I think I can control them. As for why you don't give us grilled fish, I have to commend Comrade Erniu. At least he's not stupid. He understands that our teeth are not suitable for such difficult things. Are you saying that I'm stupid? Wang Wan tightened her grip, wanting to hurt Zhang Xiaobao. In the end, she realized that the two of them had similar physical attributes, so she could only give up. Stop clenching. It's useless. Even if you're stronger than me and crush the bones in my hand, do you think I'll be scared? I didn't suffer any less than you. If I make a sound, I won't be called Zhang Xiaobao. Ernie, come here. Look into your eyes. Zhang Xiaobao's little hand suddenly relaxed when Wang Wan squeezed it tightly. He used his non-resistance to let Wang Wan understand that everyone had the same tenacity. He turned his head and called out to Erniu, who had been flirting with Cherries. Young master, what is your command? Erniu was rubbing the slightly hard fish slices for Cherries. Hearing the young master's call, he nimbly ran over, bowed his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. After Cuckoo and I drink milk, when my mother comes out of the room, you can find my mother and tell her that you want to cooperate with her in business. Can you do it? Zhang Xiaobao stared at Erniu and asked. Can, or can't I? Erniu originally thought that the young master would just casually talk about something. He didn't expect that the young master would actually ask him to talk to his wife. He was frightened and didn't know how to respond. You're asking me? Your family has made a lot of money these days, right? I've decided to give 10% of the net profit to your family. It depends on whether you can handle the situation or not. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied with Erniu's cowardice. Erniu swallowed his saliva. Thinking of the money he earned from the grilled fish slices, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't moved. 10% was already a lot. However, when he thought that he had to face his wife, he felt uncertain. How could he dare to talk to her about cooperation? It seemed like he was asking a tiger for its skin. Say something. What's the use of just wiping your sweat? You still have to face what you have to face. Just now, when you were rubbing the fish slices for Cherries, I didn't see you so hot. Zhang Xiaobao found that his patience seemed to be a little less than before. At the same time he was disappointed in Erneu. How could such a person do things in the future? Young master, if it was someone else I would dare, but madam, even if you lent me the courage I wouldn't dare to talk about cooperation. I know that I have embarrassed you. Why don't you beat me up? Erneu thought about it, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Even if he wanted to risk his life he still had to choose his opponent. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes. He really didn't know what to say. He couldn't even afford to be angry with such a thing that couldn't be shown in public. He turned to look at Wang Wan and negotiated, "See if you can get some money from your family. I don't want to ask my mother for money anymore." "Didn't you already make money? Why do you still want money?" Wang Wan didn't understand. The grilled fish slices had been exchanged for a lot of things: meat, eggs, grains and oil. Why did Zhang Xiaobao still feel that it was not enough? There was no problem with making sauce. If it was really so simple then it wouldn't be me, Zhang Xiaobao. I have always done things one step at a time. Grilled fish slices are only sold in those small places around, and I have already achieved such results. Think about it, some people with a foundation, are they fools? If I'm not wrong, there are already people studying how to make grilled fish slices. I want to use money to advertise and sell the theory of making grilled fish slices. I can make more money. I won't cheat, but I have to make the most profit, right? Zhang Xiaobao felt a little lonely at this moment. It was lonely at the top. You want to sell the oven technology? That's fine. Then I'll try to ask for money. Wang Wan felt that she understood and nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Although the oven is easy to make, I definitely won't sell it. I still want to bake cakes in the future. I'm selling the recipe of grilled fish slices. No matter what, I won't take out the oven. I'll talk about it after I bake a cake and attract some people's attention. What's the recipe of grilled fish slices? Isn't it just pickling and drying? Master, this most basic thing is enough. Wang Wan tried hard to synchronize with Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts, but she felt that she couldn't do it, so she asked doubtfully. You don't understand. Don't think that it's easy when I say it. To really master it, it takes many years of accumulation. Let me give you an example. I remember that France saw that there were telescopes in Germany, so they wanted to make them. As a result, they found that there were bubbles in the telescopes they made. They spent a lot of money and finally exchanged this technology. This technology only has one word: stirring. The saltiness is the fundamental problem. I need money to open up the market for me. I want to make a large number of fish slices for free and advertise them in big places. If I want to directly convert the things I exchanged in the early stage into money to buy fish, it will take too long. I don't want to wait. Do I still need to tell you what time is? Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's dark eyes. For a moment she felt like she was being sucked in. She nodded and said, I used to be called a genius, but now I finally understand that every coincidence is inevitable. You didn't become an international swindler by using tricks. To be honest, I'm a little envious of the education in prison. Like someone once said, the gathering place of geniuses, other than the Academy of Sciences, it's also the prison. The conversation between the two was using lip language. They didn't think much of it, but Erneu was under a lot of pressure. He thought that little Gongzi was ready to give up on him. Thinking about his life in the future, thinking about his parents, he finally made up his mind at this time. Little Gongzi, I'll do as you say. I'll talk to madam. At most, I'll just lose my life. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised by Erneu's words. He really did plan to give up on Erneu. It wasn't that he didn't want to let him follow him, but that he didn't want to let him come in contact with important things in the future. Now that he heard Erneu's words, the idea of giving up on him changed. He asked, why? For my parents. I believe that little Gongzi will definitely help me earn a lot of money. I've always wanted my parents to have meat to eat every meal and wear good clothes. I'm going all out. Erneu replied honestly. Good boy, that's right. You're not bad. Follow me in the future. Zhang Xiaobao praised. At this time he forgot that he was a real child. Like before, Madame Zhang came over when the children needed milk. She fed the two children one on each side and watched the two little guys fall asleep. When she went out and was about to do her own things, she found that Erneu, who had always been hiding far away in the past, was actually blocking the door today. Erneu, do you have something to say to me? Is it about Baolang and Cuckoo? Zhang Wang Clan glanced at Erneu and asked faintly. Erneu had already drunk some wine and was brewing his emotions. He thought that he could speak to the madam directly. At this time, when he heard the madam's question, the courage that was boosted by the wine suddenly disappeared. He looked down at his feet and said timidly, No, nothing. Madam, take care. And take good care of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I won't mistreat you in the future. Jiang Wang Clan replied and walked away. Ernie was stunned. He thought for a while and used his hand to pinch his leg. Finally, he gathered his courage and said loudly, Madam, please wait. I have something to say. And? What do you want to say? Jiang Wang Clan stopped and slowly turned around to stare at Ernie and asked. At this time, Ernie knew that he couldn't back down anymore. He allowed the sweat to flow down his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered, Madam, I want to talk to you about business. Yes, that is, about business. You want to talk to me about business? Good, Ernie, you've grown up. Speak, what kind of business do you want to talk about to buy yourself back? Jiang Wang Clan was puzzled. She didn't know what was wrong with Ernie today. Why did he want to talk to her about business? What a joke. What qualifications did he have? The thing that he wanted to sell himself was still in her hands. No, it's not me. It's my family. My family didn't sell it here. My parents, my brother and my sister are all farmers. My family's business, grilled fish fillets, is sold in the surrounding areas. Our Zhuangzi doesn't have the grilled fish fillets yet. Let's talk about this. Ernie tried to calm himself down and said while trembling, Grilled fish fillets? Did you say grilled fish fillets? Did your family make them? How dare you, your family is a farmer in Zhuangzi. Why didn't you tell me what you made first? Jiang Wang Clan shouted angrily. Chapter 24. Hearing the madam's question, Ernie didn't even think about it and directly knelt down. He didn't dare to face the angry madam. He thought about giving up the little Gongzi, but he suddenly thought that if he really did, would the little Gongzi be punished? Of course not. The madam only praised the little Gongzi and praised him. The problem was, after praising him, would he still be alive? If the madam didn't punish him, the little Gongzi could find a random reason to kill him. Therefore, Ernie felt that the only thing he could do was to not say anything and wait for the madam's anger. Even if the madam let someone else beat him up, it would be good. As for an explanation, what should he say? Could it be that the little Gongzi deliberately told him not to buy fish from these two Zhuangzi? Hold on, the madam won't beat him to death. Tell me, why didn't you tell me that the fish was made by your family? I didn't know that there was such a person in Zhuangzi. You must have made a lot of money, right? What are your plans in the future? When the Jiang Wang clan saw Ernie like this, she tried to control her tone and slowly said, Madam, I can't tell you. Madam, I can't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I can't say it. The only thing I can say is that I, Ernie, and my family have never done anything to let down the Zhang family's manor. Madam, you will definitely know in the future. Even if I, Ernie, die for the manor, I will not think of harming the manor. I'm just talking about business. Ernie knelt on the ground and clenched his fists. His face was already full of tears, but even so, he didn't sell Zhang Xiaobao. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was lying on the bed. He clearly heard the conversation and actually laughed. Wang Wan also heard it. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression, she said angrily, Why didn't you stand up to save him? You laugh because you think that Ernie is stupid and should be laughed at? Bullshit, when did I laugh at Ernie? Ernie will be my family in the future. I laughed because I, Zhang Xiaobao, had someone who was willing to die for me in my previous life. In this life it's worth it. Ernie will be my brother in the future. When he's alive, I'll let him enjoy glory and wealth. If he dies, I'll take care of his family in his place. If you want me to go out, I'll go out. How can I face Ernie? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly cursed and stood up from the couch. His smile didn't change, but his small hands were tightly clenched. How can you buy people's heart? I don't believe it. Wang Wan was a little jealous. Zhang Xiaobao could get her information whenever he wanted, but Zhang Xiaobao's whereabouts could only be exposed if he wanted to. The difference was too big. You don't believe it? Let me tell you, on that day until the last moment of the explosion, I could still run away if I wanted to. I didn't call for them, but my brothers were already in position. As long as I made a gesture, the 6 snipers on your side would immediately be killed. It's just that I don't have that much time left and I don't want to hurt you. Don't think that you're so powerful. Let me tell you, in your organization, there are some people who are nothing compared to Ernie. Ernie still knows his place and knows loyalty. The people in your organization have already sold their souls. Not everyone is you, Wang Wan, and not everyone can be a Ba Wang flower. Zhang Xiaobao finally got angry. He also had his own bottom line and he wouldn't allow anyone to touch it. He said to Wang Wan mercilessly. Wang Wan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she didn't think that there were people in the organization who betrayed her, but she just didn't want to believe it. At this moment, the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. Of course, she understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't hate Zhang Xiaobao, nor did she hate the people who betrayed her. After all, not everyone could be like her. She was just a little jealous. Zhang Xiaobao was just a liar. How could he have such good brothers? The two of them had their own thoughts. Outside, Erniu and Zhang Wang clan were also confronting each other. You're really not going to say it? Zhang Wang clan asked word by word. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. Erniu stubbornly replied. Wang Wan, who was thinking about something in the room, almost laughed out loud when she heard Erniu's words. All right then, tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Zhang Wang clan thought for a while, then turned around to look at the room she just came out of and asked. Madam, give me another 2 strings of money. I'll use it to buy fish, make fish fillets, and then give it to people for free in other bustling places, especially a high-end restaurant. After 5 days, I'll return 50 strings of money to you. Erniu said according to Zhang Xiaobao's preset words. Zhang Wang clan smiled, nodded, and gently said to Erniu, Erniu, you've always been a smart person in my family. Almost everyone thinks so, but I know you and I trust you. That's why I put Xiaobao and Cuckoo in your care. Since you want this money, then I'll give it to you. If you can get 50 strings of money, then 50 strings of money. Even if you lose money in the end, it's not a big deal. Don't think too much about it. Your mother should be happy to have a son like you. I think your mother knows what kind of person you are, just like me. It's over, my mother knows? Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing on the couch, said faintly. Yes, no one knows a son better than his mother. Wang Wan, who also heard Zhang Wang clan's words, agreed. My mother said that for me. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Then why are you so happy? Wang Wan asked. Why wouldn't I be happy? My mother is so smart, of course I have a reason to be happy. My father, that bookworm, is lucky. Zhang Xiaobao fell down from the couch and with a plop, he lay down beside Wang Wan. He said to Wang Wan, who was dissatisfied with his action, Today is the happiest day of my life. I found a good brother and I know how great a mother's love is. What's the extent? Wang Wan really couldn't understand. The extent to which a mother unconditionally supports her child. Listen, my mother will definitely agree. This reminds me of something written in a book. As a mother, even if she knows that her child will be scalded by boiling water, she will still support him unconditionally. She will secretly watch, and if there is any danger, she will directly rush to hold the kettle and not let her child get scalded. Zhang Xiaobao said emotionally. So what? A person's nobility and greatness is because of this. Wang Wan was still refuting Zhang Xiaobao. Even if she was touched, she still refused to admit defeat. Wrong, it's not just humans, it's the same for animals. If you've seen hunters hunting, you'll understand. Those animals that bite off their own legs to escape from the trap must be females, because they want to go back to feed their own children, Zhang Xiaobao said. Don't tell me these useless things, I don't like to hear them. Wang Wan turned her head away, she didn't want Zhang Xiaobao to see her red eyes. She thought of her family in her previous life. Okay, I won't say anything, just listen. Zhang Xiaobao was grateful to God he finally had parents in this life. Cherries, come here, take the money when the time comes, give it to Erniu. Madame Zhang, who was outside, called out to the house. Yingtao immediately ran out and took the piece of wood that represented 2 strings of money. Erniu, you should also get up. Remember my words, I believe you can take good care of Erniu. Later, go to the accountant's office and get some meat, then go back home and have a good meal. Zhang Wang clan took out another wooden piece and threw it to Erniu, who was kneeling there, then slowly walked away. Erniu seemed to wake up from a dream. He trembled as he picked up the wooden piece and looked at his wife's back as she walked away, speechless for a long time. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, when people saw that the fish fillet was profitable, they immediately started to imitate it, and the price was lower, but the sales were not good. First, the saltiness of the fish fillet was uneven, and second, the fish fillet could not be roasted to the same degree as Erniu's. The heat was not controlled well at all. After receiving the money, Erniu immediately started to buy a large amount of raw fish according to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, and sent the fish fillets to some restaurants for free tasting. 5 days later, the free roasted fish fillets suddenly disappeared. Men actually did not like to eat this food, no matter how delicious it was not as good as marinated beef with wine, but children and women liked it. These 2 people were really important, to the point that any man with a normal sexual orientation had to consider it. After 5 days of free roasted fish fillets, the restaurants had to carefully consider the economic benefits of this food, which was how much money they could make. The most direct example was the brothels. There were many women there, and they had already treated the fish fillets as an indispensable snack. Next were the men who were looking for a woman, and they had to bring some back to please the woman. The last were those who had children. When they were eating and drinking, they found that the children liked the fish fillets, so they had to bring some back. Then they would throw it to the children with a straight face and say a few stern words. This was the depth of a father's love. But now that the supply had suddenly stopped, the fish fillets that appeared in other places were much worse than this. Just the balance between the saltiness of the fish fillets was incomparable. The owner of the restaurant became anxious and asked around to find out where the fish fillets were made, wanting to find out. Ernest had been listening to the young master's orders all this time, which was to say, he was remotely commanding. When he saw that many people were asking, he asked his elder brother to take the lead and compete. Although it was said that he was selling the recipe, in fact it was only one thing, and that was the marination or the deep processing of the sea fish. Such a simple thing before it was announced, made people yearn for it endlessly. When someone spent 120 taels of silver to get it, they could only keep it in their hearts. Didn't I tell you to take copper coins? You just had to bring back so much money. Tell me, if I want to buy something, you take the money to pay for it? I want to buy 200 caddies of soybeans and you take so much money to look for trouble? What do you want me to say to you? If I want to sell a piece of tofu now, you take the money and buy it for me to see? Do you want to use silver in your future business transactions? If you feel that you are tired of living, don't drag me to die with you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the small pile of money that Ernest had placed in front of him and patted his head. Then he looked at Ernest's sad expression and knew that this was done by Ernest. He could only sigh and let Ernest give the money to his mother first, and slowly exchange the rest for copper coins to carry out the next step of the plan. Chapter 25. When Ernest listened to Zhang Xiaobao and returned the money, the Jiang Wang clan was a little surprised. She stared at Ernest and asked, "How much did your family earn this time? Did you borrow the money from somewhere else to return it to me?" "Madam, where did I get so much money from? Is all my family's money?" Ernest was about to say "little master," but fortunately he was smart enough to grasp the key moment and press the blame on himself. The Jiang Wang clan carefully looked at Ernest again and nodded slowly. "Ernest, how much did your family earn this time? Return me 50 strings of coins. Do you have any left?" "Yes, I earned 120 taels of silver this time, so I still have 70 taels of silver left." No matter how smart Ernest was, he was not as smart as the Jiang Wang clan. He didn't understand the meaning of the madam's question, so he told the truth. "So much money? Then what you returned was silver, but what you kept were copper coins." "No, it's still silver, but I forgot that my parents told me to exchange it for copper coins. It's not easy to spend it now." Ernest didn't know why, but he was afraid when he saw the madam, so he couldn't speak properly. "If that's the case, then I'll exchange it for copper coins. After all, you are a member of the Zhang family, so it's good that you can earn money." The Jiang Wang clan solved Ernest's problem. Ernest didn't know what was going on, so he returned with the 70 strings of coins in the cart. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he said happily, "Little master, you don't have to think of other ways. The madam actually exchanged all the silver in my hand for copper coins. This is great. I didn't expect the madam to be so easy to talk to. Little master? Little master? Don't just stand there, I brought the money back." As Ernest spoke, he realized that the little young master was looking outside without moving. He was a little worried and waved his hand in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Okay. Ernest, is your mother's mouth okay?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly asked. "It's not that good. My father said that it's because my mother was too tired when she was young. She lost quite a few of her teeth, so she doesn't like to eat hard things." Ernest couldn't keep up with Zhang Xiaobao's pace, so he answered whatever he was asked. "Your teeth don't taste good. Meat is a waste of time, right? Come, Ernest, I'll teach you a way. When you go back, you can cook for your mother. Prepare such a big copper basin, or you can make something according to what I've drawn for you. Use copper." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think about the money at all. He directly drew a basin on the ground. The middle was hollowed out, and a tube with a bulging belly protruded out. Below the tube was a grate. According to the explanation, it was made of iron wire. "Make this thing. Put charcoal in the middle and you can get rid of the charcoal residue at the bottom. Put the spices you think you can put in and add lard. In addition, use a stove and a pot to boil the wheat flour until it's sticky. Mix twice the amount of water and put the water into the thing just now. When the water boils, you put the mutton in and cook it. As soon as the color changes, take it out and give it to your mother. She will definitely be able to bite it, and the 100 boiled meat won't be old. After a while, you go back and find someone to make it. It's best to find different people to make different parts. Keep it a secret and don't tell anyone. Make one more, yes, two more. Send it to my mother and Cuckoo's mother. Tell them the method you used and emphasize that it's a secret. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the drawing on the ground and said to Erniu, I understand. Little young master, don't worry. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Little young master, why are you so kind to my mother? Erniu asked blankly. What are you talking about? What do you mean by kind to your mother? I'm asking you to be kind to your mother. Don't ask any more. Just go back and make food for your mother as I said. Now let's get down to business. Do you know anyone who makes porcelain? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. While Erniu was thinking, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with her lips, Your mother is really good to you. She knows that you can't spend money directly, so she changed it to copper coins for you. She even found an excuse that she thinks is reasonable. She doesn't want you to know. It's not easy to be a mother. I'll tell you the truth. Don't be unhappy. I'm a little glad that your parents are gone. Otherwise you will definitely find your parents. At that time, if your parents in your previous life were to be laid off or bullied, there will definitely be a bloody storm. I'm scared just thinking about it. Your current state is sick, do you know that? You're not sick. I pray that your mother in your previous world will be killed by a car tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wan was like a wolf that wanted to eat people. She suddenly pounced on Zhang Xiaobao and strangled his neck. She said in a low voice, Say that again? I'll bite you to death. See, you still say that I'm sick. You're not much better. Do you understand? We're the same kind of people. Don't touch my bottom line in the future. Yes, I just understood that it was my mother who supported me without reservation. I thought of Erniu's mother and wanted to use his hands to give some benefits to my mother and your family. I don't think I did anything wrong. You can say that I don't have any defense in front of this kind of family, but you can't insult me. Zhang Xiaobao didn't struggle at all. It was impossible for a little kid like Wang Wan to strangle him to death. Then you're talking about my mother? Okay, I'll forgive you for the time being. Don't tell me what you don't want to do to others. Continue cooking your hot pot. Wang Wan actually wanted Zhang Xiaobao to not be so childish. Once he faced his family, he would lose his toughness. However, she suddenly found that she was the same. She resentfully got up and stood aside. Ernie was scared. He wanted to pull her back but didn't dare. Seeing that the two ancestors finally separated, he took a few breaths and calmed down again. Thinking of what the little young master asked just now, he replied, Little young master, what do you want to do if you can find someone who can make porcelain? Make things. Make all kinds of exquisite small jars. Don't be too big as long as it can hold 4 liters of water. For jars can hold 1 caddy. The more beautiful the better. How's your family's chili picking? Zhang Xiaobao calmed down and said to Erniu, We've picked a lot. Little young master, how much do you want? Is the money used to make porcelain jars? Ernie finally realized that he was almost like a fool in front of this child who was less than 1 year old. He couldn't figure out what the little young master was thinking. If he didn't earn more than 100 taels of silver this time, he would really think that he was just fooling around with the child. Before Zhang Xiaobao could say anything, Wang Wan gave an order. She still understood this kind of thing. Continue to pick. It's best to let others help you pick them. You can buy them with money. The more the better. Even if you pick all the chili from the surrounding mountains, it's fine. How about this 1 copper coin for 3 caddies? Let those children who have nothing to do pick them. 1 copper coin for 3 caddies? Erniu asked with his eyes wide open. What? Is the money too little? Wang Wan was a little uncertain. It's too much. You can find them all over the mountain. Just let a child go to the mountain and he can bring back 40 to 50 caddies in a day. Ernie now wanted to rush to the mountain to pick them. Oh, so much? Then buy more. 1 copper coin for 5 caddies. You can't reduce it anymore. But you can adjust the purchasing method. You can buy every 300 caddies. This way, when fewer and fewer chili plants are picked, there will still be people picking them. If you can't gather 300 caddies, you won't be able to earn any money. This kind of small matter could be handled by Wang Wan herself. She didn't need this big liar Zhang Xiaobao. Ernie still didn't know what the little young master and the little miss of the Wang family were thinking, but he still nodded in agreement. After all, he was the kind of person who was smart. He understood that he could be ignorant of many things, but there was one thing that he must do, and that was loyalty. He would do whatever he was told. After waiting for Ernie to accept the order and leave, Wang Wan was still a little worried. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, Let Ernie's family do such a big thing? Why don't we split up and let Cherries do something as well? How big of a thing is it? Why didn't I realize how important this matter is? It's just a small amount of money. Cherry still has other things to do. I don't expect to rely on one thing to make a fortune. I want to continuously make small things and earn a little of each. When added together, it will naturally be more. Cherries, come here. I have something to discuss. Zhang Xiaobao had an indifferent expression. As he spoke, he called out to Cherries, who was still vigilantly looking outside. Little young master, you're looking for me? Cherries also knew about the money you earned these few days. 70 taels 10% was 7 taels of silver. It was enough for her to work for several years without being penalized. Her family was also in Zhuangzi. Who didn't want to earn more money for their family? She quickly ran over. Come, I'll draw something for you. Look at it. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the wooden stick and began to draw on the ground. Little young master, what is this? Cherries looked at the drawing and asked. This is called a Kong. Kong? What's it for? This thing is very useful. It's most useful in winter, and it's also useful now. Wait for Ernie to come back. Ask him for money and buy eggs. Buy eggs that are specially laid by roosters and hens. Try not to shake the eggs as much as possible. There are also chickens in my yard. See which chicken is hugging the nest. Ask someone to hold it down and put your hand in to feel the heat and cold. When the Kong is ready, put the collected eggs on the Kong and cover it with something. Light the fire until the temperature is about the same as the temperature under the chicken's body. Oh, and try to collect as many eggs as possible. One end should be round and the other end should be pointed. If both ends are round, you can also collect them. If both ends are pointed, you can forget about it. Cherries blinked and seemed to understand. The little young master wanted to make chickens by himself. He didn't need to hug the nest, but directly use the Kong. If he could really make chickens, it would be crazy. Many people would go crazy. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care how many people would go crazy. He continued to draw and said, Cherries, look at this. Make a small board and arrange a few mirrors. Put the wax in the area surrounded by the mirrors and light it. Hold the egg and look at it. Every 5 or 6 days, look at it again and see the shadow of the bones inside. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You don't understand. Cherries nodded and remembered everything Zhang Xiaobao said. She excitedly stood up and left. She was a little dazed. This little young master was really too different from ordinary people. Everyone was confused by what he said. You want to hatch chickens? Look at eggs? What do you mean by round and sharp? Wang Wan waited for Cherries to leave. Wei Wei tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. A real expert can directly distinguish the male and female. I don't know how to do that. Chapter 26. Ernie and Cherries both had things to do. For a time, there was no one to take care of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Jiang Wang clan also sent Pomegranate, who had held an umbrella for her before. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were struggling to walk on the sand. Children didn't sweat much, but even so, their foreheads were glistening. The thin clothes they were wearing had been changed once, but the two still had no intention of going back to sleep. Pomegranate, water. Xiaobao stopped and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He called out to Shirlu, who was looking at him with a pained heart. Shirlu had been watching all this while. She couldn't figure out why these two children were walking back and forth on this sandy ground. Most children wouldn't be willing to do so, but if the adults forced them to do so, they would have already cried. When she heard the call, she hurriedly took the water beside her and passed it to them. Seeing the two children drinking water with all their might, Pomegranate couldn't understand. They didn't drink tea or sugar water, but insisted on drinking salt water. She had tasted this water before and it didn't taste good at all. When she drank it, it only felt a little fishy in the mouth. It was not salty nor was it bland. But the little Gongzi pointed out that they must drink this water. If they drank salt water, wouldn't they be more thirsty? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know what Pomegranate was thinking. After drinking half a bellyful of salt water, they exhaled comfortably together, stood up straight and walked forward. Hold on, there are still 200 meters left today. It's only 5 round trips. Just grit your teeth and it'll be over. This is a rare opportunity. Zhang Xiaobao's calves couldn't help but tremble because of walking on the sand. Their task today was to walk 500 meters. For adults, 500 meters was nothing, but for two children who had just turned 1, it was an overload. I know children don't want to exercise when they're young, and it's too late when they want to exercise when they're older. With children's bodies and adult perseverance, this is the best opportunity to exercise. I believe that if you continue to train like this, You won't have any problems jumping down from 20 meters. But I guess you won't be able to read at night. You must have no strength at all. Wang Wan also didn't feel good. She fell down while speaking and slowly got up. That depends. In the future, if you're not literate and don't understand some of the allusions in a contract or something, you'll be at a disadvantage. I can still recognize most of the words and can write some of them. After all, I stayed on the island for a period of time, so I can't understand the allusions. All I think about is lying all day, so I don't have time to read those. Zhang Xiaobao grinned as he watched Wang Wan get up on her own. He didn't have any intention of helping her. Wang Wan finally got up and held Zhang Xiaobao's hand again as they moved forward together. Her face was red from the sun, but she refused to give up and said, "Yes, I'll learn. Even if I have to lie there, I'll still learn. I was a genius back then. Oh my God, this is even more tiring than when I was in the special operations team. There's no one to give us massages and scientific guidance. Soon we'll reach the end. There are still 4.5 trips left. Stop dreaming. Once we get used to this intensity, we'll have to reformulate the training program. Just bear with it. If you want to show off in front of others, you'll have to suffer behind them. Who asked us to be different from others?" Zhang Xiaobao also staggered. He loosened his grip and fell. He opened his mouth and spat out sand. He pulled Wang Wan's hand and started walking again. The two of them held hands and didn't care about each other's fall. It was only to better control their balance. If they really fell because of physical exhaustion, they didn't care about each other. The strong didn't need anyone's pity. In a room where they could see the situation, a man and a woman stood by the window. Both of them had tears in their eyes as they watched the baby get up after falling. "Qiao, is this still my son? I heard you say that the incident with Erneu's family was caused by Xiao Bao. How old is he? Could he be a monster?" The man asked doubtfully. "What monster? That's my son. Other people's children can't do that, but my son can. He's better than other people's children. When you see a scary place, you have to think. This is a god, not a monster. Whose child can compare to Xiao Bao? When I was pregnant with him, I knew that my future son would be different. Look at how much I could eat. I ate more than other men." Zhang Wang clan retorted. These words were unreasonable. As long as it was her son, he would be better. He would fall more beautifully than other people's children. He could eat a mouthful of sand and still not cry. Whose child could do that? The man was Zhang Xiaobao's bookworm father. He had heard a lot of strange things recently, and one of them was related to his son. So, he took some time to come over with his wife to take a look. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Not to mention a child, even an adult would hide under the blazing sun. But reality told him that the determination of the two children was terrifying. There were a few times when he wanted to rush over, carry his son, and ask him what he was doing. But he was stopped by his wife. His wife said, "Isn't it good for the children to play?" Other people's children wouldn't move when they were told to. His children were sensible and good-looking. They walked with their legs, sometimes high and sometimes low. What was there to be afraid of if they fell? They were fine on the sand. The sand had been sifted and sifted. It was fine and wouldn't hurt anyone. Mr. Zhang thought about what his wife said about Erneu's family earning money. He looked at the two stubborn children in front of him and felt that something was wrong. When he heard Xiaoer's words, he sighed and said, "Aren't you afraid that these two children are possessed by something? Which family's children can be like this?" Cherries was also sent out to collect new eggs. "I heard that she's specifically picking them. I don't know what she's doing. If it doesn't work, we'll get a master to take a look. We can't harm our own children." "What monster? A monster can call me mother and call you father? Is your family's monster heart so good? This is her ability. Didn't you notice it back then? My stomach is different from other people's?" Zhang Wangsher had been in charge of the household for a long time. She was not as respectful to her husband as other people. She would say whatever was on her mind. In any case, she only had one thing in mind. Zhang Xiaobao was her biological son. If her son did well, it was the mother who gave birth to him. What's different? I think it's all the same. Who can eat the same amount? Mr. Zhang felt that he couldn't communicate with his wife. As long as they talked about their son, everything was good. "Husband, tell this concubine which pregnant wife do you think is a good one? If she's from a poor family, we can spend money to buy her and let you look at her as much as you want." Zhang Wang clan asked angrily. Mr. Zhang was really afraid of his wife being like this. Other families had a few women, but his family was different. Wang Qiao, and the Wang family's wife from Zhuangzi joined forces to oppose him. Fortunately, he was focused on obtaining scholarly honors, so it was fine. Now that he had a son, he was fine with it. If other women really came to his house, they might not cause much trouble. But Wang Zhuang's brother gave birth to a daughter. If the next one gave birth to a daughter, couldn't he take in a concubine? He turned to look at Wang Qiaoer's frosty face and didn't say anything. He just sighed heavily. This was bad. When his sigh was heard by Jiang Wang clan, her eyes immediately turned red and she began to cry. She cried and said, "When we first married, what did you say? You said that you would only be good to me. Now, it's fine if you look at someone else's wife's belly, but you actually said that my son is a monster. What did I do in my previous life? Why am I involved in this? I'm going to look for my mother-in-law. Divorce me. I'll just bring my monster son out. Let them be jealous. Madam, don't be angry. Look at our son. He's so good. Even the sound of him choking when drinking water is better than other children. Pomegranate, if you don't look after him and let Xiaobao choke, I'll skin you alive." Mr. Zhang didn't know what to do. Madam said to divorce, but she didn't ask him to. Why did she have to look for her mother-in-law? She was clearly complaining. She was already an adult. It wasn't worth it to let his parents teach her a lesson. He happened to see Xiaobao drinking water and wanted to praise him to divert Madam's attention. He didn't expect to see Xiaobao choking on water. After praising him, he realized that he had vented all his anger on Pomegranate. Needless to say, it really worked this time. When Madame Zhang heard her husband mention the child, she immediately looked over. Her tears were gone and her sobbing stopped. Only when she saw that her son was fine did she feel relieved. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the sound and turned their heads at the same time. Only then did they realize that someone was watching them. It wasn't that they weren't vigilant. If it was before they started training, they would have already heard the sound. Now they were tired to death and their body functions were greatly reduced. Just standing up and walking was already putting in all their effort. How could they notice anything else? Should we conserve some of our energy for training in the future? It's too dangerous to do this. We didn't even notice that someone was watching us. Wang Wan poured water on her head to lower her temperature and asked worriedly, "There's no need for that. This is not watching, this is caring. My parents are watching us. Why should we be vigilant? Who should we be vigilant of in our own yard? Not to mention that there won't be any danger. Even if a few people with knives suddenly rushed in to kill us, do you have a way to avoid them? Hurry up and train, there are still 3.5 more. Zhang Xiaobao still had the mood to wave his small hands at his parents. He turned around and moved forward. Okay, even if I have to crawl, I will finish this distance. Wang Wan and Wei Wei closed their eyes and relaxed their muscles except for their legs. They swayed as they followed. Zhang Xiaobao's father and Jiang Wang clan saw their son waving his hands. His dirty little face made them want to laugh, but they couldn't. Looking at the few feet of sand, they both knew that their son was challenging his body's limits. Madam, you're right. No child can compare to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They're so hard on themselves at such a young age, they'll definitely be even better when they grow up. Zhang Xiaobao's father sighed. Chapter 27. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished crawling 40 meters of sand, they were so tired that they lay there motionless. Pomegranate, who had been accompanying them the whole time, was really frightened. What kind of children were they? When they crawled the last 20 meters, she clearly saw the two children's short arms and legs trembling non-stop. She knew that she had a similar experience and knew what it felt like. Moreover, her arms and legs were fine before. When she first came to Zhuangzi, she was not familiar with how to do things and was punished. At that time, she kept cursing in her heart, but she did not dare to refuse. If she did not work, her family life would be cut off. At that time, if someone let her rest, she would be grateful to that person for the rest of her life. But now, why did the little master and Cuckoo do this? Did they say that they were playing? Which family's children were so desperate to play? If someone really allowed their children to play like this, the children would have cried and looked for their mother. Thinking of this, Pomegranate felt a little admiration in her heart. She told herself that maybe the children of rich families were so amazing. Looking at the children's sand-covered bodies, red faces, and small hands, Pomegranate asked someone to prepare the bathwater and walked closer to the two children, wanting to carry them. No, we can walk after lying down for a while. Ask someone to heat up the bathwater and warm up the old wine. Just warm up a big pot. Go, don't worry about us. Zhang Xiaobao used all his strength to shake his head and ordered Pomegranate. Pomegranate hesitated for a moment, but still did as the little master said. She did not leave but stood by the side and arranged everything. It's so damn comfortable. When was the last time I was so tired? I miss those days. Zhang Xiaobao said in a muffled voice, basking in the sun, face down, and sticking his head to the wet sand that he had pushed away with his head. Isn't that so? It's fine today, but it will be hard to train tomorrow. Even if we eat too much milk, we will be hungry at night. Xiaobao, what do you want to eat tonight? Wang Wan imitated Zhang Xiaobao and used her head to push the sand. Who knows? I don't want to think about this right now. I just want to lie down and sleep. Zhang Xiaobao stuck his little hands into the sand. It was cool there. Wang Wan followed suit. No, you have to think carefully. That little milk will affect our training tomorrow. If you can stand greasy food, then drink mutton soup. Ask them to boil the mutton until it's soft. Don't put too much salt and other spices. If you want to eat something light, then eat cucumber and egg soup. Don't put too many cucumbers, stir the eggs and add some chopped green onions. It's better than going hungry. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to eat something light right now. Mutton soup. Just bear with it if you feel disgusted. After all, it can replenish energy quickly. If there is too much gruel and water, the calories will come slowly. Our rice isn't very good. Wang Wan chose the dish that she didn't want to eat the most. Zhang Xiaobao used all his strength and was finally able to stand up. He pulled Wang Wan and the two of them walked together to the shade. Their staggering steps made Pomegranate worried. After soaking in the hot water for almost an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan massaged each other with the warm wine. When it was their turn to be massaged, they would bite the clothes next to them and endure the soreness. Everyone was driven out. The two of them didn't want others to see their uncomfortable appearance. Xiaobao, the alcohol content of this wine is too low. Let's distill it. The body absorbs it slowly and the alcohol is evaporated. Wang Wan hummed and said, I don't like it. It's useless. If you want to make drunk prawns, Shaoxing yellow wine is the best. It can be used to treat wounds and disinfect. Wang Wan continued to persuade. She didn't know the steps of distilling, but she thought that Zhang Xiaobao had no problem. No, I dislike alcohol. It can easily cause pus to form under the scabs. When I was injured before, I directly used yellow iodine water. You can also get injured. You're such a powerful person. Wang Wan had nothing to say. She was almost crying when Zhang Xiaobao massaged her. How can I be injured? Why don't I get injured? I always get injured when I practice. Luckily, I have the money I stole from the officials to support me. There was once when I jumped down from 13 meters and broke both my legs. 200,000 yuan was sent to the hospital and they treated me like I was their ancestor. When my legs recovered, I continued to jump and finally found that feeling. After Xiaobao finished massaging Wang Wan's last leg, he directly lay down on the ground. Wang Wan gritted her teeth and got up. She began to massage Zhang Xiaobao. I, a great beauty, am massaging you. Are you happy? Is it comfortable? What feeling? Now, whoever touches me will have the same feeling. How did you make yellow iodine water? When I was cheating people, I didn't mention this thing. If I knew it would be like this, I would have learned it. It's just a matter of a few sentences and I can memorize it. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth, sucked in cold air and snorted. What you asked Erniu's family to do, and what about Cherry's side? Have you thought about what to do in the end? What if it's leaked? Wang Wan pressed both hands on Zhang Xiaobao's back. Her whole body weight was almost pressing on him. Zhang Xiaobao was just about to speak when he suddenly snorted. When Wang Wan changed positions, he exhaled and said, Don't be afraid. There are many ways to make money. When others learn it, we will do other things. This kind of thing is like cheating people. It needs to be flexible. In this era, it's not easy to keep a secret. Okay, you're good. What about the hot pot? Don't you want to sell it for money? When your family and I are done eating, we'll publicize it for free so that everyone who is willing to eat like this will know how to make hot pot. When the time comes, we'll sell the ingredients. In fact, the most normal thing to do is to put starch. That way the meat won't get old easily. I don't know how to do it, so I'll let him cook rice and wheat. This thing has a lot of starch content, so we'll have another source of income when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao slowly closed his eyes. This kind of massage was really comfortable. The sour feeling was in place and the pain was good. In the small room, the two of them pressed on each other. Outside, Zhang Wang clan was also eating hard. When Pomegranate arranged for people to make thick mutton soup, Zhang Wang clan also asked people to make pork knuckles for her to eat. The kind without salt. After eating 2 mouthfuls, she felt disgusted. Xiao Qiu, who specially came to serve her, looked at the bowl of greasy pork knuckles. She didn't need to eat it. Just looking at it made her want to vomit. When she saw her madam eating hard, she persuaded her. Madam, this thing is really too greasy. How about adding some salt? It can't go on like this. What salt? Is it still milk with salt? My son and daughter-in-law are tired out today. If I don't eat more, how can I feed them? Other families' children cry hard when there's something wrong, but my 2 children are very sensible. If they're hungry at night, they won't cry like other families' children. They'll bear with it. The more they act like this, the more my heart aches. Tonight, when you sleep next to them, listen carefully. If there's any sound, wake me up to feed them. Jiang Wang clan said a few words and began to eat again. Thinking of the sweet smile of the children when they were full and sleeping, she felt that the pork knuckles didn't seem so greasy anymore. Madam, why don't you find 2 wet nurses? It's too tiring for you to feed 2 children by yourself. Xiao Qiu persuaded. No, I'll feed my children myself. I still have pork knuckles to eat. Many families want to eat meat but can't. Didn't they also survive? As Jiang Wang clan spoke, she picked up a piece of fatty meat that was about an inch thick and stuffed it into her mouth. There was a smile on her face as if she had won a battle. At night, just as Jiang Wang clan had predicted, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would wake up after 2 hours of sleep. When the muscles were regenerating, they consumed a lot of calories. The prepared mutton soup was given to Jiang Wang clan, and the 2 of them were still drinking milk. The next day, when Jiang Wang clan went to do other things, Zhang Xiaobao called Pomegranate and asked, "What did my mother eat before dinner last night?" In reply to the young master, it was pork knuckles. Pomegranate replied, "Okay, you can go now." Xiaobao, pork knuckles can't be used so quickly, right? Wang Wan waited for Pomegranate to leave the room and asked, "The milk we ate yesterday had nothing to do with pork knuckles. This is a kind of self-hypnosis. My mother thought that pork knuckles could produce more milk, so she kept thinking that she had more milk. In the end, she really did have milk. It's like a sleepwalker climbing a tall building. In that state, she thought that she could climb up. As long as her body functions meet the requirements, she could climb up." Zhang Xiaobao explained. "Oh, so are we still going to walk on the sand today?" Wang Wan nodded to show that she understood. She didn't say too much. They were all adults, so there was no need to say words of gratitude. "We can walk on the sand. You should have noticed that we don't feel uncomfortable at all. This is the benefit of a child's body. The recovery speed is very fast. Let's walk around outside today. I want to familiarize myself with the things on Zhuangzi." "You let Pomegranate lead you and I'll look for cherries." Zhang Xiaobao made the decision. When she finished drinking the milk, she was carried out. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see what was planted on Zhuangzi and whether it could increase the yield. Wang Wan was assigned the task of understanding the farmer's thoughts. They split up to act. Cherries went to buy eggs yesterday. Today she didn't need to go personally. Someone sent the eggs over. They were all newly laid according to her request. At least one end of the eggs was round and they couldn't shake too much. Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried about this last point. As if she knew the young master's worries, Cherries directly said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, don't worry. These people won't dare to lie to us. I will mark the eggs they send over. I will go to whichever family has more necrotic eggs." "That's good. I'm not worried. You brought the chicks out. What are you going to feed them?" Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. The people here were different from the people in his era. There weren't that many bad people. "What are you going to feed them?" "Just drive them out and feed them. They can find something to eat. They can even eat sand." Cherries casually replied, "That won't do. My chickens must be stronger than other people's chickens." Chapter 28. When Zhang Xiaobao said those words, many ideas formed in his mind in an instant. He looked at Cherries' puzzled eyes and said, "Just the free-range farming alone takes a long time. I have to gather a lot of money in a short period of time. Listen to me. Go back and find a few servants and ask them to collect the rotten rice or wheat stalks. Especially those piles of firewood used by the other people in the farmstead." The weather was fine and it had rained earlier. The bottom of the pile of firewood must have rotted. They also wanted to dry it. "You can just use money to collect it. You can give them money. Those things are not valuable. You can just give them as you see fit. You can collect them all and transport them to the worst piece of land behind my house, where you can take turns to rest and bury them. Then find someone to catch earthworms. Yes, they are called earthworms. Throw them in and raise them. Also, get some feces. When it's almost night, you can do it yourself. You can also find someone to pick up the rotten fish and shrimp thrown away by others in the market. It's even better if there are river snails. Bring them all back and find an open space to dry." "Little young master, what are you going to do? Those fish can't be eaten anymore." Cherries was confused. She felt that this little young master's thoughts could not be looked at with normal eyes. So stupid. Didn't we just talk about raising chickens? Of course we will grind these things into powder and feed them to the chickens. At that time our chickens will grow the fastest and lay the most eggs. There won't be any soft-shelled eggs. Zhang Xiaobao found that the most painful thing in life was that others could not understand you when you were talking. If this was his subordinate in the past, he would definitely be angered to death. Why didn't they open their shells? Oh, I understand. Little young master, you are really amazing. I don't know if it will work, but I think what you said is right. When the time comes we will sell eggs. If the chickens don't lay eggs we can still sell chickens. We don't have to pay for the things we pick up. It's a business without cost. Cherries felt that she had figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and patted his forehead. He found that if he really let Cherries take charge alone, she was still too far away. Fortunately, he did not directly complain about Cherries. He felt that he did not take good care of his subordinates, so he could only patiently train them. He said to Cherries, "My family doesn't sell eggs. I'm still keeping those eggs to make cakes. Otherwise, if you go and buy eggs, you'll lose a lot of money in the process. Wouldn't it be better if we keep that part of the profit? Why give it to others? The thing I asked Erneu's family to make can be used to make cakes. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. You'll have to learn bit by bit." Yes, young master is indeed a demon. No, he is the reincarnation of an immortal. Everyone says so. Cherries flattered. This made Zhang Xiaobao worried. It turned out that he and Wang Wan had already attracted the attention of others. There were even rumors of the reincarnation of a seductress. Who was it? Was it intentional or not? On this day he still had to hide his actions. He had to waste a lot of energy. How much money could he earn with that energy? He had to investigate this matter thoroughly and think of a way to keep it quiet. Everyone knew that the rafters that stuck out would rot first. What should he do? It was better to discuss with his mother. Who would harm his mother but not him? Of course, that Wu Meinyang who was already dead was an exception. That was the real demon. Young master, is that all? Is there anything else? Cherry saw that the young master didn't speak for a while and was a little scared. The young master's face was too gloomy. When an adult made such an expression, others would know that he was angry. When a child made such an expression, it was a little scary. Especially the child's eyes. As long as one looked into them, one would feel guilty. It was too pure and empty. Yes, there's something else. I want to ask you now. Who said that we are demons or demons? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a smile on his face at this time. Usually he would use a baby face and a child's smile to talk to others. Young master, what's wrong? It's little Seven. It's little Seven who was chopping firewood in the kitchen. He said that when he was taking firewood, he heard the master in the backyard saying that the young master is a demon. Cherries was frightened. Little Seven? How long has he been working in my house? What did he do in the past? Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect that the root of this matter was actually his father. Of course he couldn't complain to his father. At that time his father must have been talking to his mother. Why was little Seven's ear so sharp? Why was his mouth so annoying? Wang Wan had been very careful, afraid that others would know too much. He had asked Erneu to keep it a secret and asked Cherries to keep it a secret and let others do the work. His mother was smart. It was fine if she knew, but if others knew, it would be troublesome. A tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. A beach higher than the shore would be swept away by the current. As a swindler, the most important thing was to hide. If a swindler was caught, what would the consequences be? He didn't expect that there would be internal problems. Zhang Xiaobao considered all these and could only sigh. After all, this family was not built by him and the quality of the people was too poor. The only thing he had to do now was to figure out little Seven. If he deliberately spread the news, then there was only one result: death. If he didn't mean to, then he had to think of a way to tidy up Zhuangzi. This was troublesome. When he used these people, he couldn't order them around like an extension of his arm, but he couldn't always add to his troubles. Little young master, you said that you still have something to do. What do you want me to do? Cherries asked. Oh, let's talk about serious matters. Let me ask you. When the people in Zhuangzi and the Wang family finish eating the eggs, where do the eggshells go? After eating the chicken, where do the feathers go? After all, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't someone who hadn't seen storms. He wouldn't let one thing affect the overall plan. Of course they throw it away. It's the same in my house. They throw some away every day. The house that Cherries was talking about was Zhang Xiaobao's house. Throw it away? Really throw it away? Does that mean that those in the restaurants are also thrown away? Good, that's great. Cherries, I'll give you a new task. Find someone else. You're too busy. Go and collect the things that are thrown away for me. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. These were all good things for making fodder. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know how to make down jackets and was afraid that the current cloth would leak, he could even make down jackets. Why are they all useless things that don't cost money? Cherries said softly. She looked up and saw that the little young master was looking at her. She quickly said, "Okay, little young master. I'll go back and arrange for people to collect the things you mentioned. Little young master, it's too hot here. Let's sit under the shade of a tree." "And that's good. This land is also my house, right? Why are you planting trees?" Zhang Xiaobao was led by Cherries to a big tree. He sat on a rock that was cushioned by cherries and pointed to a forest in the distance. In reply to little young master's question, "This is Yongye Field. The people above told us to plant trees." "Oh, is there this kind of awareness now? That's not right. I remember that in this era, it's destroying forests to build fields." Zhang Xiaobao was a little confused. Cherries also didn't understand what the little young master was talking about. She thought that the little young master was asking about the forest. She said, "These places are all mulberry trees. They have to hand in a lot of silk every year." Xiaobao immediately understood. So it wasn't a simple forest. There had to be some sort of output, and it wasn't the output of wood processing. If that was the case, then he could use his brain in the forest. Zhang Xiaobao began to carry out the next step of the plan. His brain was about to turn into paste. Especially that little seven, she was too hateful. Wang Wan's mission was to observe the local customs. She was carried by Pomegranate and walked around. They walked and walked until they reached the small bridge outside Zhuangzi. After crossing this bridge, they were considered to be out of the Wang family's and Zhangjia Zhuangzi's sphere of influence. Pomegranate didn't dare to walk. She carried Wang Wan and sat on a stool on the other side of the bridge. She pointed at the trickling water and said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, do you see this water? So cool. When you grow up, you can go down and play." Wang Wan didn't care if the water was cool or not. She wanted to hear other people talk about their daily lives, but the problem was that there was no one around. If she talked to Pomegranate, she might as well go home. She looked around and found a few black spots at the lower end of the river. She reached out and pointed in that direction and asked, "What's that?" "That's a wild boy swimming." Of course Shirlu saw it. Not only were the children from the two villages playing there, even some children from the other side of the bridge were there. They were having a water fight with their buttocks bare. She felt that it should not be seen by the young lady of the Wang family. "I want to see." Wang Wan struggled hard in that direction, trying to escape from Pomegranate's embrace. Pomegranate patiently persuaded her. The result was needless to say. Wang Wan won. Pomegranate carried Wang Wan and walked over. Wang Wan wanted to see the child's body condition. Did she have enough nutrition? Then she looked at the clothes on the shore. Was the family rich? Just as they were about to reach the place, a child suddenly ran over from the other side of the bridge and shouted to the other children in the water, "Go and see, the great philanthropist's song is here." When the children heard this, they came out of the water and quickly put on their clothes. No matter which Zhuangzi it was, they all ran over there. "What great philanthropist?" Wang Wan asked. "Hey, someone is going to be fooled again. How can there be a great philanthropist? He is a liar. This liar song is very good. He has deceived so many people, but there are still people who call him a great philanthropist. Let's go back. Otherwise, when he sees you, Cuckoo, he will also deceive you. We can't afford to offend him, but we can still hide." Pomegranate sighed and called him a liar. She carried Wang Wan and was about to leave. If it was something else, Wang Wan would really leave. When she heard that he was a great philanthropist and a liar, she suddenly smiled and said to Pomegranate, "What liar? He must be a great philanthropist." "Little girl, he is really a liar. Don't go there. It is said that once you see that person you will be deceived." Pomegranate was scared. No, he must not be a liar. How can there be a liar in such a good place? Go, stop a child who hasn't run far. Ask him to go back to Zhuangzi and bring Xiaobao here. When Xiaobao comes you can ask Xiaobao. There is no such thing as a liar, there is no such thing as a good person. Wang Wan said with certainty. Chapter 29. Song Jinggong was an orphan. Years ago there was an epidemic and everyone in the village died, leaving only him who was 10 years old. He begged for food and was looked down upon by others. He accepted it. After all, others looked down on beggars like him. The only thing he couldn't accept was that some people beat and scolded him, scolded his parents and beat him black and blue. There were several times when he thought he was going to die, but it seemed that God didn't want him to die just like that. He always survived at the last moment. Until now, he still remembered that there was a boss in Zhuangzi who had nothing to do and sent his dog to bite him. That big Zhuangzi didn't even give him a bite of food. He didn't even enter the yard, so why did he send the dog to bite him? From then on, he swore that he would definitely get his revenge. First, he eavesdropped outside some of the schools built by the rich. Later, he found that it was better not to learn those kinds of knowledge. When he was 15, he finally earned some money by working for others. Before he could have a good meal, he met an old man who was about to die from illness. After some hard work, he found that the old man knew a lot of things. Finally, there was someone who could teach him. When he was 20, the old man died. From then on, he made up his mind to use what he had learned to take revenge on those rich people. 10 years later, he cheated many people but also helped many others. This time he set his target on Guzhuang. He thought that he could trick them, but they ignored him. Just when he was sulking, he heard someone say that there were 2 more Zhuangzi across the bridge. Now he was tempted again. He slowly walked toward the Wang family's Zhuangzi and Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Cherries, don't worry if you don't understand. My plan is too long, so you can take it one step at a time. Let's go, take me to other places. When Zhang Xiaobao was trying his best to train Cherries, he saw the confused look on her face. He realized that he was too anxious. He was afraid that Cherries would be shocked and lose her confidence, so he patiently tried to persuade her. Yes, little lord, you're amazing. I'm going to learn from you. Little lord, actually, I've never thought of you as a monster. It's just that, Cherries' big sister Pomegranate wants you to bring young Master Xiaobao over there. She says that she has something to discuss. Just when Cherries wanted to say a few more words to Zhang Xiaobao, a child ran over and shouted at Cherries. Cherries knew this child. He was a child of a family in Zhuangzi. His name was Little Shitu. Looking at Little Shitu's anxious appearance, she nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go now. Little Shitu is a good child." Hearing the praise, Little Shitu shyly rubbed his head, turned around and ran away again. Little Lord, Pomegranate wants us to go over. Do you think we should go or not? Cherries didn't know why Pomegranate wanted her. She still wanted to carry the little lord, so she asked inquisitively. Zhang Xiaobao instantly realized that this was definitely not Pomegranate's intention. Pomegranate wouldn't dare to ask him to go over. Needless to say, other than Pomegranate, there was only Wang Wan left. It was guaranteed that there was something important to discuss. He nodded, opened his arms and let Cherries carry him. He said, "Let's go. Hurry up. Maybe there's something urgent. Call back the child who hasn't run far and ask him what he saw and heard." Cherries carried the little lord, called Little Shitu and called him over to ask him. Of course, Little Shitu didn't know why Pomegranate wanted him to come over and find someone, so he shook his head blankly. "I'm not asking about Pomegranate. I'm asking about you playing over there. Did you encounter anything fun?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that Cherries didn't know how to ask, so he had to interject. "Little boss, I was playing in the water with the other people on Zhuangzi. It was really fun. Oh yes, we heard that the great philanthropist song was coming, so we all ran over. I was too slow." Little Shitu was a little nervous when facing the young master of the main family, so he couldn't speak clearly. "Who is the great philanthropist song? Who gave you things for free?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he felt that there was something wrong. He always felt that if a person was really kind, then he wouldn't have a reputation. Those who had a reputation were not good people. He had seen a lot of people like this. When there was a natural disaster, they would try their best to advertise how kind they were. They would take out a lot of money and wait for the media to flatter them. They had a reputation, but they didn't take out the money at all. He had also seen a real kind person. Wherever there was a need for help, some people would drive their own off-road vehicle, install a satellite phone and bring a car full of first aid supplies. When they arrived at the place, they would give out the supplies. If anyone was in danger, they would call. When the supplies were gone, they would drive elsewhere to buy more. Then this great philanthropist song definitely didn't belong to the latter. What was he doing here? Was it to gain a reputation? While Zhang Xiaobao was guessing, Little Shitu said again, "In fact, the great philanthropist song is really a good person. He has helped a lot of poor people, but there are always some people who say that he is a liar. I heard that it was spread by a few rich people in Zhuangzi." When he said this, Xiaobao was stunned. It was a familiar feeling. Helping the poor and deceiving the rich was what he had done in the past. The problem was that when he was in China, he usually didn't deceive proper businessmen. He usually deceived officials. Could it be that the great philanthropist song was looking for the rich to do this? It was too extreme. It was really a little extreme. Thinking about this, they went all the way to the bridge. Wang Wan and Pomegranate were waiting. When the two met, Wang Wan said first, "Xiaobao." Pomegranate said that the great philanthropist Song is a liar. "I don't think it's possible. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao understood when he heard this. Looking at Wang Wan's excited eyes, he had to say, "Cuckoo is right. How can there be a liar in such a good place? A good person, definitely a good person. I promise. Let's wait here. A good person shouldn't only do good to the people across the bridge." As he said this, he glared at Wang Wan and blamed her for being a busybody. Wang Wan smiled. She really hoped that it was a liar. It would be very fun to meet Zhang Xiaobao. Liar? How capable could a liar in this era be? International liars were all doing business honestly. Who dared to cheat them? She had to see for herself who it was. Thinking of this, she was afraid that the liar wouldn't come. She said, "Why don't we go over and take a look?" "Forget it. Let's not go over. This side of the bridge is our place. If we go over, it's their place. We have to give them a chance." Zhang Xiaobao vetoed this suggestion. If they really went over, it would be considered offensive. If they waited here, it would be considered defensive. There were too many people in the world who were not pleasing to the eye. They could not go looking for trouble for no reason. Pomegranate and Cherries didn't know what the two children were talking about, but they were anxious. If Little Master and Cuckoo were wronged, it would be troublesome. They were especially vigilant against that liar Song. Pomegranate first persuaded from the side. "Little Master, that person is really a liar. Let's just wait here for a while. If that person comes, don't pay attention to him, okay? Pomegranate, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. We'll just play here. When he comes, he will naturally know what's going on. Don't always listen to others. You have to see it with your own eyes. Hearing is false, seeing is not necessarily the truth. In short, just wait." Wang Wan wanted to catch the liar now, maybe it was a professional habit. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word. Looking at the bridge in front of him, he knew that the river passed by his house. He immediately thought of a new way to earn money. He wanted to implement it, but he found that there were too few people around him. Moreover, the investment this time would not be small. Just as he was thinking about when to implement it, a person walked over from the other side of the bridge, and a group of people surrounded him. When Wang Wan saw that person, her eyes lit up. She could guess that that person should be Liar Song. Oh, he should be called Great Philanthropist Song. She turned her head and glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly shook his head and sighed. This person really didn't know when to stop. He originally thought that he wouldn't come here, but he didn't expect that he would bump into the muzzle of the gun. Was this bridge so easy to cross? "Little young master, that's the Great Liar Song. If he comes over, you and your wife must not speak. Just ignore him." Pomegranate became nervous. Her eyes stared at the person opposite of them, hoping that he wouldn't come over. That person didn't seem to hear Pomegranate's inner thoughts. Finally, he walked to the bridge with a smile on his face. While talking to the people around him, he looked at the two children in silk clothes and the person holding the children. That smile suddenly became brighter. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao saw that person smile, they also smiled. Wang Wan was smiling because she could finally fight against criminals again. Zhang Xiaobao was smiling a little bitterly. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it, but there was no door to hell. Well, I need to revise my trickery. I haven't cheated for a long time. I miss it. How could Song Jinggong know what he was going to face? As soon as he saw the two children, he was happy. The people in Guzhuang were afraid, but the people in this place might not be so. Especially the existence of the two children, it was really good. He found another excuse. After saying a few words to the people around him, he quickly walked over and took out 2 sugar figurines from his sleeves. Song Jinggong thought that the two children would be moved by the lifelike sugar figurines. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still judging whether this great philanthropist Song was really a liar like what Pomegranate said. Now, when they saw the sugar figurines, they determined this person's character. He was unaccountably solicitous. He even brought props with him. It seemed that he was also a habitual offender. "Look at this child. How nice. Come, taste the sugar figurines." Song Jinggong waved the 2 little sugar figurines in front of the children and said, "Who are you? How dare you take out things for my little young master and my wife to eat? Are you tired of living?" When she saw the Great Liar Song coming and holding the sugar figurines, Pomegranate scolded with a cold face. This time Song Jinggong was even more happy. From these words, he determined the identity of the 2 children. He stared at the children's eyes and said, Yes, yes, I shouldn't let your little young master and your wife eat these things. I'll put them away. These children are really beautiful. I fell in love with them at first sight. You are? Chapter 30. Song Jinggong wanted to get to the bottom of this so that he could deceive them. When he asked, he looked into the eyes of the two children. He thought that the two children would clamor for such a beautiful candy man. He had already thought of how to deal with it. As long as the children liked him, he would have succeeded in the first step. Unfortunately, what he saw was that the two children's eyes only glanced at the candy figurine for a moment before ignoring it. Instead, they looked at him and smiled sweetly. However, why did this smile feel a little off? Could it be that the children all smiled like this? It was a little cold. Who are you? I am the young master of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big pure eyes and asked curiously. Wang Wan also tilted her head and cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, who are you? I am the young lady of the Wang family in Zhuangzi. Song Jinggong was not surprised at all when he heard the inarticulate voice. He thought that the two kids must have been taught to speak by their families. Families with a little bit of money were all like this. They always felt that their children were better than others, so they taught them a few words so that others would praise them. Thinking of this, Song Jinggong made a funny face at the two children, preparing to make them laugh. In the end, the two children turned their heads at the same time. This confirmed his guess that they were not smart children. In fact, when Wang Wan turned her head, she saw that when Song Jinggong made the face, there was something on his teeth. It was disgusting. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to talk to this person anymore. If he wanted to deceive them, he did not need to do anything. It seemed that this swindler was preparing to go to the family to deceive the adults. When Song Jinggong saw the appearance of the two children, he felt that he could not use the original method. He could only say to the two maidservants, "My name is Song Jinggong. When I saw that your young master and young lady are so good, I suddenly decided to help you to Zhuangzi. Quickly take me to see your family head." You want to see our family head? Was he dreaming? If I were you, I would leave immediately. Our Zhuangzi doesn't need people like you. Pomegranate looked coldly at Song Jinggong and sneered. She didn't give him any face. It was the same for Cherry. It was as if Song Jinggong was an enemy. She pulled Xiaobao into her arms and hugged him tightly. She turned her head and looked elsewhere. Failure, it's really a failure. Being a swindler to this extent, how can he continue to be a swindler when others are already on their guard? Cherries and pomegranate are not bad. They know how to distinguish between people and help the family avoid a lot of dangers. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter and rubbed Cherries' neck with his head. Cherries liked these two children very much. Looking at the cute appearance of the little child, she felt that Pomegranate would not see it and go back to tell Madam, so she turned her head and kissed Zhang Xiaobao hard on the face. Wang Wan saw the situation and was afraid that Song Jinggong would not go and swindle them. Then how would she catch the swindler? She could only say to Pomegranate, "Go home, I want to go home." Pomegranate also had the same idea. She turned around and walked back with Wang Wan in her arms, not even looking at Song Jinggong. Cherries naturally followed behind. Seeing the two maidservants leave with the children, Song Jinggong was not angry at all. He smiled and followed behind. The children who were watching the fun just now were not willing to continue following them when they saw that they were back on the other side of the river. They all jumped into the river and continued playing their games. The adults who followed them also turned back when they realized that they were no longer in Zhuangzi. Why are you following us? After walking for a while, Pomegranate realized that the great swindler Song Jinggong was actually following them. She stopped and turned around to ask him angrily, "When did I follow you? Could it be that Zhuangzi is your family so I can't walk? It's not like I entered your courtyard." Song Jinggong did not care at all and said with a smile, "Then you can follow us. Don't think that you can trick my mistress. My mistress will not fall for your tricks." Pomegranate said bluntly. She carried Wang Wan and quickly walked back. She was prepared to call the servants to chase them away when they reached the courtyard. If she had known that she would meet this swindler, she would have brought a few servants with her when she came out. "Miss, perhaps you have misunderstood. I, Song Jinggong, have never lied to anyone. You need to have proof for your words. Otherwise, I will report you to the officials. I am a high scholar after all." Song Jinggong threatened. "And a swindler will always be a swindler. Who knows how you got your high scholar title?" Pomegranate whispered softly. This time she really did not continue to scold Song Jinggong. After all, she knew that a high scholar was not to be trifled with. Her master did not have such a status yet. Seeing that the two servants were afraid, Song Jinggong felt proud of himself. This high scholar title was really useful. He had cheated so many people. Wasn't it because they could not find anything that could be used against him, and because of his status, they could not report him to the officials? High scholar Xiao Bao, can you win against him? Wang Wan was carried by Pomegranate and walked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. She turned her head and mouthed to him. High scholar Xiao Bao, can you win against him? A high scholar is nothing. When I was a swindler, I had a group of professors under me. 4 of them were top scorers in the National College entrance examinations. How dare he cheat my family? I will let him know why the flowers are so red. You go first, I will delay him. You go back and tell my mother about the situation here. Ask her to prepare. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to let a swindler off so easily. Since he was here, he had to treat him well. He asked Wang Wan to go back first and report the situation. The advantage of having a few meetings was that there would be more time for discussion. Okay, I will ask Pomegranate to go quickly. Aren't you going to prepare? Looking at the jade pendant hanging on his waist, I can guess that he has succeeded many times. Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and asked. Go ahead. What do I have to prepare? How many tricks does he have? Compared to me, he is not even on the same level. I must let him see who is the real ancestor of swindlers. And this question is a bit deep. Zhang Xiaobao also let loose today and started to chat with Wang Wan. After Pomegranate heard Wang Wan's words, she increased her speed and ran away first. Song Jinggong did not know what was going on. He wanted to chase after her, but he also wanted to follow this little boy. Just as he did not know what to do, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Liar, swindler. When these 3 words came out from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, Zhang Xiaobao even pointed at Song Jinggong. Little master, I am not a swindler. I am a good person. Song Jinggong was really scared now. He was not afraid that the 2 maids would go back and tell them. He believed that he had the ability to make the person in charge of Zhuangzi listen to his money-making plan. But he was afraid of this child, especially a little boy. He had already inquired from the people in Guzhuang that there was only one boy in this generation of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. What did a boy mean? All the love was given to this child. When the time came, don't say that he really wanted to cheat. Even if he did not cheat, this child could change the parents' minds with just one sentence. There was a most convincing saying that children could tell good from bad when they saw people, especially children who were not very sensible. It was said that children had the purest hearts and the clearest eyes. Song Jinggong did not want to waste his previous efforts because of a child. He was thinking about how to make this child like him. Then it would be easy. After thinking about it, he took out a peachwood Xiao Bao sword from his sleeve. There was a red string on it. Holding one end of the string, he waved the sword in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao laughed. He did not look at the sword but pointed at Song Jinggong and said, Money, money. If Wang Wan was here, she would definitely laugh until she was out of breath. This Zhang Xiaobao was really too cruel. Song Jinggong was not Wang Wan. Of course, he did not know what he was going to face. When he heard such a small child shouting for money, he thought that it must be his parents who taught him to know about money from a young age. This kind of person must be cheated. Yes, he must pass the test of the child in front of him. Money? Okay, money. Thinking about this, Song Jinggong took out a copper coin from his sleeve. On it was written Kaiyuan Tong Bao. He laughed and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. When Xiaobao saw that it was only 1 copper coin, he didn't even think about it. He waved his small hand and knocked the money to the ground. He continued to point at Song Jinggong and said, Silver, silver. Cherries was carrying the little master. Originally she should have left quickly. However, when she heard the little master's words, she slowly swayed behind him and did not care about anything else. At this time she could only endure this big liar's harassment. Song Jinggong picked up the copper coin that was knocked away. He cursed in his heart. Such a small child and he already started to recognize money. Could it be that the master of Zhuangzi threw a child into the pile of money for no reason? Gritting his teeth, he took out the 1 tael of broken silver and reluctantly handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not stand on ceremony. He took it and continued to shout for money. Seeing Song Jinggong's helpless gaze, he felt that the other party did not have any more money. He began to talk about money again. Song Jinggong still had money. It was not much, only 100 copper coins. If it was too heavy, he took it out and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. This time it was heavier than the money from before. Zhang Xiaobao used his hands to hold the string of money and placed it between himself and Cherries. His eyes were fixed on the jade pendant on Song Jinggong's waist. The string of the jade pendant was tied to the waist. The jade pendant fell to the thigh and could be pressed against the clothes. Zhang Xiaobao just stared at it and did not speak. Song Jinggong suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. He did not know why, but he followed the child's gaze and saw the jade pendant. If Zhang Xiaobao had been staring at the jade pendant from the beginning, then Song Jinggong definitely would not have given it to him. After all, it was bought with 5 strings of coins. No matter how good the jade was, it was not cheap. Zhang Xiaobao was using psychology. This was called giving him an inch and taking a yard. He wanted a little bit. In any case, he had already given him a little bit. Was there a need for another little bit? This was because Zhang Xiaobao was still too young. If he was a little older, he would be able to take a yard and ask for more. If you did not give, then he would ask for less. He would make you feel that you could not always refuse, and thus agree to the smaller requests later. How could Song Jinggong know these things? He could not imagine what kind of person the child in front of him was. He steeled his heart and took off the jade pendant. Panting heavily, he handed it over. He thought that if he did not cheat 100 taels this time, he would not give up. Chapter 31. With the dream of getting rich again, Song Jinggong followed behind cherries and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao responded with an even cuter smile. In a harmonious atmosphere, the 3 of them arrived at the Zhang family's courtyard in Zhuangzi. The Jiang Wang clan, who had already received Wang Wan's report in advance, did not come out to meet them this time. Even if Song Jinggong urgently requested, it was only Steward Zhang who came out as a representative. "Little master, whose things are you holding in your hand? We can't accept other people's things. Quick, return them." Steward Zhang followed the instructions and cooperated with the little master as soon as he saw him. This made Zhang Xiaobao stunned. He clearly did not tell anyone in advance that he would cheat people of money and things. How could Steward Zhang be so reasonable? Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would not return the money and things. Since he was here to cheat, he had to be aware that he would be cheated. He pretended to let Steward Zhang take the money and jade pendant from his hand and hand them back to Song Jinggong. His eyes moved along the things. Just as Song Jinggong was happy that his things were going to be returned, he suddenly said, "Cheat, cheat. Steward Zhang, what are you saying? Your little master is very cute. I gave this to him. It's just a little thing, why do you have to be like this?" To tell you the truth, when I saw the little master, I felt that it was fate. Song Jinggong saw that the things in the little boy's hand were gone and he was going to call him a cheat. He did not dare to take back the things. He took them and gave them to Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the little master's smiling face again, he felt weak all over. He was scared. Steward Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "Little Master Song, in that case, thank you very much. Oh, since little Master Song has come from afar, why don't you rest in the courtyard before making other plans?" These words sounded a bit like a rejection, but Song Jinggong didn't refuse at all. He came with a purpose, so he immediately seized the opportunity. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry to disturb you. It just so happens that I want to discuss a big deal with the manager of your village." Steward Zhang didn't say anything else. He only replied that he would go and report. He led the people into the living room and then turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao got down from Cherry's arms and walked back step by step. He wanted to find Steward Zhang and ask him how he knew that he had cheated. In a room, Wang Wan was being hugged by Jiang Wang clan. She kept calling her mother-in-law. To be honest, she didn't like it, but in order to survive, she had to marry Zhang Xiaobao. She wouldn't allow herself to marry someone who couldn't keep up with her thoughts at all. From now until they grew up and got married, it was a time for them to cultivate feelings. They would understand the same world, speak the same language, and have the same ideals. In the end, it wouldn't be difficult for them to be together. She would just treat it as an experience of this new era. "Mother-in-law, even if we expose that swindler in the end, don't report it to the authorities. I wonder how much money Xiaobao can swindle this time?" Wang Wan tried to make herself sound more intimate, even though she still couldn't get used to this identity. "Okay, I will listen to Cuckoo. Can Cuckoo tell mother-in-law how you know that Xiaobao can swindle money?" Jiang Wang clan had long realized that this future daughter-in-law and son of hers were too smart, but so what? Xiang Lu became Kong Shi at the age of 7, and Gan Luo became a high official at the age of 12. Wouldn't her son and daughter-in-law be smarter? "Ah, Xiaobao told me before he came back," Wang Wan replied. Of course, she couldn't say that she knew this swindler very well and had done a lot of research on him. If such a person didn't swindle a swindler from the beginning to the end, it would be a disgrace to the international reputation of swindlers. Zhang Xiaobao went through a few rooms and asked the servants, but in the end he still couldn't find manager Zhang. He could only go back and ask Wang Wan. He believed that this definitely had something to do with Wang Wan. As expected, the moment he entered the room, he saw Wang Wan in his mother's arms asking him with her lips, "How much money did you swindle?" "We split it 50-50. Zhang Xiaobao could only sigh. Knowing each other too well wasn't a good thing. There were no secrets to speak of. Ignoring Wang Wan, he opened his arms and walked towards his mother, shouting, "Mother, Xiaobao is back." His shout was so natural that Wang Wan couldn't help but shiver. Thinking back to Zhang Xiaobao's age in the past, she thought that there must be something wrong with his head. At this moment, manager Zhang was accompanied by 2 guards, interrogating Xiao Qi, who was locked up in one of the rooms. "Speak, who sent you here to spread rumors? You signed an irrevocable contract. If you don't speak, no one will pursue the matter even if you are beaten to death." Manager Zhang was no longer respectful in front of the madam. His face was as calm as water. As the manager of Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he was bound together with the Zhang family for good or ill. This position was passed down from generation to generation. He had his own courtyard on Zhuangzi, his own parents, wife and children. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy this happiness. Xiao Qi didn't have his own surname and didn't know who his parents were. Ever since he could remember, he was an orphan. Later on he was caught and sold to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He didn't need to pay for his own food, clothes and lodging. Every month he received a salary of more than 10 copper coins. This was a treatment that could only be obtained after working for 10 years. When he heard the manager's question, he looked at the manager and the 2 people behind him who also had unkind expressions. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a thud. "Manager Zhang, I didn't spread any rumors." "What are you talking about?" Xiao Qi didn't know what he did wrong. He thought that manager Zhang was deliberately finding fault with him. "It seems that you aren't telling the truth. Didn't you spread the news that the little master and the Wang family's young lady are monsters? Let him know what's good for him." Manager Zhang stared at Xiao Qi and waved his hand. The 2 people behind him rushed forward. Song Jinggong waited in the living room for a full hour before steward Zhang returned. "Young Master Song, I'm really sorry. I couldn't find the madam and went outside to look for her. In the end I've only just returned. It's a pity that the madam is tired and went to bed early after feeding the little master. I don't know if young Master Song has something important to say. I'll let the madam know." After manager Zhang finished interrogating Xiao Qi, he came to the living room and said to Song Jinggong. This was arranged early on. Song Jinggong couldn't guess if these words were reliable. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell this manager. He could only wait for the next opportunity. He must come tomorrow. At least he couldn't waste the money and jade pendant. He then said, "No matter. Since the madam is not here, can I see your master?" He didn't want to give up. Master doesn't care about the trivial matters of Zhuangzi. Everything is handled by the madam. Could it be that young Master Song is talking about academic matters? Naturally, you can go find him. Manager Zhang's answer was watertight. No, it's not academic matters. Is business a big business? Oh, so that's how it is. Then I ask young Master Song to come back tomorrow. Young Master, have some tea. Manager Zhang asked him to leave. Waiting for Song Jinggong to turn and leave, Manager Zhang looked at the slightly unwilling back of Song Jinggong and sneered, "You dare to have ideas about my family? When the time comes, you'll know what's good for you." So he's not a traitor sent to Zhuangzi. He's actually had an affair with a servant girl. This is easy to deal with. We just need to expel him from Zhuangzi. The Gang Wang clan received the manager's report. Xiao Qi wasn't sent by someone else. He heard the master's words and wanted to coax a servant girl called Xiao Hong into Zhuangzi. Thus he said these words. This proved that he knew a lot. After hearing the whole story, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also let out a sigh of relief. No one was willing to have their own backyard be in trouble while they were working hard to start their own business. Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree with his mother's way of doing things. He could only advise, "Mother, you can't expel Xiao Qi. If he's dissatisfied and tells others, it'll be bad. We'd rather beat him to death than let him go." There's no need to beat him to death. Since he's on good terms with that Xiao Hong, then we'll ask Xiao Hong what she thinks. If she agrees, then we'll allow the two of them. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to kill someone in order to eliminate a hidden danger and quickly stopped him. The Gang Wang clan looked at her son, then looked at her daughter-in-law. She happily kissed them on their cheeks and said, "Okay, we'll listen to Cuckoo. My son and Cuckoo can talk so much like adults. Even if she's a monster, mother will accept it." Where can I find a monster that's so close? Actually, it's all your father's fault. He had to say those words. Mother will go and talk to your father later. After talking and feeding the two children, the Gang Wang clan really went to look for Father Zhang. However, she didn't go alone. Instead, she called her mother-in-law and grandfather. It was as if she was going to blame them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally didn't care about others. They lay there, enduring the drowsiness, and discussed their future plans. You're coming up with ideas one after another. Are you going to come up with them all at once? There are only two people working. How can Cherries and Ernie know so many things? They'll tire themselves out. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao would develop too quickly if he continued like this, so she tried to persuade him. It's a little too much. Then let's let Ernie's family take care of the soy sauce, Cherries take care of the chickens, and let Pomegranate take care of the earthworms and other trivial things. Then we'll have no one by our side. Actually, it's not that I want to develop so quickly. If we weren't in the second year of the Kaiyuan era but 2 years ago, I could take it slow. Time doesn't suit me. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, I don't believe you. I feel that even if we were 2 years ago, you would still say the same thing. It's just like how some people always say that if they were a few years younger, they would say so and so. Wait for them to get older and they'll say the same thing again. Wang Wan didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's words at all. Zhang Xiaobao turned over and laid on his stomach, pressing his face into the mattress and said, It's true. I'm afraid that Li Longji will confiscate my family's land. My family's 100 households don't pay taxes. If the land is gone, what will happen to the people in Zhuangzi? Keep it? That's tax per head. How much money does it cost every day? If I don't keep it, who will take care of my grandparents and parents? I'm worried that they won't be able to take it. Even if I let you earn, you want to buy such a big piece of land with such a small amount of money? Of course this amount of money isn't enough. What I need is a foundation. When the time comes, I'll naturally find a way to get rich. I won't tell you now, or else you'll start bemoaning the state of the universe again. Anyway, I won't lie. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain. Who cares? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Don't say it to me in the future. Think about that big liar song. Wang Wan said in a huff. What's there to worry about liars? You government officials are still the best. Why didn't I think of using delay? As expected of bureaucracy. It's good to delay him for a few days. Respect. Zhang Xiaobao praised. This was because today's delay tactic was Wang Wan's idea. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, they should just directly lie to each other. What do you know? This is called a battle strategy. Go to sleep. We still have to continue training in the afternoon. Chapter 32. Pomegranate was also sent out to do something. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up, they found another servant girl sitting by the door. Now, I'm really starting to admire your mother in this life. She's in charge of the farm, she's feeding us milk, and she's also able to grasp the situation around the children at any time. If it were in our era, she would definitely be an all-powerful woman, Wang Wan said with a sigh. That's right. Don't you see whose mother she is? In the future, don't always say your mother like that. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Call them father and mother. Who is this at the door? We can't arrange anything else, otherwise we won't have enough people at home. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the servant girl standing by and thought of an idea. After thinking about it, he finally rejected it. When he saw Wang Wan looking at him unhappily, he smiled and said, I'm used to it. I always feel like I'm still the person who controls a large corporation. Then always remind yourself, especially in front of outsiders. Let's go to the sand. While the children are recovering quickly, we should seize the time to exercise. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, the two began to kick the mattresses on the ground. This was the only way for them to get off the ground. Little young master, you're up? After kicking a mattress, the servant girl alertly walked over. We don't need you, we can do it ourselves. What's your name? Seeing that the servant girl was reaching out to carry him and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao spoke to stop her. In reply to little young master, my name is Xiao Hong. Thank you little young master and little miss for asking for mercy. In the future little seven and I won't dare to speak out of turn. The person who called herself Xiao Hong was somewhat reserved. Oh, you're Xiao Hong. Do well in Zhuangzi and we won't treat you badly. Hurry up and get off. Wang Wan said to Xiao Hong and urged Zhang Xiaobao to get off the ground first. Taking a deep breath and protecting their heads with both hands, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rolled onto the mattress on the ground one after another under Little Red's astonished gaze. Little Red felt as if the things that had rolled down were not two children, but two large rocks firmly pressing down on her chest. She was so frightened that she did not know what to do. Go to the kitchen to get the water we need. As soon as you tell them, they will understand. Go to the backyard to find us. Remember to bring 2 sets of our clothes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the mattresses on the ground. Xiao Hong should be able to do this kind of thing. One in front of the other, they staggered outside. Looking at the little young master and little Miss Wang's disappearing figures, Xiao Hong was stunned. After a while she reacted. She covered her mouth with her hand and muttered, "Not a monster. I don't know anything. I won't say anything." Xiao Hong trembled as she was told to go to the kitchen. The kitchen had already prepared everything. When she took the water and walked to the back, Xiao Hong was still in a trance. As she walked, she suddenly stopped and muttered to herself, "If the little young master is really a monster, then wouldn't the family head in the future be a monster? That doesn't seem bad. With a monster as the family head, who would dare to bully the people on Zhuangzi?" In an instant, Xiao Hong, who thought it through, became happy. She quickened her steps and came to the back of the yard. She saw the little young master and little Miss Wang walking there hand in hand. Not far away, under a tree, sat the old madam and old master, looking at the 2 little guys with benevolent smiles on their faces. The scorching sun gradually sank. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan once again dragged their tired bodies back to their room. Enduring the soreness, they massaged each other once before lying there and gradually fell asleep. Jiang Wang clan had already been ordered for the past few days. They were to eat a pig's knuckle every day, the kind without salt. For her, for the sake of her children, there was nothing she couldn't endure. Waiting for Jiang Wang clan to feed her milk, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying there reading the 1,000-character classic, Erniu and Cherries both came back. Pomegranate took a few people to the market to pick up vegetables, leaves and rotten fish. "Little young master, the sauces have already been made. It's not very good to make sauces at this time of the year. My mother said that we can still make sauces. It'll be ready in a few days. Send the money for the small porcelain jar over as well." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan raised their heads to rest their eyes, Ernie finally opened his mouth to report. "And take care of this matter first. You put in a lot of effort. Keep 10% of the things that aren't soybeans for your family. Bring the rest back to the courtyard and find a place for me to put them. Find someone who can read and write down the amount of each item and send it to me. You don't have to come here every day. Come once every 2 to 3 days. If you encounter anything that you can't decide, you can ask me. Rest in the courtyard tonight and go back tomorrow morning." Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and then instructed Erniu. He glanced at Cherries, who was standing at the side, and nodded. Cherry stepped forward and said, "Little young master, the Kong bed you mentioned has already been set up and dried. We also bought a lot of eggs. I've been touching the chicken coop every day. I think it's ready." "It's ready? That's good. Do as I say. In about 20 days there will be chickens coming out of their shells. Let me think about it and I'll tell you the details tomorrow. This thing. I'm familiar with it. When you see Pomegranate, tell her to hurry up." Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and then slowly said. He stuck his head out to look at Song Jinggong and said, "What do you want?" "I am Song Jinggong. I want to see the manager of your manor." Song Jinggong cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "I don't know. Do you have a name card? How can the manager of my manor be met so casually?" The gatekeeper disdainfully curled his lips. "I was here yesterday with your young master. Why don't you know today?" Song Jinggong was angry, but he couldn't directly show it. He could only continue to speak. "Yesterday I only saw the young master. I didn't see anyone else." "Oh, isn't this young Master Zheng? You've come. Quickly invite him in. I'll inform him of your arrival." As the gatekeeper spoke, he suddenly changed his face and greeted Song Jinggong. He then turned around and ran back. Song Jinggong heard the gatekeeper's words and turned his head to look. He saw a young man in his 20s standing there with a smile on his face. He wore a small gown and tight leggings. He didn't look like a rich person. Why did the gatekeeper treat him like this? With doubts, Song Jinggong cupped his hands and said, "So it's young Master Zheng. I understand. My surname is Song." "Oh, hello young Master Song. Is young Master Song here to borrow money like me?" This young Master Zheng didn't seem to know the meaning of secrecy. He opened his mouth and spoke his purpose. "Borrow money? Then why did the gatekeeper treat the two of us differently? Song Jinggong wanted to understand what was wrong with him. Oh, young Master Song must be a righteous person. Although I'm here to borrow money every time I come, I will. Young Master Zheng, please come in. Just as Song Jinggong wanted to know the reason, the gatekeeper came back and stood at the door to welcome him. Young Master Zheng smiled and thanked him. He handed a string of 300 copper coins to the gatekeeper and walked in respectfully under the gatekeeper's service. Looking at young Master Zheng's receding figure, the gatekeeper weighed the money in his hand with a smile on his face and put it away happily. When he saw Song Jinggong again, he suddenly snorted coldly, turned around and went in without saying anything. Song Jinggong now knew the reason. He gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to cheat, but he wanted to go back to get the money. He finally understood what was going on with the gatekeeper. It was easy to meet the king of hell but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. If you think this book is too short, you can read my other book, The Legend of the Waiter. You have to save your ticket for this book. Chapter 33. Song Jinggong was a swindler. He always thought that he was the best and did not think about other things. He did not know how to communicate with others in the same field. Could be said that he was conservative. Zhang Xiaobao grasped this mentality of his and continued to swindle money. Every time it was just a little bit. He even used the doorkeeper. After Song Jinggong went back in the morning, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In order to get his revenge, he hurried back that night with the money. He met the same doorkeeper again. With the experience of this morning, he did not say anything and handed over a small piece of silver. It was about half a tael. It was almost twice as much as what young Master Zheng gave in the morning. The doorkeeper smiled and took the money and ran in. After a while, he turned around and showed a helpless expression. He said, "Young Master Song, the housekeeper is checking the accounts. Perhaps you will not be able to see young Master today. It would be better if you came early tomorrow morning." "Then is your madam here?" Song Jinggong was distressed to spend half a tael of silver. He gave so much money to the doorkeeper. At this time, seeing that he could not talk to the housekeeper, he made a new request. Who knew that when the doorkeeper heard this, his face suddenly became gloomy. He said coldly, "Young Master does not need to worry about my madam. Young Master, please go back." Song Jinggong stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly remembered that she still had 2 babies to feed. They must be babies at this moment. It was really rude of him to ask like this. He looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. He forced a smile and turned around to leave. After walking a few steps, he found that he was going to the house where he stayed yesterday. Thinking about the food there, he changed direction and went to the Wang family's house in Zhuangzi. Who knew that when he found a house that looked clean and told him the purpose of his visit, they asked for 10 copper coins for lodging and double the food expenses. Thinking that the food in this house would be better, he gritted his teeth and accepted. After all, he came to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to cheat people. It was not good to go to Gujia village. Who knew that when dinner was served, it was a plate of scrambled eggs with chives. It was not as good as scrambled eggs with chives. Lying on the bed that was almost hollowed out, the thin mattress was covered with thatch, and it was very uncomfortable. Just this alone was fine, but there were mosquitoes flying around in the room. Last night, when he slept, his family even lit a rope made of mugwort to drive away mosquitoes. Today there was nothing, and this room was next to the courtyard at the back. From time to time, Song Jinggong could see things flapping their wings as they wandered in through the half-broken window. Song Jinggong didn't even dare to take off his clothes. He covered his face with a blanket with an unknown smell and couldn't fall asleep at all. The sound of crickets chirping outside the window did not stop. In the past it was a different kind of feeling to hear it, but today it was even more so. It was late at night and the dew was heavy. The vegetables and fruit trees in the courtyard were constantly sending moisture into the house. Song Jinggong felt that his hands and feet were ice cold. He tossed and turned and curled his body into a ball, but he still couldn't get rid of this cold. Old sir, open the door. We need to discuss something." Finally, Song Jinggong, who couldn't bear this kind of torture, got up and went to the next room. He gently knocked on the door and only spoke when he heard the voice inside. "What's the matter? It's so late and you're still not sleeping?" The person who opened the door was around 50 years old. He yawned and asked with some dissatisfaction. "Old sir, my room is really too cold. Do you have a thin blanket that I can use to sleep on?" Song Jinggong didn't expect that a farmer would dare to speak to him like this. He sighed sadly in his heart and tried to negotiate. "Where's the blanket? I've already put it away." Where can I find it in the middle of the night? Just wait for the night. What were you thinking about in the morning? The old man refused. You really don't have one? It's not that you don't have one. There is a new blanket for my grandson to use when he gets married. It's placed in a conspicuous place. I spent a whole tale to get it made. The old man sighed as he spoke. His master was so shrewd that he even calculated this. I'll buy it. A tale of silver, I'll buy it. Song Jingong's eyes were red. What did he mean by a tale of silver? Could it be satin? I still have to spend a lot of effort to get it. The old man complained and didn't move. Add another 10 coins. Song Jingong increased the price. Wait. The old man snorted and closed the door. He probably went in to look for the blanket. After a full quarter of an hour, he came out and stuffed a rolled-up thing into Song Jingong's arms. He then turned around and closed the door. Song Jingong hugged the blanket and felt a little warmer. He went back to his room and covered himself with the blanket. He still couldn't sleep and could only look around under the moonlight. He looked around and saw the blanket. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He didn't know if it was because the moonlight was white or if there was a problem with the color of the blanket. When he looked closely, it was made of thick silk. This was the only set that cost 30 coins. The most expensive one was 50 coins. It actually cost 1 tael of silver. That was fine. But looking at the dyed areas, it was obvious that the color had been washed out. It was white. How could this be called a new blanket? Song Jingong was so angry. He thought about it and decided not to sleep. He stood up and walked to the window. He opened the other window and looked at the night scenery. In this way, Song Jingong spent a lot of money. Excluding the money he gave to Zhang Xiaobao, he spent a total of 10 taels of silver. This included accommodation, food, drinks, and gifts. But he only met Steward Zhang once. They talked about the matter and only said that they wanted to work together to do a profitable business. Steward Zhang said that he couldn't make the decision and needed to report to his wife, who knew that he would wait for a few more days. If he didn't spend so much money, he would have gone back long ago. Who would be chatting here? But he had spent the money. If he didn't do it well, he wouldn't be satisfied. Today he finally decided to stay in Gu family's Zhuangzi. He didn't want to waste this money. Xiaobao, you've been here for 20 days, right? Wang Wan, who was sitting on one end of a seesaw under the shade of a tree, used all her strength to press Zhang Xiaobao up. Zhang Xiaobao shifted his weight back and lifted Wang Wan up. He replied, No, it's been 19 days. In another 10 days the chicks will be born. The earthworms haven't grown up yet. Put them in the village's toilet. Oh, it's called the latrine. It doesn't matter if they eat maggots. I'm just afraid that they will fall into the pit and drown. We need to feed them some food. How about the sauce? Will it be ready soon? It's still early. It will take another 20 days. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the date that Ernie mentioned. Are you sure someone can buy it? It's just a little spicy. There's meat inside. Wang Wan also used all her strength to move back and lift Zhang Xiaobao again. She used this to train the strength of her legs and waist. She could train while playing. Absolutely no problem. When the sauce is ready, we'll send the recipe of using the sauce to those restaurants and inns. If they sell well, they'll come to buy the sauce and rest. It's been 2 hours. My legs are sore. In a while, I'll ask Xiao Hong to go to the kitchen and ask them to make some seaweed and bone soup. Didn't we buy seaweed 2 days ago? You need to replenish your nutrition. Just drinking milk won't do. Zhang Xiaobao got down from the seesaw and walked to a place with sunlight. He started to bask in the sun. Wang Wan followed him. Xiao Hong hurriedly went to the kitchen to ask someone to prepare something. When she came back, she took out a small cushion and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. She held an umbrella and hid under the shade. While looking at the 2 little ancestors, she was thinking about her own worries. Usually when she had some free time, she would make clothes for herself and Xiao Qi. This time she didn't dare to say anything. If anyone saw her holding a needle and thread while looking after the children, no one could help her. Xiaobao, don't just lie down. Look at how much money we have. Wang Wan turned over and propped her chin on the cushion. We don't have much money, but we've accumulated some things. Let's wait for the autumn harvest. What are you going to do with the autumn harvest? I always feel that you're up to no good. Wang Wan still didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. How should I say? You can say that I'm up to no good, or you can say that I'm doing something out of the kindness of my heart. It depends on how you interpret it. For example? Wang Wan asked. For example, is it good or bad for traders to make money? If you want to make a profit, you have to buy low and sell high, Zhang Xiaobao said thoughtfully. When Wang Wan, who was lying down, heard this, she immediately sat up. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You want to buy food? You want to hoard it? Don't be silly. How much money can I have? Why would I hoard it? I want to buy food locally. Today's harvest is good and the food is cheap. Next year I'll sell it elsewhere and make a lot of money." Zhang Xiaobao finally revealed his purpose. "Where? I can't say it yet. If I tell anyone, the secret will no longer be a secret." Zhang Xiaobao refused again. "I won't ask in the future. Think about that swindler song. How is he going to cheat us? I'm not an immortal or a demon. Let's wait. Tomorrow I'll get Steward Zhang to contact him. We'll deal with whatever comes our way." The next day Song Jinggong came to the courtyard again. He had already become used to coming once a day. He originally thought that he wouldn't get anything today, but who knew that when the gatekeeper took the money he gave and reported it, Steward Zhang personally came out to welcome him. "Haha, young Master Song has been waiting here for a long time, right? Come in with me." Steward Zhang warmly led Song Jinggong into the living room, which made Song Jinggong a little unaccustomed. When the two sat down, the servants served them tea. After a few sips, Steward Zhang said, "Young Master Song has been here for a long time. You must have something important to say, right? Today Madam went out to handle some matters and won't be back for a few days. Everything in the village is under my management. Young Master Song, if you have something to say, just say it." When Song Jinggong heard Steward Zhang's words, his heart skipped a beat. He asked tentatively, "You can make decisions about money?" "Of course. My family has been in charge of the Zhang family for generations. It's just a matter of managing money." "There's nothing I can do," Steward Zhang replied proudly. "Oh, if that's the case, Steward Zhang is very respected in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Congratulations, Steward Zhang." Song Jinggong flattered. Well said, well said. Young Master Song, just say what you want." Steward Zhang's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be very comfortable with the praise. "All right, I'll say it now. I have a shop in Sanshui County that specializes in antiques, calligraphy, and paintings." Song Jinggong said softly. "Oh. You want me to buy some calligraphy?" Steward Zhang asked. "No, I have something else to discuss. It's about making money." Song Jinggong finally said what he thought was very tempting. "This Song is afraid that if I went to another place to borrow money, not only would they not lend it to me, but they would also go to another merchant alone. At that time, this Song won't even be able to receive a single dan of goods. I've heard that the people of the Zhang family's manor are all kind-hearted people. That's why I've come to your esteemed manor to discuss this matter. I'm thinking that even if your esteemed manor doesn't lend me money and doesn't cooperate with me, you won't do such a thing that takes drastic measures to deceive people. As for that goods, they will arrive soon, probably not more than half a month. That's why this Song is so anxious." When he said this, even Song Jinggong felt that he was lying. In the past few days he had been cheated many times. If this was considered kind, then there were no good people in this world. Just thinking about that broken quilt made him angry. Well said, well said. This Zhang feels that the 2 points that young Master Song has raised are both feasible. How about this? This Zhang will think about it carefully and tell young Master Song in detail. Just as young Master Song said, whether it succeeds or not, we won't do such a thing. Servants, tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet and entertain young Master Song. Young Master Song, please wait in this hall for a moment. This Zhang can't do it alone, so I will go back and discuss it with my father. Is that okay?" Manager Zhang asked after making the arrangements. "That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Zhang. Whether this matter succeeds or not, this Song will remember Manager Zhang's kindness. If it really does succeed, when this Song makes money, this Song will definitely reward Manager Zhang well." Song Jinggong was happy. If Manager Zhang didn't say so and directly agreed, he would be worried. Manager Zhang didn't say anything else and said to wait. He hurriedly left the hall and went straight to Zhang Xiaobao. As for his father, it had nothing to do with this matter, so it was useless even if he went. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was rolling around in the sand with Wang Wan. A few days ago he had someone blow bubbles into a ball and stick leather on the outside. The two of them kicked it back and forth, using this to train their bodies and also to train their coordination. When he saw Manager Zhang arrive, he stopped and asked, "Manager Zhang, do you know what that swindler Song wants to do?" Manager Zhang repeated to the young master what he had said with Song Jinggong. He didn't say anything else and quietly waited for the young master's orders. At this time the young master's weight in his heart was not low. What Erniu's family did, Zhang Wang clan didn't hide it from him. While he was moved by his wife's trust, he was also shocked by the young master's methods. As for the talk of immortals and monsters, he didn't care at all. His family had been the Zhang family's housekeepers for generations. It could be said that he was born as a member of the Zhang family and died as a ghost of the Zhang family. If the young master was a monster, then his son was the monster's housekeeper. There was no difference. When Zhang Xiaobao heard these words, he fell into deep thought. Wang Wan also followed suit. She had dealt with many cases and was preparing to take out a similar one for comparison. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan, who had thought for a while, said, "I understand. That swindler Song wants us to go and eat all the goods. If we can't sell them, we will have to pay a large sum of money. How can there be something so expensive? 100 copper coins for a stone. Why don't we lend him the money and get his 300 taels of silver shop? With the swindler as a guarantor, I don't think he will be cheated. Let's see what he says when the time comes. Then we will be cheated. Is the swindler's guarantee useful? You can guarantee the shop, but how can you guarantee the things inside? Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings can be faked. Song Jinggong can use the real things when he asks the swindler to guarantee. After we sign the document with him, he can change it to a fake one. Who will you ask for help at that time? If the swindler really guarantees the authenticity, how can you sue him? When you want to ask Song Jinggong, he will say that it is those things. You have seen it. Don't tell me that you haven't misjudged antiques, calligraphy, and paintings?" Zhang Xiaobao pointed out the loophole in Wang Wan's words. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. Not to mention that the swindler's guarantee was true. Even if he saw the fake one, he would still say that it was true. So she said, "There is no other way. That means he didn't ship anything from elsewhere at all. He just wants to sell the shop to us. We can say that we're working together with him to buy the 200 taels of silver. Let's see what he says." "How do you know that there is no stock? If it were me, I would make the goods. No matter which one you choose, you will be cheated. The goods should be very cheap. You can buy it for 100 copper coins per stone. Of course, you may ask for a lower price." Zhang Xiaobao retorted again. When Wang Wan heard this, there was nothing she could do. After all, the things she did in the past were supported by a large amount of information as well as legal weapons. She could easily find professionals in this field. When it came to the Tang dynasty, if she were to command an army alone, she would be able to get some results after getting used to it. However, with just this bit of information, it was impossible to judge. "Then what do you think we should do? Treat him to a meal and let him go?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. "Treat him to a meal and let him go? Then he must be dreaming. Treating him to a meal doesn't cost money? Since he dares to try and swindle me, I'll show him who's boss. Steward Zhang, come here. I'll tell you what to do." Zhang Xiaobao laughed disdainfully, beckoning Steward Zhang over. Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao, and Steward Zhang whispered to each other for a quarter of an hour. Only then did Steward Zhang leave with a confused expression. "So stupid. Even I understand what you said. Why doesn't he understand?" Wang Wan was relieved. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao for a moment. "Amazing. I've finally seen it today. International swindlers are really not comparable to those little liars. If there was someone like you in my special second department, I would catch every swindler I see and let me take a good look. Could it be that your brain was born to cheat? All right, you are already drooling. Don't you know that you can't always pinch a child's face? What is this? All right, let's get down to business. I will let Song Jinggong know what it means to deceive." Zhang Xiaobao slapped Wang Wan's hand away and called Xiao Hong to start making arrangements. A quarter of an hour later, when Manager Zhang and Song Jinggong were eating and drinking, a few of Zhang Zhuang's people left. A few of Wang Zhuang's people also left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan started the game again. They were evenly matched. Song Jinggong and Steward Zhang were also drinking wine and chatting happily. They were having a great time. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were about to rest after playing for an hour, Zhang Wang clan also rushed over. When she saw the two children, she sighed. These two children were really too cruel. She walked in front of Zhang Xiaobao and touched her son's face. "Xiaobao, you are forcing that Song Jinggong to his death. Where possible, you should be lenient." "Mom, don't worry. I have my own plans. I will definitely force him to his death. I am short of people." Manager Zhang didn't understand when he heard my plan. I don't want such a stupid person. When Song Jinggong is at his wit's end, I will help him. It will be easier for him to do things in the future. I can't do everything by myself, right? Zhang Xiaobao knew that his mother was not a bad person, so he explained it to her. Jiang Wang clan was relieved when she heard this. She said, "My son is right. You are a great talent. You just need to stay in the back. There will be others to lead the charge." Chapter 35. Song Jinggong originally didn't want to drink too much, just a few cups. But after a few cups he was still in a daze. He lay there crookedly, his mouth continuously flattering Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was also a little shaken. He knew that his alcohol tolerance wasn't that high. It was all because of the little lord. He didn't put drugs in the wine, but had someone roast it in a brazier in this small dining room. He didn't know what it meant to have insufficient oxygen, nor did he know what it meant to increase the temperature to promote blood circulation, which would cause alcohol to affect the brain faster. He only knew that since the little lord said so, then it was definitely not wrong. After arranging for Song Jinggong to rest, he went out to do other things. When Song Jinggong woke up, it was already afternoon. He was fed some hangover soup by the servant girl serving him. In a daze he vaguely heard someone talking. "Manager Zhang, who allowed you to make the decision alone? Do you not see me as a person in your eyes?" The voice seemed to belong to a woman. Song Jinggong rubbed his aching head and tilted his ear to listen carefully. "No, this little one doesn't dare. This little one only thinks that young Master Song's business is good, so this little one wants to get some money. If Madam doesn't allow, this little one will send him away." Song Jinggong finally heard clearly that the person speaking was Manager Zhang. Thinking about the matter with Zhang Zhuang, it was obvious that the person who could make Manager Zhang so afraid was the Jiang Wang clan. Seeing that the madam wanted to drive him away, Song Jinggong immediately became anxious. Just as he was about to go out and explain, he heard the Jiang Wang clan say, "Manager Zhang, since I've taught Zhuangzi to you, you must be 120% alert. Don't be fooled by others." "Madam, don't worry, I definitely won't be fooled. Young Master Song is not that kind of person." Just as Song Jinggong was worried that he would be exposed, Manager Zhang's voice sounded. Not that kind of person? Could it be that you've received benefits from him and are speaking for him? I heard that Song Jinggong actually moved to Gujia village yesterday. He wants to cheat us of our money and run away." Jiang Wang clan's voice sounded again. When Song Jinggong heard this, he felt a little wronged. If he could explain, he would definitely rush out and say that the two Zhuangzi people in front of him were too deceitful. But he couldn't say that the Jiang Wang clan knew who he was. If he really rushed out, that would be unwise. With a trace of worry, Song Jinggong listened attentively, hoping that Steward Zhang would put in a few good words for him. Sure enough, Steward Zhang spoke. Replying to Madam, "I've already tested young Master Song today, especially when we were drinking. Young Master Song is really a good person. As for resting on other Zhuangzi, according to this little one's guess, there must be someone on that Zhuangzi that young Master Song is familiar with. Alright, there's no need to say more. How can I not recognize people? If you don't believe me, send someone to follow that young Master Song. If I'm not wrong, he doesn't have any goods. In these few days, as long as he gets money, he will go into hiding. His shop isn't even worth 300 taels of silver. You didn't even see what the goods were, yet you dare to make such a plan. How can I let you manage Zhuangzi in the future?" The dissatisfied voice of the Jiang Wang clan sounded again, scaring Song Jinggong. He wasn't afraid that someone would investigate, but he was afraid that the Jiang Wang clan would directly reject his suggestion. If that was the case, then wouldn't all the money he spent in the past few days be taken advantage of? After listening for a while, until the footsteps of a person gradually faded away, Song Jinggong sat down on a small stool next to the window, thinking about what to do next. When he couldn't hear anything else, he heard Steward Zhang, who hadn't left yet, call out to someone. "Call Xiaoqi over. When young Master Song leaves the courtyard, follow behind him. If you see that he wants to leave, report back to me immediately." After waiting for someone to answer and leave, Song Jinggong let out a sigh of relief. He secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he couldn't let anyone find out. He quietly walked back to the bed and lay down in his clothes. He resisted the headache and looked at the ceiling, thinking about how to cheat Zhangjia Zhuangzi of his money. He didn't expect that the Jiang Wang clan that Steward Zhang mentioned would come back so early. What a coincidence. Did she hear that he was coming? Or was it because she was worried about Steward Zhang and deliberately did this? After lying down, Song Jinggong fell asleep again. He didn't wake up until evening. He got up and was about to leave when he heard Steward Zhang's voice outside the window. Has young Master Song woken up? This servant doesn't know. Young Master Song hasn't left the house this entire time. I'll go in and take a look. Tell the servants to prepare wine and food. Song Jinggong heard the voice and pretended that he had just woken up. He opened his sleepy eyes and waited for Steward Zhang to come in. He yawned and said, Steward Zhang has a good tolerance for alcohol. I remembered what I said to Steward Zhang when we were eating, but I forgot everything afterward. I don't even remember how I got to this room. Young Master Song doesn't have any worries about Zhuangzi, so you can drink without worry. I can't do the same. There are many things to take care of in Zhuangzi. You need to be careful when you drink. Otherwise, who knows what will happen. Steward Zhang came in with a smile on his face. He looked at Song Jinggong and said this with a laugh. Song Jinggong didn't have time to care whether these words were true or false. He pressed his hand on his forehead and said, looking at the sky outside, it should be evening. I won't disturb you any longer. When that fellow arrives in a few days, I'll tell Steward Zhang the details. No rush, no rush. Leave after dinner. The people in the village aren't smart. It's hard to find someone to talk to. Young Master Song, it's not easy for you to come here. No matter what, you can't just leave like this. Steward Zhang tried to stop him. Thank you for your kindness, Steward Zhang. Unfortunately, I can't drink. Even now, I still have a splitting headache. I can't drink. I really can't drink. In a few days I'll come again. Song Jinggong wouldn't eat here no matter what. What he needed to do now was to pretend and make people believe him. It didn't matter whether he ate or not. Steward Zhang tried to persuade him again, but Song Jinggong insisted. He had no choice but to send Song Jinggong to the door. He stood there for a long time and didn't turn back. If it were anyone else, they would have been moved. Song Jinggong knew that there was someone called Little Seven who should be following him in a place where he couldn't see. After thinking about it, he decided to stay in the village of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. It didn't matter if he had to spend some money. At least it could make the Jiang Wang clan feel at ease. Night fell. The people who left Zhangjia Zhuangzi and Wang family Zhuangzi were still in a hurry to get to their destination. The Wei River was the closest to Zhuangzi. If they wanted to use boats to transport goods, they had to travel less. However, the Luoshui River was the closest to Sanshui County. According to Song Jinggong's judgment, they should be dropping off the goods there. In order to not make any mistakes, both sides sent people to check. In addition, 2 people went to Sanshui County to arrange things there. These people were told that no matter where they went, they were not allowed to reveal their identities. In the morning, 2 travel-worn people came to Xinping City, which was dozens of li away from Tuqiao village. These 2 people didn't enter the city directly. Instead, they found a place not far from the city and stayed in Zhuangzi. According to the instructions, they had a good sleep. They only woke up in the afternoon. After freshening up, they casually threw a few copper coins to the people who stayed with them. Then they went out and asked around for houses to sell. When other people asked, they would say that they came from afar and wanted to find a place to stay. After an hour, they finally found someone who was willing to sell the house. Not caring that it was getting late, they pulled the person and bought the house on the same day. One of them stayed behind to clean the house and hired someone to make the bed. The other person hurried back. It was really like running through the night and the stars. At 2:45 in the morning, he returned to the Zhang family manor. Ignoring his fatigue, he went straight to the courtyard where Zhang Xiaobao was sleeping. When he arrived at the door, he reported while panting heavily. Zhang Si was ordered to return. He bought a house in Xiaoniu village, 2 li outside of Xinping City. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint. After saying this, he was so tired that he couldn't stand. He squatted there with one hand on the ground, panting incessantly. When Xiao Hong heard the noise, she woke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan up. The 2 looked at each other and hurriedly got up. They let Xiao Hong carry the bed, lit the lantern and walked out of the door. Zhang Xiaobao even lifted the bowl of water beside the bed. When they went outside and saw Zhang Si's appearance under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He brought the water forward and said, "Good job. The Zhang family is honored because of you." Zhang Si took the bowl, raised his head and gulped down the water. He wiped his mouth with his hand and respectfully replied, "Thank you, little young master. I bought the house. Please give me your orders." "Well, that's good. Go find cherries. Let her arrange the rest. I'll have to trouble you. Remember to be careful on the road." Zhang Xiaobao saw that one thing was done, so he nodded and said with a smile. After Zhang Si left, he turned back to Wang Wan and said, "This is the person that I, Zhang Xiaobao, want. How is his efficiency compared to your special second department?" "It's so. Don't think that everyone in my place is idle. The other 3 people you sent out haven't come back yet." Wang Wan curled her lips and said disdainfully, "I don't mean to belittle your side. I'm just asking. Go back to sleep. It seems that you don't need to sleep immediately. Drink milk first. I'm a little hungry." Zhang Xiaobao laughed. When he saw his mother standing at the door, he quickly ran into his mother's arms and pretended to be a child. Wang Wan touched her stomach and found that there was indeed nothing inside. She also followed him. On the banks of the Luoshui River, there were also 2 people who didn't sleep. They looked at the boats docked at the docks and secretly sized them up. With the occasional flash of light, they carefully memorized the red and green things that were exposed on the boats. "Little Matzi, you keep a close watch here. I'll go back and report. The Zhang family's little young master is still waiting." One person looked for a moment and felt that he remembered the appearance of the things. He said to the other person. When the other person nodded, he turned around and disappeared into the night. The people left behind resisted their tiredness and lay on the grass. They allowed the dew to gradually wet their clothes. They motionlessly observed the situation and listened to what the 2 people guarding the night said. Chapter 36. The river gurgled and there were continuous dark clouds above. A few green leaves set off the flowers and a cool breeze gently brushed their faces. It was a cloudy day. Seeing such weather, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also happy. Finally, they didn't have to endure the sun to exercise. The 2 went to the courtyard to throw sandbags. The real sandbags were covered with a layer of linen outside and filled with sand inside. They were slightly bigger than a quail egg and were just right for their small hands to hold. Xiao Hong stood on the side, staring at the sandbags flying around in the air. She was afraid that the 2 little ancestors would throw the sandbags to each other's face. While they were happily playing, a servant carrying a basket came over and gently put the basket on the ground. He said to Wang Wan, "Little girl, according to your instructions, I bought the things you want. I went around the surrounding area and bought these." "Well, okay, you do what you need to do. Oh, go to Xiao Bao's storeroom and get 2 big bones. Pick the meat and take it back. When you go back you can make soup for your child." Wang Wan took the sandbags and stopped. She said to the servant. Naturally, the reward was from Zhang Xiaobao's storeroom. After the servant thanked her and left, Zhang Xiaobao ran to the side of the basket and tiptoed to look at it. "What is this? It looks familiar." Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Of course it looks familiar. It's saltpeter, not very pure saltpeter. I specifically asked someone to buy it." Wang Wan explained. "Saltpeter?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard the name, he began to look around. "What are you looking at?" "It's saltpeter." "I'm looking at charcoal and sulfur," Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. She also came over to look at the saltpeter. "What are you thinking?" "I didn't say I'm going to make fire." "You can't buy so many cures, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was still looking for 2 other things. "Stupid, Erniu's family has already prepared the hot pot and sent it to the courtyard. I want to drink some soup and eat 2 slices of tender meat. I want to use saltpeter to make ice. I want to freeze the mutton and use a plane to cut it into slices. I want to roll the slices one by one. It's thinner than the slices and more convenient to eat." Wang Wan said as she reached into the basket and took out a small piece of saltpeter. She held it in her hand and looked at it. She nodded and felt that it was not bad. "Oh, we can eat hot pot now. It's a cloudy day so we can sleep after eating. That's what I call comfortable. I don't expect big slices of meat, but some foam will do." When Zhang Xiaobao heard that there was hot pot, he naturally wanted to freeze the mutton. He ordered Xiao Hong to get 2 basins, 1 big and 1 small, and filled them with water. He put the saltpeter in the big basin and continued to throw sandbags to Wang Wan. When the water in the small basin also turned to ice, he ordered someone to bring fresh mutton to freeze. Naturally, someone also prepared other food. He found a new plane and prepared charcoal. He also ordered someone to go to Erniu's house and get a can of water that was used to soak mountain chili. The rest of the food was waiting for the mutton to be frozen and hard to be shaved. Wang Wan was also not idle. She ordered someone to make chicken and pig bone soup. She also got some dried seafood. This thing was cheap. She first used warm water to heat it and then used it as the base of the hot pot. They waited for a long time. When it was almost noon, the mutton was finally ready. As for the beef, it was not easy to kill and could easily cause trouble, so they could not eat it for the time being. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sweating from playing, took a bath and then accompanied Zhang Xiaobao's family to sit at the table. Although they were sitting, they were actually being held in someone's arms. The hot pot was placed in the middle of the table. The hot pot was filled with red-hot coals. The inner ring of the pot was a hollow lid, and a chimney was placed on top of the lid. When the bubbling sound came from the inside, the water would boil. After removing the chimney and lifting the lid, the food would be ready to eat. Fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, chives, soy sauce, vinegar and other seasonings were placed in small plates and placed there. Whoever wanted to eat could take it. Zhang Xiaobao's parents, grandfather and grandmother sat in a circle according to the rules. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were held in Xiao Hong's arms. The adults knew that this hot pot was specially made for them by Xiao Hong. Smelling the soup and the seafood in the pot, they felt that it was not bad, but they were not sure how it tasted. "Mother, eat, I'll cook a piece of mutton for you." Zhang Xiaobao saw that everyone was sitting there and watching, so he could only use his chopsticks to pick up a piece of mutton with great difficulty. He put it into the pot and gently shook it. Xiao Hong was afraid that the boiling soup would splash on the little gongzi. She wanted to reach out to block it, but she could not free her hands, so she could only pull it back. "Don't pull, it's easy to burn." "Okay." Zhang Xiaobao reminded her and then moved twice. He took out the discolored meat and put it on his mother's plate. Zhang Wang Clan's eyes immediately turned red. She opened her mouth and ate the meat. It was gone with a click. She did not even taste anything and praised, "It's delicious. My family's Baolang's food is good. Father-in-law, mother-in-law and husband all eat." Then everyone started to work. According to their eating habits, they made 2 sets of seasonings. One set was for the mountain pepper seedling water. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Xiao Hong watched from the side. They all swallowed their saliva. Xiao Hong could not eat together, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not eat such a big piece of meat. They could only wait until everyone was almost done. There were bits and pieces in the pot before they could drink the soup. "Xiao Hong, you don't have to carry us. We will stand and watch. You eat too." Because it was a short table, everyone sat on small stools, also known as stools. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could stand by the side, but when they saw Xiao Hong watching, they felt uncomfortable. It was fine if they did not let her in, but since they were sitting together, they could not just watch. Zhang Xiaobao broke free from Xiao Hong's embrace and ordered. Xiao Hong did not dare to move her chopsticks and shook her head. Wang Wan also broke free and said, "Just eat. The more the merrier." "Xiao Hong, let's eat together. You have taken care of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo these few days. Just treat it as a reward." Zhang Wang Clan finally spoke. Xiao Hong thanked them and ate carefully. 5 people were eating and only 2 children were left. Zhang Xiaobao looked and refused Xiao Hong's offer of soup. He scooped some tofu with a spoon, put it in the pot and put it on Wang Wan's plate. "We will eat the duck blood later. These things are still edible." Wang Wan did not stand on ceremony. After mixing her own seasoning, she stuck her chopsticks into the tofu, dipped it and ate it in small bites. After eating, she stuck out her tongue and said, "So spicy." Zhang Xiaobao also scalded some tofu for himself. There were already a few Xiao Hong dots on the back of his small hand. Xiao Hong was frightened when she saw this. She quickly took Zhang Xiaobao's hand and looked at it. The others also saw this situation and became nervous. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any expression. "Xiao Hong, you eat your food. Don't worry about Xiaobao. This little bit of scalding is nothing," Wang Wan said. She knew that she and Zhang Xiaobao were the same kind of people. This was not a wound at all. She believed that even if a layer of skin on Zhang Xiaobao's hand was burned off, Zhang Xiaobao's hand would not tremble even if he wanted to kill someone. "And right, it's not hot at all. It's just hot. I can eat it myself. I am a monster," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. 2 small dimples appeared on his chubby face. "What monster? It's an immortal. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Xiao Hong, since Xiao Bao can do it himself, let him eat it himself. My son is not an ordinary person." Zhang Wang Clan also felt a little distressed, but she still chose to support her son. "It's all in the past. Why are you still talking about him? Mother, I'll pluck some prawns for you." Father Zhang saw that his wife was going to bring up the past again. He was afraid that he would be scolded by his parents again. He boiled 3 prawns and plucked some red meat for his parents and Zhang Wang Clan. "It's noon. Why hasn't the people sent by Sanshui County come back yet?" Zhang Xiaobao used a spoon to scoop up some mutton, which was deliberately chopped by his family, and put it into the small bowl that Wang Wan was holding with both hands. The two of them drank one mouthful after another. Suddenly he thought of the matter in Sanshui County and asked casually. It should be fine. What I'm most worried about isn't that side, but which river will stop the boat. What if the boat hasn't arrived yet? Wang Wan drank a mouthful of soup and looked around the table out of habit as she spoke. There's no hurry. I believe that the two rivers will definitely have something. I know this liar song's mentality. What are you looking for? Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's actions and asked. Vermicelli. I forgot. There's no vermicelli here. Wang Wan used lip language this time. I haven't made vermicelli before, but I know the general idea. When I was young there was a starch field near the orphanage. The water in the river was white. If I had known earlier, I would have gone in and seen how they made it. Later I'll ask someone to make it with wheat. Isn't it just making starch first? With 10 taels of silver, it's definitely possible to make some vermicelli. It's a pity that there's no chili sauce today. Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think, but in the end he still couldn't figure out how to make vermicelli. He didn't like to eat vermicelli. It was okay to eat it occasionally, but he had never cared about it. It's okay. When will you ask someone to make noodles? I know how to make them. When I was young there was a family in the courtyard that made vermicelli. I often went to help them knead the noodles. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's lip language and said comfortingly. While the two of them were lip-speaking, Xiaohong had already finished eating in a hurry. She didn't dare to eat until she was full. She just ate 2 mouthfuls of each dish and then put down her chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that Xiaohong had already made a great decision to eat a few mouthfuls. Seeing that it wasn't good for her to stay on the side, he said to her, Xiaohong, go and see how little Seven is doing. We must keep that liar song here for a few days. Xiaohong agreed and left. Here they were still eating and drinking. If they didn't talk about things that didn't happen here, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would let go of their worries. They didn't need to lip-speak anymore. They drank soup and ate bits and pieces of food there, and then began to study the next plan. The adults, on the other hand, did not make a sound. As they ate, they looked at the two little fellows. When they heard the words that only adults would say, the smile on their faces never disappeared. Finally, they did not have to worry about whether the next generation would ruin the family business. The most depressed person was Father Zhang. He always felt that the two children were abnormal. But when he saw the other 3 people he couldn't provoke all take it for granted, he couldn't say anything. On second thought, this was good. When Xiaobao grew up he might come back with the top score in the exam. So he said to his son, Xiaobao, are you willing to learn how to read and write from your father? Yes, I am learning. Dad, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the soup, nodded and said to his father. Chapter 37. In Sanshui County, on the north side of the street near the east gate of the city, there was a shop with the words Mind House written on it. It was a little remote, so there were not many people coming in and out of the shop. The shopkeeper had gone somewhere to rest, so he was left alone at the counter, looking at the passers-by in boredom. When it was noon, the waiter could hear his stomach growling, but no one came to ask him to take his place. He could only continue to endure. From time to time he would think about the wine and dishes in the restaurant. He felt even hungrier. Even the movement of the shadows of the trees outside slowed down. He put his 2 arms on the counter and rested his chin on it. He looked at the small soup and pancake restaurant across the street and muttered, It's good to eat a bowl of soup and pancakes. I don't see 2 people in this shabby shop every day. Just as he was muttering to himself, 2 people came in from the door. The shop assistant immediately took off his arm and glanced at them. He concluded that these 2 were rich people. They were wearing silk robes and there was a piece of jade hanging from a rope hanging from their waists. As they walked they kept moving up and down. Sirs, what are you looking for? I can give you some pointers. The shop assistant put on a smile and asked respectfully according to his judgment. Go to your work. We'll just look around. One of them said and threw a small piece of silver to the shop assistant. The shop assistant hurriedly caught it. After weighing it in his hand he estimated its weight. It was definitely 3 taels of silver. He felt that his spirit had returned and he wasn't hungry anymore. With 3 taels of silver, when he got off work in the evening, he would go to the apricot spring brothel to have a good meal, find a beautiful sister, and come straight back tomorrow morning. The 2 people just looked and did not talk. They walked around and suddenly stared at a painting. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The one who gave the money said, "What is this painting?" "Oh sir, your eyes are so sharp. You can see the beauty of this painting at a glance. This painting was painted by a predecessor. It's a lotus flower in early spring. Look at the tip of the brush. It's hard but not broken, soft but not evil. With just a few strokes it's already... Okay, how much is this painting?" Without waiting for the waiter to finish, the man waved his hand impatiently, interrupted the introduction, and directly asked for the price. The shop assistant was sensible. Since the other party didn't want him to say anything, he didn't say anything. He looked at the painting and calculated how much it would cost. If the painting wasn't damaged at all, it would be possible to ask for 20 taels of silver. The problem was that there was a spot on the painting that was damaged by fire. In the upper right corner of the painting, there was a hole the size of a fingernail. It had been patched up by the craftsman with a special technique, but it could still be seen. For a moment he didn't know how to ask for money. If he asked for more, he was afraid that the other party would leave. If he asked for less, he felt that the reward he could get was too little. The more he sold, the more he would get. Just as he was hesitating, a voice sounded from behind him. "Lu Wang, are you slacking off again? Didn't you see that we have an important guest? Why aren't you serving him?" Hearing the voice, Lu Wang was relieved. When the shopkeeper came out, he quickly turned around and said to the shopkeeper, "Uncle Zhao, these two people took a fancy to the painting on the wall and asked for the price. I forgot." While the shop assistant was speaking, he blinked his eyes. In fact, shopkeeper Zhao didn't need the shop assistant to hint at him. He could tell that the two people were rich from their clothes. He looked at the painting and said with a smile, "How should I address you?" "Li." The person who spoke first replied with one word and didn't say anything else. "So it's young Master Li. You really have good taste to take a fancy to this painting. By right this, how much?" Young Master Li didn't wait for shopkeeper Zhao to finish his sentence and directly asked for the price. 200 taels of silver. This painting was painted by a famous artist in the West Jin dynasty. After a long time, it was not well maintained and there are some flaws on the painting. Therefore, it only costs 150 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't know how much he should ask for. He wanted to ask for a sky-high price and wait for the other party to bargain. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't buy it if he asked for too much, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't like it if he asked for too little. There were always people like that. 150 taels of silver? Okay, I'll take it. Young Master Li didn't bargain at all and directly agreed. Shopkeeper Zhao was stunned and felt a little regretful for Wei Wei. If he had known that these two people were so easy to talk to, he would have asked for more. But now he couldn't back out. When he was about to take the painting and wrap it up, young Master Li spoke again. "Don't be in a hurry. We didn't bring enough money today. We only have 50 taels of silver. Let's settle the payment first and come back in a few days. Is that okay?" Shopkeeper Zhao heard this and quickly nodded. It made sense. Who would carry so much money when they went out? It was so heavy. He wouldn't be afraid if he had 50 taels of silver. "I heard that some shops will secretly replace the goods after people pay the deposit. I wonder if..." Young Master Li asked again. Shopkeeper Zhao knew that he was worried, so he immediately said, "Don't worry, young Master Li. Our shop will never do such a thing. If you are still worried, you can find someone from Jiahui to vouch for you. But it will cost more to find someone to vouch for you." "It's okay. Go find someone." Young Master Li spoke. Shopkeeper Zhao was even more relieved. He was really worried that in a few days the two people would find someone who knew the business and ask for the money back. Even if they didn't get the money back, there would be some dispute. He urged Lu Wang to find someone from Jiahui and prepared tea and snacks. After a while, Lu Wang came back with Jiahui's guarantor. The guarantor asked for the price and asked for 150 taels of silver. Young Master Li paid without hesitation. He took the painting down and wrote down some of the unique features on it as proof. Young Master Li deliberately wrote down the burned part of the painting with thin paper and added some description of the surrounding burn marks. He said that he would come back in half a month. If it wasn't this painting, the shop would pay 10 taels of silver. If he didn't come back in half a month, young Master Li would pay an extra 100 taels of silver every night. If he didn't come back in a month, he would give the shop a deposit. Shopkeeper Zhao thought for a while and saw that Jiahui's guarantor was there. He nodded and agreed. Both parties signed the contract and the deal was done. Seeing the two people walking away, not only was shopkeeper Zhao happy, but Lu Wang also received 5 taels of silver. The sun was setting and the red clouds filled the sky. Birds flew past, their white feathers fluttering in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked hand in hand beside the small river in front of the door. The sun shone on their shadows. Xiao Hong watched nervously, afraid that the two little ancestors would jump down in joy. This kind of thing could happen. After all, her little master was different from others. Xiaobao, do you think we can raise some ducks and geese if we draw the water into a duck pond? Salted goose eggs and duck eggs are more delicious than salted eggs. Wang Wan stood beside the river, looking at the clear water and the fish that occasionally flashed under the water. She asked with longing. Yes, I also want to do that, but now we are short of manpower. The most important thing is that I don't have enough money. I have to start running the recent business. If I want to eat, I have to go to Zhuangzi first. After a few days, I will have money after I deal with Liar Song. Zhang Xiaobao had this plan a few days ago. He wanted to ask his mother for money. After hesitating for a while, he decided to earn it himself. He didn't mind waiting for a few days. Little master, little miss, it's better to move back a little. Don't fall. Xiao Hong felt that this place was dangerous. She tried to persuade them. The water was not deep and it was easy to drown two children. Don't be afraid. Cuckoo and I both know how to swim. We just look at the water and feel good. The sky is beautiful. After we finish the business here, you will be in charge of raising ducks and geese. You can also raise lotus flowers and a few more dishes. It's always expensive. If you can solve it yourself, solve it yourself. Every meal is not easy to come by. Zhang Xiaobao said as he took a step back. He didn't want Xiao Hong to worry. Xiao Hong nodded blankly. She felt that the words of the little master seemed to be more acceptable coming from the mouth of the madam. When the three of them were admiring the sunset, the flying birds and the flowing water, a person rushed over. As soon as he saw Wang Wan, he said, "Little miss, I already know where the Liar Song is. Little girl, this little one already knows where that thing is." According to that swindler song's description, we found a few boats on the Luoshui River, and from the places where they occasionally exposed themselves, we saw that red and green thing. As he spoke, the person took out a piece of paper from his arms. There was something drawn on it. "You're a good liar." Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and said. Chapter 38. Seeing the carrots, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. Otherwise he would earn less money. 2,000 don of carrots, even if they were slightly overpriced, should be 200,000 caddies. Zhang Xiaobao admired Song Jinggong a little. Where did he get 200,000 caddies of carrots? What was his purpose? What was he thinking when he got the carrots? Did he really want to do normal business? That couldn't be right. If that was the case, then he should find someone to mortgage his shop. A shop worth 300 taels of silver, it shouldn't be a problem to pay 200 taels of silver. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were puzzled, the messenger gave them an answer. "Zhang family's young master, young lady, can this thing be eaten? It's not even as big as our carrots and it's so expensive. It won't kill people, right?" When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao understood. After all, carrots were something that people here had never seen before. Song Jinggong should have gotten them at a cheaper price from outside. It was just that the cost of the boat was a little higher. In the end, he found that no one wanted to buy them, so he prepared to sell them or swindle some money. Usually, people didn't have much spare money in their hands. Most people would try to settle accounts by exchanging as much as possible. Who would be willing to spend 2 copper coins to buy a caddy of small carrots? A big carrot weighed 2 caddies, so people would rush to sell it for 1 copper coin. He's preparing to make a big profit. His ambition is not small. Wang Wan also thought of this point and said, "He only wants to swindle people and doesn't know how to operate. Wait until we get these 2,000 don of carrots, I'll sell them for 3 copper coins per caddy. You don't even need to swindle people." Zhang Xiaobao smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Even without you, I can sell them. There are only a few methods. If we use them one by one, there will be one that will succeed. The next step is to see if he will fall for it." Wang Wan also had a plan at this time and happily raised her head. "Stop for a moment. I'll arrange the eggs and light the brazier. It will be cold soon." On the road from Tuqiao village to Xinping city, Cherries ordered the driver to stop first. When the carriage stopped, she slightly changed the position of the 200 eggs in front of her. Then, she heated up the mattress in a brazier and covered it with it. Following her call, the car began to move forward slowly again. After 30 years of driving, the handlebar driver had used all his skills in the past 2 days. With the faint light from the lantern hanging in front of the car, the handlebar driver could avoid any small potholes. Only when the horse could no longer walk did he stop. He unloaded the horse and tied it to a nearby tree, allowing the horse to rest and eat by itself. Uncle Wang, you're really good at driving. The eggs weren't shaken too much. Cherries put her hand under the quilt to feel the warmth and coldness. She breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up the water and drank a few mouthfuls, praising the carriage driver who was leaning against the tree. It's nothing. After 30 years of driving, I'm already used to it. It's not that I want to lie to you. Even without this lantern, I know where the potholes are. As the carriage driver spoke, he opened the water bag and took out a small bag from his body. Inside was some fried rice. He was ready to eat. When Cherry saw this, she quickly took the things from the two people who had been following the carriage. She put it in front of the carriage driver and said, "Uncle Wang, eat this. It's already prepared when we came." Under the light of the lantern, the carriage driver saw some sliced pig head meat in front of him. There were also 2 pancakes. He grinned and didn't hold back. He took the meat and rolled it in the pancake. He took a big bite, narrowed his eyes and slowly swallowed. He then drank some water. His face filled with vicissitudes of life squeezed together and said, "Fragrant, very fragrant. Your zhuangzi is still the best. The Wang family's zhuangzi has to pay a lot of taxes every year. It's not as rich as yours." "Uncle Wang, don't say that. Cuckoo is right there. Just wait. In less than 2 years we 2 people on zhuangzi can eat meat for every meal. I don't dare to say anything about other meat, but we can eat as much chicken as we want." Cherries looked at the carriage and thought about the chicks that were about to come out. Her mood was much more relaxed. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll wait for 2 years. I'll eat chicken every meal. Can the eggs on your carriage hatch chicks?" The carriage driver said hopefully. He pointed at the eggs on the carriage and asked with some disbelief. "Of course they can. I saw the chicks inside. In a few days zhuangzi will be full of chicks running," Cherry said confidently. At night, the dark clouds did not disperse and covered the brilliance of the moon and stars. Song Jinggong was lying on the bed and thinking about something. Suddenly he laughed and began to talk to himself. "What's the use of looking at me? Do you think I'll go get the things in 2 days? You want to meddle in our affairs? I'm not in a hurry. After a few days I'll borrow the money and let you know what's on the ship. You dare to raise my price. Sleep and eat, you want me to pay 50 copper coins a day? Fine, I'll pay. Let's see who cries when the time comes. Those things are clearly edible, why can't I sell them? Young Master Song, are you awake? The wine and dishes you wanted are here." Just as Song Jinggong was thinking about the process of swindling money, there was a knock on the door and a question. Song Jinggong got up, lit the oil lamp and opened the door. When he saw the old man standing outside, he felt a little uncomfortable. He was eating fried eggs with chives and radish strips for every meal. He was a little unable to bear it. Today he had asked someone to prepare some good wine and dishes for him, but in the end he was asked for 6 maces of silver. In such a small place it was enough to order a table full of dishes. Looking at the 3 small plates on the dustpan and the pot of wine that the old man was holding, no matter how he calculated, it was not worth 6 maces of silver. "Sorry to trouble you, old man. Bring it in." Song Jinggong warned himself not to be angry. He would take revenge in the future. Only then did he try to smile and greet the old man. "It's no trouble. Young Master Song, you can pay for it. This old man will buy it. What trouble is there? I can't sleep at night." The old man carried the dustpan into the room and placed the 3 dishes and the pot of wine on the small table. He gave Song Jinggong a friendly smile and turned to leave. Song Jinggong was indeed hungry. Seeing that there were 3 dishes, he did not find any scrambled eggs. He heaved a sigh of relief. Finally he could eat meat. He picked up his chopsticks and found the biggest piece of meat. He picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing twice, his expression changed. It was meat, but it was not the mutton he had imagined. It was fish, and there were even bones. The meat was not small. This meant that the fish was big. But the fish was so cheap. How could it cost him 6 copper coins? Song Jinggong, who was bitter, stretched his chopsticks to another plate. The meat here was smaller. When he ate it, Song Jinggong was no longer angry. Instead he nodded and muttered, "Amazing. Just now it was the meat of a big fish. Now it is the meat of a small fish. Zhangjia zhuangzi, I will remember." After muttering, Song Jinggong turned his gaze to the medium-sized meat. He did not need to taste it to know that it was the meat of a medium-sized fish. There were less than 3 fish. Added together, it did not cost more than 10 copper coins. Including the work, 20 copper coins was enough. Song Jinggong accepted his fate. He picked up the pot of wine and gulped it down without caring about the taste. He threw away the chopsticks and lay on the bed to sleep. After a few days, when Song Jinggong thought that he still needed 2 more days, Manager Zhang personally came to find him. Young Master Song, the money has been prepared. Does young master still need it? Manager Zhang seemed to be in a hurry. He had not even caught his breath when he opened his mouth to ask. Really? That's great. Manager Zhang, you have helped me a lot. Don't worry, after the matter is done, I, Song Jinggong, will definitely not forget you. Once he heard that the matter of the money was settled, Song Jinggong's gloomy mood immediately dissipated. Without waiting for Manager Zhang to speak, he said, if that's the case, then I will give you the deed of my shop. There is no hurry. Young Master Song's shop still has some things that I need to take a closer look at. I will ask someone to bring the money. Why don't we leave today? Manager Zhang obviously knew that he had to say everything that needed to be said. Otherwise it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Song Jinggong smiled and nodded. He had already thought about this matter. Immediately he walked with Manager Zhang and the person who brought the money to Sanshui County. In the afternoon they finally arrived outside the shop. When he looked inside he saw that the person who usually looked at the shop was standing behind the counter. Song Jinggong's face immediately darkened. He walked forward and asked, where is Manager Zhao and Lu Wang? Replying to boss, this afternoon someone came to our shop and took a fancy to a jug. He actually spent 30 taels of silver to buy it. He even said that it was cheap and insisted on inviting shopkeeper Zhao and Lu Wang to have a drink. They went. Do you want me to call them back? They just left. The person replied. There is no need. You can go back. I will take care of the shop. Manager Zhang, this business is busy. I will close the shop after I borrow the money. You can send someone to take care of it. We will talk again when I have the money. Later, deduct the price of that pot and I will pay for it directly. Don't look at how expensive it was just now. In fact, that pot was only worth 160 taels. Do you want to hand it over? Song Jinggong glanced at the place where the pot was placed and found that there was one less than 100 taels missing. He did not care at all. Okay, then ask the person from Jiahui to come over. I have already prepared the money. Manager Zhang readily agreed. The person behind him put down the money and turned to look for Jiahui's guarantor. After a while he came back. This time there were 4 people. After all, there were many things. According to Jiahui's account book, everything was verified. Just as Song Jinggong was about to sign the contract with Manager Zhang suddenly pointed to a painting and said, it is better to remember it carefully. There are flaws in that painting. If there is a mistake it will be easier to verify. Young Master Song, let's first be a villain and then a gentleman. If there is a mistake you will have to pay 3 times the amount. We have already agreed. After saying this, without waiting for Song Jinggong to say anything, he ordered someone to draw the flaws in the painting. He also specifically wrote down the burned area and asked Jiahui's person to vouch for it. Song Jinggong did not think much of it. It was just a painting. When the time came he would just leave it to them. He stood at the side and watched with a smile. When the person came and carefully verified the other worthless things, he would hand over the money and take over the shop. After Manager Zhang left, Song Jinggong curled his lips and turned to walk towards the Luoshui River. He knew that someone would definitely follow him. After interacting with this side for a long time, he had picked up some of the habits here. When the person who greeted Song Jinggong heard Song Jinggong ask about the leader, his face unconsciously showed a trace of happiness. He still respectfully replied, Great Scholar Song, my king has found a way to make money. He has already left this place and will probably return in 2 days. Make a fortune? He can make a fortune? Good. How can he make a fortune if he doesn't know? Where is the fortune? Song Jinggong laughed. This fan gang came here to make a fortune? Dream on. Hearing Song Jinggong's disdainful tone, the person was slightly dissatisfied. However, he still maintained a smile and continued, My king really did find a way to make a fortune. He also said that when you arrive he will let you go and take a look. Seeing how confident he was, Song Jinggong was also puzzled. Could it be that Sunnygon really got lucky and found something? He felt that it was impossible, so he asked, How did Sunnygon find it? Where did he want me to go? Someone came over and asked if we wanted to buy a chicken. He said that he could buy a chicken for 2 copper coins. The kind that can lay eggs when it grows up, the person replied. This time Song Jingong was no longer confused but dumbfounded. A chicken cost about 30 copper coins, which was not too expensive, but a hen was different. It could lay eggs, and no matter how cheap the eggs were, they were still worth 1 copper coin. When a chick grew up and laid eggs, it would not take too long. Half a year would be enough. 2 copper coins to buy a chicken and feed it some food for half a year would only cost a few copper coins. It would be even more economical to let it find its own food. Half a year later, the money would come in continuously. This price was too cheap. Hens could not lay eggs when they were hugging their nests. After a few days of delay, the eggs that they laid would be worth a few copper coins. How could it be so cheap? Liar. I never thought that I, Song Jingong, would meet a liar. This was the most intuitive thought in Song Jingong's mind. However, he did not know how the other party cheated him. Since the other party was selling chickens and not eggs, he could tell the difference at a glance. Okay, I'll go over now. Find someone to lead the way. Song Jingong really did not understand. He wanted to see it for himself. He called out and glanced at the foolish stalker. He was led away from the dock and rushed to the place where the chickens were sold. Birds chirped and butterflies chased each other. In the distance, the green mountains were surrounded by fog. Beside them, the oblique light stirred up dust. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just woken up in the morning. After drinking milk, they did not continue to sleep. Together, they went to the vegetable garden in the courtyard and prepared to continue cooking for the adults. The two of them just needed to drink some soup and swallow some crumbs. There are no kidney beans? I wanted to stew some. Wang Wan looked around and did not find any kidney beans. Instead there were cowpeas. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was like a thief. He struggled to pull out a small eggplant about 2 inches in diameter from the eggplant field. He used his thumb to dig out a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Xiaobao, what are you doing? It's not suitable for you to eat eggplant right now. Why are you sneaking around? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao secretly eating and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm afraid others will find out. The eggplant is too small. It's a pity to eat it like this. But this is the time when the eggplant is the sweetest. Try it. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he dug out another piece and gave it to Wang Wan. Wang Wan really did not know what to say. Such a big person actually did this kind of thing that only a child would do. She reached out and patted away the small piece. Can you do something more serious? Then forget it. Xiaohong, eat it. It's very sweet. After you finish eating, help us pick the eggplant. We'll eat this for lunch today. Zhang Xiaobao readily accepted and gave the small eggplant to Xiaohong. Xiaohong took it and really ate it. She didn't have anything to eat in the morning. She only had 2 meals a day. It was good to eat some eggplant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned when they saw Xiaohong eat the eggplant in a few mouthfuls. After a while, Wang Wan said, Xiaohong, don't worry. After Xiaobao and I earn the money in the next few days, we'll definitely let the person who works the most in Zhuangzi eat 4 meals a day. Morning, noon, and night, as well as supper. Thank you, Cuckoo. Actually, we're already used to it. Not to mention 4 meals, even 3 meals would cost a lot more. Xiaohong's eyes lit up. She felt that this was impossible. Which Zhuangzi would give their servants 4 meals a day. Wang Wan also knew that Xiaohong wouldn't believe it if she didn't eat 4 meals a day. She didn't say anything more. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao to look at other dishes while Xiaohong picked the eggplants. Actually, just 4 meals is not enough. These people are always working hard all day, and they have to be on call in the middle of the night. In the future, we have to prepare more fruits for them to replenish their nutrients. Wool comes from sheep. The better their health, the more things they can do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to a small field of green onions and squatted there. It was enough for a normal person to eat 3 meals a day. Those servants were too tired. Moreover, they lived in Zhuangzi as a family. Without children, parents would be sad. Without parents, children would be sad. Stability and unity were the most important. With enough nutrition, people's lives would be longer. When he and Wang Wan grew up, the next generation of Zhuangzi would also be born. Zhuangzi also needed to have the culture of Zhuangzi. Well, don't worry. I'll arrange it when the time comes. You're in charge of planning and I'll be in charge of organizing. In the future, if there are more servants and guards, I'll be in charge of training. While I'm still young, I'm going to find some military combat information of this era and combine theory with practice to make tactics. Wang Wan also supported this point. She also wanted to apply what she had learned. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's nervous gaze, she smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't rebel. I won't implicate the Zhang family. What are you going to cook for lunch? Eggplant roasted with fish, steamed with green onions and sauce, garlic eggplant, minced meat eggplant and dry fried eggplant. For this dish, you need to use the water of the chili seedlings. Shredded eggplant, braised pork ribs with eggplant, and braised eggplant with rapeseed with peas. If that's enough, add an eggplant with seaweed and shrimp soup. Zhang Xiaobao counted on his little fingers and said one by one to Wang Wan. After listening, Wang Wan nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I think this is a good idea. I'm going to eat tofu tonight. I'll rely on you. It must be a tofu feast." "No problem, I'll definitely complete the task. The only thing I'm worried about is whether the shredded eggplant made with brown sugar will taste bad. Later, I'll get some charcoal and filter out the brown sugar residue. It'll be more convenient to cook in the future." Zhang Xiaobao dared to agree as soon as Wang Wan said so. He looked eager to try, which made Wang Wan speechless. "Well, anything is fine. Do you think that swindler Song won't do what you want?" Wang Wan brought the topic back to the main topic. "Don't worry. I know people like him. His mentality is the same as mine when I first started to cheat." Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. "If you have space on your bookshelf, please add it to your bookshelf. If you have votes, please vote. It's not easy. Please understand me. I'm happy to write and you're happy to read." Chapter 40. The distance from Luoshui River to Xiaonyo village outside Xinping City was not close at all. In order to find out the reason as soon as possible, Song Jinggong had no choice but to take the carriage. The journey was bumpy, and he only climbed out of the carriage when it was almost noon. With a pale face, he looked back and found that the fool's stalker had also gotten a carriage. Song Jinggong finally understood. They were not following him but monitoring him. They were afraid that he would run away. Song Jinggong didn't have time to pay any more attention to him. He and the person who led the way quickened their pace and walked into the village. After turning left and right for about a quarter of an hour, the person stopped in front of a very small courtyard. There was a small wooden door in the middle of the fence, which was half the height of a person. It wasn't locked, and when the wind blew, it swung from inside to outside. There was another person standing in the courtyard. Song Jinggong had seen him before. He used to stay by Songrignagin's side. Since he was here, Songrignagen must be in the house. If there really are chicks in the eggs when I go back, I will buy 10,000 of them. Before Song Jinggong could step into the house, he heard the familiar voice of Sanri Nigan. From his words, it was clear that the chick had not yet hatched, which further proved that the chick was a hoax. With a plan in mind, Song Jinggong straightened his clothes and walked in with a smile. As soon as he entered, he said, "Who sells chicks for 2 coins? I will buy as many as you have." When he stood still, he saw an old man, 2 young men, and a woman facing Sanri Nigan. The woman's face was half covered with a cloth. From the part that was slightly exposed, he could see a green birthmark. No wonder she had to cover it. The 2 young men were standing. The old man was sitting on something that he did not know what to call. That thing took up part of the whole room. The other end was connected to the wall. "Great scholar Song, you are also here. Look, this is called a kong. It is a place that they use to replace the hen's nest. This woman said that in 2 or 3 days chicks will come out of the eggs. I am going to stay here and wait for the chicks to come out. When the time comes, I will buy 10,000 of them and raise them at home." A sturdy man in the room said stiffly when he saw the people coming in. This man was Sonrinigan, a Japanese. Song Jinggong replied with a smile, "Sanri did it? Why would you believe such a thing? If this thing called a kong can help a hen build a nest, doesn't that mean that in the future only hens can lay eggs? Let's go back and sort out our goods." When Sanri Nigan heard Song Jinggong's words, he shook his head and insisted, "No, I have to see if they can really make chicks. There are 200 chicks on the bed. I have already paid the deposit. If there are no chicks, they will have to compensate me tenfold. We will know in 2 days." Song Jinggong looked at the kong bed. It was covered with a mattress. He guessed that the egg was underneath it. Could it really hatch? When Song Jinggong entered the courtyard just now, he had already looked around. There were no chickens in the courtyard. If he could really use this method to hatch chicks, then wouldn't he just need to get more of these kong beds and go elsewhere to buy eggs? A chicken for 2 copper coins was indeed too cheap. Even if it was sold for 3 copper coins, people would rush to buy it. He would really make a fortune. After thinking for a while, Song Jinggong said to the old man, "Sir, can you let me take a look at these eggs?" The old man looked at Song Jinggong and then at the woman. He said, "You have to ask my daughter-in-law about this. She is the one who is making these eggs." Song Jinggong followed the old man's gaze and looked at the woman again. The woman was easy to talk to. She nodded and walked to the Kong bed. She gently lifted the mattress. There were indeed many eggs inside. "Senrinigan, since you want to take a look, I will accompany you for 2 days." A thought flashed through Song Jinggong's mind. He also wanted to stay and accompany them. As for the place to live, it was also simple. Now that the weather was hot, they could just find a place to stay. They could eat in this house and give some money for food. He thought that this family would not refuse. Song Jinggong had been used to the hardships these past few days, so he did not mind persevering for another 2 days. He wanted to see if this family could make chickens. The old man didn't refuse. Not only did he promise to cook for Song Jinggong and the others, he also promised to leave a room for them to live in. He didn't ask for much money, 6 copper coins per person per day. He only asked for some vegetables. If they wanted to eat meat, they could buy it themselves and the old man would cook for them. Immediately, the 3 of them prepared to stay. Song Jinggong thought of the person who was watching him. He went to the door and looked outside. As expected, that person didn't leave. He was standing outside the courtyard, staring at the door. Song Jinggong saw this and didn't get angry. If they wanted to stay, then so be it. He took out some money and gave it to the old man. He asked him to buy some wine and food. They would eat here for lunch. Don't cut the skin together. First, remove the skin, cut the strips, oil and continue. Tuqiao Village, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao was instructing 2 people who specialized in cooking. If it wasn't because Zhang Xiaobao felt that he couldn't pick up the kitchen knife, he didn't need others to do it. He believed that his skills were better. "Good job, Xiaobao. You're good at talking on paper. You're so logical." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was so busy that she sincerely praised him. "I don't think these words should come out of your mouth, General Wang. Do all the people who learn to command in the military academy hold a gun and rush to the front to arrange the formation? I'm a little worried now. If I really find some people to let you teach tactics, the biggest possibility is that the general won't be at the back. Instead, he will be riding a horse and charging while calling for the messengers." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. When he was instructing others on how to cook, he still had time to talk back with his lips. "You're right. Now that you mention it, I just remembered that there's no on-site information display system here. I don't even have a map. The firepower distribution is also different. I have to think about it again. In that case, the most important thing now is to study individual or group combat. We need to have a strong long-range attack ability to effectively intersperse and surround the enemy. Comrade Xiaobao, do you know how to draw a map?" Unexpectedly, Wang Wan didn't refute. She nodded and admitted that she was lacking. "No, I don't know. When did I learn this?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that something was wrong with this situation based on his years of experience in swindling people. "You really don't know? Did you forget to learn? Maybe you'll know after a few more times. It's okay if you don't know. I'll teach you." "I know." Wang Wan put her face in front of Zhang Xiaobao and threatened him. "Okay, don't wait for the oil to boil before adding the sugar. It will burn. Put the eggplant. Okay, the last dish is done. Prepare the cold water and leave." Zhang Xiaobao chose to forget Wang Wan's existence. After giving the last order, he turned around and left. When he passed by the threshold, he tripped and almost fell. Fortunately, Wang Wan supported him. "Look, this is the result of not being familiar with the terrain." Wang Wan smiled and pulled Zhang Xiaobao. Lunch could be said to be extremely sumptuous. There were 8 dishes, a soup and a main dish. When all the dishes were served, except for Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, the 4 adults were dumbfounded. They weren't dumbfounded because all the dishes had eggplant, but because they didn't know how Xiaobao could make so many patterns of eggplant. "Mom, you eat. Wang Wan and I can eat by ourselves. Except for the fried eggplant and the dry fried eggplant, everything else is fine." Zhang Xiaobao directly picked up an eggplant and put it on his mother's plate. Zhang Wang clan looked at the eggplants on the table and nodded. She praised, "My son is amazing. Which child can make such a dazzling array of eggplants?" Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather and grandmother also smiled and agreed with Zhang Wang clan's words. In the end, the 4 adults and 2 children ate more than half of the dishes on the table. Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were still leftovers and immediately regretted. He didn't want to waste things. After all, he was afraid of starvation during those years of wandering. "Let's do them together tonight. We'll eat together." Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao very well. "Forget it. I'll be more careful in the future and try not to waste things. Let's do it like we did before. Zhang Xiaobao replied helplessly. According to the previous method, they would throw away these dishes and feed them to the pigs. Some of them would be eaten by the servants. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to see. The servants were also people. We can eat this kind of food. It's better than the previous training. Wang Wan continued to persuade. I know. I used to hide from the wanted people and ran deep into the mountains. I also ate grass roots and tree barks to satisfy my hunger. But who would let us eat like that? Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to think more. He stood up, said goodbye to his relatives and walked out. 2 days were neither too long nor too short. When the first chick broke its eggshell on the Kong in the room in Xiaoniu village and came out wet, it was acceptable no matter how long the wait was. Song Jinggong could hardly believe his eyes. Could this thing called Kong really replace the hen's nest? For a moment, the chick became a golden chick in his eyes. He didn't care how much the chick was worth. What he cared about was the method to hatch the chick. He understood that this process was not as simple as what he saw. There must be some tricks. Imagining the days when he would have a lot of money in the future, Song Jinggong looked at the woman with the birthmark on her face and felt that this woman had a special kind of beauty. Song Grignigan also stared blankly at the chick's body drying bit by bit. He would be happy even if there were only 200 of them. There were 10,000 of them. It seemed that there was hope. Just when they were all looking at the chick, someone's voice suddenly came from outside. Is this the place? We can use this thing called Kong to replace the hen's nest? Boss, you're right. This is the place. A voice that seemed to be a servant sounded. Song Jinggong was stunned and immediately reacted. He said to the old man who was still sitting there with a serene look, Sir, please don't tell anyone about this. I'll give you money. That's not good. Great talent, Song. Everyone who enters is a guest. Oh, the second chick also came out. The old man narrowed his eyes and just replied to Song Jinggong. Then another chick's head came out from the eggs on the Kong. Chapter 41. There really are chicks coming out. Following this voice, 6 people stood in front of the door. One of them was a man with a bulging belly who always had a smile on his face. Another one had his head lowered and waist bent. The other 4 were blocked behind him and could be seen a little. They were probably servants or guards. Song Jinggong had already lost his composure. Seeing that there were people coming over to look at the chicks, his smile was no longer as natural as before. He stood in front of the door and said, It's just for fun. Actually, we use a hen to carry a nest and then bring it to the Kong bed. You are? Without waiting for the man with the bulging belly to speak, the person beside him who was still smiling suddenly straightened his back and squinted his eyes as he asked Song Jinggong. No, I'm just a high scholar. My surname is Song and my name is Jinggong. Song Jinggong knew that this was not the time to show his fear. He raised his head and said, Oh, it's just a high scholar. I thought that the top scorer had arrived. Boss, let's go in and take a look. The man laughed and turned his face around. Once again he had a respectful look on his face, which made people gasp in amazement. The boss walked in and casually made a sound of acknowledgement. He didn't even look at Song Jinggong. The 4 people behind him followed suit, squeezing in until there was no more space in the house. When they got closer, it just so happened that a chick had broken out of its shell and was trying to squeeze out. The boss's eyes lit up. He wasn't a fool and knew that this was the most important method. The chick didn't seem to care at all. Old man, didn't we agree on this? Leave this matter to me. Song Jinggong turned around and faced the old man. He winked at him and gestured with his hand. The old man didn't seem to notice Song Jinggong's actions and didn't reply to him. Instead, he looked at the newcomer and said, Master, look. This is what my daughter-in-law made. As long as the egg is placed on the Kong bed, after a few days the chick will come out. It can't be that simple? The boss smiled at the old man and asked. His words carried a hint of threat. I don't know. It was my daughter-in-law who took care of the servants. What did young Master Song say just now? The old man pretended to be unafraid and turned to ask Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was very angry. He knew that this old man was not stupid at all. Maybe this family was the one who spread the news. The more people who saw it, the more money this family could earn. Now he no longer thought that this was a scam. The chicken really came out. Seeing that the old man had pushed him out, he wanted to refuse but was reluctant to give up, so he had to be the bad guy. He wanted to make his expression more natural but found that he couldn't, so he simply put on a straight face and said, Sir, I just said that I will take care of this matter. When the time comes I will help you sell chicks. I wonder if you will agree? After Song Jinggong finished speaking, he looked back at the 6 people who were looking at him and turned his head away. He didn't even want to look at them. So this is the place where chicks can be hatched on the Kong bed? Just when the 2 groups of people were practicing their eyesight, a voice came from outside again. Young master, that's right. I have found out. Please come in. This should be another servant. Basically all servants spoke like this. Sure enough, a few people appeared at the door. One of them was about 20 years old. He had just turned 20. His white clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked very handsome. Seeing that there was no place to walk in the room, Wei Wei frowned. The person next to him said, "Come out. Don't you see that our young master is here?" Well, Xiaowu, what are you saying? Have you forgotten what I have taught you? This young master didn't say anything when Xiaowu was talking. He waited for Xiaowu to finish speaking before he pretended to be a good person with a calm smile. In the room, other than Cherries and another person, the others were a little scared. This young master was not ordinary. Even Song Jinggong felt that he couldn't pretend to be like this. Ying Tao, who was wearing a face scarf, and the other person did not feel anything at all. Just by looking at Feng Shui and her family's young master, one could tell that he was beautiful. He had a fair and plump appearance, pure and big eyes, and 2 round dimples when he smiled. His words were irresistible, and he could strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. When he grew a little older, which young master could compare to him? This was great. The 3 groups of people gathered together and didn't see eye to eye with each other. In order to let the young master who came later enter the room to watch, the old man even drove out the second servant of the owner who came later. After all, this was his house. Now 5 chicks had already come out from the Kong. The first one that came out had dry feathers and was chirping non-stop. Cherries quickly brought the rice soup that she had already cooked to feed it. Seeing this situation, the 3 groups of people began to discuss with the old man. One group said that they were willing to take out 10 taels of silver. Another group said that they could exchange it for 100 bolts of silk. In short, they all wanted to get the method of hatching chicks on the Kong. The old man looked at one and then looked at another. He didn't say anything and just waited with a smile. The 3 groups of people kept increasing the price. When the price reached 200 taels of silver, only Song Jinggong dared to shout. The others didn't say anything. The other 2 groups of people thought that it was not worth it to spend so much money. How many chickens would they need to raise to earn back the money? Just as Song Jinggong was feeling complacent, people began to come in from outside. In the end, a total of more than 10 groups of people arrived. After seeing that the Kong really could be used to hatch chicks, one of the more generous people opened his mouth and said 500 taels of silver. No one knew what he was thinking. When Song Jinggong heard this, he also became listless. He really couldn't take out that much money. At the same time, he was a bit jealous of the old man's family. With so much money, how many lifetimes would it take to spend it? Other people like this would use things to exchange for daily necessities. When the old man's family had so much money, they might be in danger. Seeing that no one raised the price again, the old man said, "Everyone, I say everyone, you are all rich people." This old man is not. What do I need so much money for? I'm afraid that it will bring a fatal disaster. How about this? Those who are willing to pay can continue to pay. Those who are not willing to pay can also exchange things. Silk, wheat, rice, millet, and even things like soybeans, radishes, horses, cows, and sheep. This old man can take them all. When the time comes, I'll just convert them into silver. Who gives me more? This old man will let his daughter-in-law sell the recipe to that family. How about it? When the crowd heard this, most of them shrank back. After all, there was too much money. If the 500 taels were not enough, how much more did he want? Song Jinggong was happy. He had goods that were worth 400 taels of silver. Adding the 200 taels he borrowed and the 200 taels he saved before, he could take out 800 taels. Others might think that it was not worth it to buy this thing, but he didn't think so. He was ready. As long as he hatched chicks, he could continue to cheat people. In a few days, he would be able to borrow another sum of money. Just as the crowd was about to continue to raise the price, a person suddenly said, "Wait, I want to ask, if I buy this recipe and you sell it to someone else, what should I do?" Everyone can rest assured. This old man has already thought about it. When the time comes, I will find a sharp-tongued person to be a guarantor. Of course, if this recipe is spread out by yourself, then don't blame me. I will only do it in my own house. Without power and influence, I can't make a big scene. The old man spoke again at this time. This time the crowd was finally relieved. They thought that an old man would not dare to cheat people. Otherwise he would be beaten to death. The crowd was ready to raise the price again. At this time the old man spoke again. Everyone, don't be anxious. This old man has a method that can let you not have a falling out with each other. Everyone stopped and listened to him. Son, bring the brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Everyone, this old man's method is. Everyone, write down the price or things that you want to take out on paper. Don't let others see it. When the time comes, give it to me together. I will see which family has the highest price and give it to that family. How about it? The old man called out. One of the two people on the other side came out and took out the 4 treasures of the study that had been prepared long ago. He let these people write on it. At first, everyone thought that this method was good. Who knew that when they thought about how much money or things to pay, they would find that they could not guess other people's price. If the price was too low, the recipe would be gone. If the price was too high, wouldn't they lose money? Everyone could not help but secretly curse this old man in their hearts. He actually came up with such a bad idea. Clearly knowing that this was not good for them, they had to write. After one person finished writing, the next person took away the piece of paper under the pad, afraid that others would see the traces. Fortunately, everyone knew a few words and knew how to write a few words, so they didn't need to find someone else to write for them. After a quarter of an hour, everyone stopped writing and handed the paper to the old man. The old man persuaded them to wait outside. On the other side, the other man on the zhuangzi began to open the paper and found someone who was willing to pay 700 taels of silver. This was the highest price. Then he took out Song Jinggong's piece of paper. At first glance he found that Song Jinggong wanted to pay less. He counted the 2,000 don of carats as 400 taels of silver. He added 250 taels of silver. The man nodded and handed the paper to the old man. He whispered a few words and the old man wrote them down one by one. Outside, Song Jinggong was also talking to Sanrigan. After all, the goods on the ship belonged to 2 families. Sanrigan, wait for me to get the recipe. After the chickens are hatched, we will pay with the chickens. What do you think? Song Jinggong asked. Why don't you give me a copy of the recipe? Sanrigan was not stupid. He wanted the recipe. You don't understand. In the future you can come to me to get the chickens. I will give you a discount. But if you take them back, can you keep the recipe? Many people are jealous. You don't have the protection of the government. Song Jinggong analyzed the pros and cons and persuaded him. Sanrigan thought about it. It was true, so he nodded and agreed. After a while, the old man came out with 2 pieces of paper in his hand. He said, Everyone, the result is out. Mr. Li from Xinping City, this time it is 700 taels of silver. As soon as he said this, the others gasped. Song Jinggong's heart sank. If he had known this, he would have added more money. Those carats were not worth much. At this time the old man said, Unfortunately, Mr. Li is a little bit worse. Young Master Song bought the recipe with 2,000 don of carats, which is 400 taels of silver. Plus 350 taels of silver, the total is 750 taels of silver. As soon as he finished, Mr. Li said with an ugly face, I will pay 800 taels of silver. Mr. Li, you are too late. If you wrote down 800 taels of silver, we will give it to you. But maybe you want to. The old man didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. That's right, if they wanted less money, how could they return the prescription to you? Boss Li also knew that his words were not spoken at the right time, so he said goodbye and left in a hurry. When they felt that they were suitable, they took out soil from the sacks and wrapped it around the carats. They carefully stacked it on the carats instead of piling it into a big pile. When it was evening, the goods were finally unloaded. They all loaded the carats and left. There was not a single bit left. Song Jinggong was puzzled. How did an old man's family of 4 get so many carats? So he asked, How did you hire so many carats? It's not easy to hire so many. Cherries took off the cloth covering her face and took out a wet handkerchief to wipe her face. She said with a smile, Young Master Song, you don't have to think too much. With the financial resources of Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, it's not difficult to get some carats. No matter how many carats there are, it's still possible. You're the servant girl of that child in Tuqiao village Zhangjia Zhuangzi? Song Jinggong felt as if a large piece of ice was suddenly stuffed into his stomach. His entire body was cold. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked. There must be something wrong with that recipe, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. That's right. If that's the case, there will be chicks hatching. But why? But he couldn't help but think that he was tricked. Otherwise, why would all of this happen at the same time? Could it be that something went wrong? At this moment, a person ran over from afar. As he ran, he shouted, "Young Master Song, it's not good. It's not good." Song Jinggong raised his head to look. It was actually shopkeeper Zhao from his antique calligraphy and painting shop. Why did he come? When shopkeeper Zhao ran over, he took 2 deep breaths and said, "Young Master Song, it's not good. The caretaker residence is finished." What's finished? How is it finished? You tell me clearly. When Song Jinggong heard this, he was confused for a moment. He could only force himself to ask. It's my fault. Speaking of which, it's all my fault. I didn't know that you had already taken the caretaker residence out. Otherwise, I would have found out earlier. Shopkeeper Zhao said with a sobbing tone. Tell me what happened. Song Jinggong's heart was getting more and more irritated. Okay, I'll tell you. These 2 days I've been with Lu Wang in the restaurant and that brothel. Originally, we wanted to go back, but the person who was looking after the house came and said that young master had something to discuss with someone in the shop. These few days I didn't need to rush back. Otherwise, if I offended the noble, even if I had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. I believed it and stayed with Lu Wang until today. In the end, there was no one in the shop. A few people who said that they were from Zhangjie Zhuangzi were guarding there. They told me that the shop had been taken out. Shopkeeper Zhao finally said the matter. After Song Jinggong heard this, his brows furrowed. He felt that this shopkeeper Zhao was really not presentable. He was so easily believed by others. Didn't he want to continue enjoying himself in that kind of place? That was why he found such an excuse. Okay. I'm the one who took out the mortgage. After a few days it will be back. You're still a shopkeeper there. I won't chase you away. Do what you need to do. Don't stay here. Song Jinggong still decided not to care about this matter. The shop wasn't important. At most he would return the money. Now he had a new way to earn money. Selling the things on the ship could also be considered as cheating the Zhang family. No, young master. It's not that simple. A few days before you took out the Zhuangzi, someone came to buy something. He wanted that painting. I gave him a high price of 150 taels of silver. That person didn't take it away immediately. Instead, he left a deposit of 50 taels of silver. After half a month, if he still didn't come to collect it, then young Master Li would pay an extra 100 taels of silver every night. If he didn't collect it in a month, then the deposit would be given to the shop. If it wasn't this painting, then the shop would have to compensate 10 taels of silver. But you took out the shop, so how are you going to collect the painting? Shopkeeper Zhao was about to cry. He told Song Jinggong the whole story. Painting? What painting? Is it the one with the burn marks on it? Song Jinggong asked as cold sweat dripped down his face. Yes, young master. How did you know? I haven't told you yet. Shopkeeper Zhao continued to ask. It's over. It's all over. What a ruthless Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Why did I have to cross that bridge? How much money do I have left? 50 taels of silver. Yes, I still have 50 taels of silver. I can't pay it back. What should I do? What should I do? Song Jinggong's eyes were wide open. He kept muttering, scaring shopkeeper Zhao. Without thinking, he went up and slapped Song Jinggong. With a slap, Song Jinggong finally recovered. However, his face was as white as a sheet. It was as scary as it could be. Young Master Song, have you thought of what to do? At that time, everyone said that you were a swindler. My family's young master and Miss Cuckoo said that you were a good person. At that time, I didn't believe them. But today it seems that they were right. Young Master Song, you are a good person. At this time, Cherries didn't forget to attack Song Jinggong. She felt very satisfied. No wonder Miss Cuckoo and her young master said that Song Jinggong wasn't a swindler. As the saying goes, when the virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. Monster as expected of a monster. Sigh, young Master Song was actually quite pitiful. How did he meet someone like her young master? No wonder her young master said to give him a chance. After a while, Song Jinggong finally caught his breath. He looked at Cherries, who was smiling like a flower, and thought about what happened this time. He nodded and said, Okay, you Zhangjie Zhuangzi are amazing. Don't you still have time? I'll go raise the money now and return the money to Zhuangzi. I don't believe that you can force me to my death. Come on, can you stop everyone from lending me money? I have this recipe in my hand, what am I afraid of? Ah. Cherries looked at Song Jinggong with pity. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "Young Master Song, do you really want to use that recipe to get money? My young master wants you to go to his place and meet him to talk to him face to face." "Meet? Meet your little baby who hasn't even stopped drinking milk? Are you kidding me? Does he want to eat candy?" "Haha, I admit it. You Zhangjia Zhuangzi have won this time." Song Jinggong heard Cherry's words and laughed mockingly. Cherry shook her head and said, "It's not like that. My young master doesn't like candy. He wants to save your life." Cherry's was actually even angrier. She didn't allow others to compare her young master. Who was her young master? But she still suppressed her anger and said, "Save my life? Dream on. Just wait. Wait until I turn the tables. I'll make you pay back 1,000 times." Song Jinggong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. A little baby dared to say that she wanted to save his life. "Okay, since young Master Song has made his decision, then don't blame my young master for not giving you face. In a while there will be a new recipe to sell. Will be very cheap. Can be said that this is a new recipe that I just thought of. It's better than young master's recipe. This can't be counted as selling more than one recipe, right?" Cherry sighed and said slowly. Then she turned and left. Song Jinggong was dumbfounded. He waited until Cherry's had walked more than 20 steps and was about to enter the carriage before he suddenly reacted. He shouted and chased after her, "Wait, wait, I'll go. I don't want to die." Cherry stopped and didn't turn around. Her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She said to herself, "Young Master's plan is flawless. As expected." Chapter 43. Dark clouds rolled and strong winds blew. One could see the horizon. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, creating rain and mist as if covering the distant mountains. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on a small bench and looked out of the window. The heavy rain was pouring down, hitting the ground bit by bit. Bubbles appeared and disappeared one after another. It looked foggy. Countless small streams of water gathered together and undulated towards the low-lying areas. "I originally wanted to give some carrots to the people in Zhuangzi today, but it seems that I can only wait until the weather clears up," Wang Wan said vaguely while biting a carrot stick in her mouth. "Yes. I heard people say that carrots need to be cooked with oil so that people can better absorb the nutrients. How can the farmers have so much oil? Carrot seeds can produce oil by themselves, right?" Zhang Xiaobao frowned when talking about the farmers. He appeared to be worried. "Yes, and it's very expensive. I bought it before. Do you know how to make it?" Wang Wan wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "Drooling was a natural phenomenon. No, but I know how to make soybean oil. It's very simple. Just make a barrel-shaped thing and put the beans in it. Then keep adding wedges and rely on physical pressure to get the oil out. What's left is the bean cake. Some wicked people use the bean cake to make tofu. It's not delicious at all." "Wow, you know a lot of things." Wang Wan had never seen such a method of making soybean oil and was a little skeptical. Zhang Xiaobao didn't argue. He just said leisurely, "This is nothing. There are some old people who know a lot of things that can scare you to death. Some simple herbal prescriptions, acupuncture, cupping, scraping, the work of masons, raising livestock and looking after livestock, growing all kinds of grains, carpentry, burning charcoal, baking bricks, weaving baskets and so on. While some people show off these as knowledge, those simple people pass it down from generation to generation. It has already become a way to survive. It's an instinct. Apart from what I just said, my grandpa Dean also knows how to draw, write calligraphy, carve, measure feng shui, heat the vats, wash the basins, wash the bowls, sharpen the scissors and other things in the courtyard. He is also the one who does everything." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he seemed to be immersed in his memories. The expression on his face kept changing. In the end, he let out a long sigh and smiled at Wang Wan, telling her not to worry. "It can't be? I'm not saying that no one knows these things. I'm saying that your orphanage can't even afford a bowl, right? Who still knows how to make bowls? I used to hear my parents say that when they were young, they would be beaten if they made a bowl. Later on no one cared at all." Wang Wan was a little surprised. "Let's not talk about this anymore. When there is light, there is always darkness on the other side. A good environment is nothing more than a shadowless lamp. It just makes the darkness more hidden and not easy to find. Above the shadowless lamp, there is also darkness. This time I got a lot of money from Swindler Song. Tomorrow I'll get someone to harvest the soybeans. I want to squeeze the oil." Zhang Xiaobao wiped away a drop of rain that blew on his face and returned to the expression of a child. He said in a relaxed manner, The two people's voices were relatively soft. Xiao Hong, who was sitting at the door, only knew what the little ancestor was talking about. She didn't know the details. Right now, she wasn't worried that the little master and his wife would be in any danger. What she needed to do was to help by the side. Today it was raining heavily outside, so she could sit here and learn how to read. This was the little master's request. Everyone in the courtyard had to be able to read and write and be able to do simple accounts. In addition to these, Cuckoo also said that in the future, the two children in Zhuangzi would have to hire someone to teach them. All the expenses would be paid by the Zhang family and Wang family. The only requirement was that regardless of whether they succeeded in learning or not, they had to respect Zhuangzi's honor and disgrace. Xiao Hong couldn't understand how the two little ancestors thought. The things they did were always so imaginative. And these were the words of the accountants in Zhuangzi. Knowledgeable people were indeed different. When the three of them split into two groups to do their own things, Manager Zhang's voice came from the rain outside. "Young Master Song, it's raining today. Look, it's so heavy. The little master can't come out to play, so he's in the room. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform him." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Manager Zhang." Song Jinggong's voice sounding a little weak. Manager Zhang entered the room outside. When he walked in again, he saw Xiao Hong sitting there thinking about something. According to his usual habit, he was about to scold her. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up and saw the two little ancestors standing close to the window. He swallowed his words. He knew that the little master wasn't someone who was easy to fool. If Xiao Hong didn't have the little master's permission, Xiao Hong definitely wouldn't dare to do this. If he really scolded the little master's servant girl, then the consequences. Just thinking about it scared him. Song Jinggong was such a smart person. Look at how he was bullied by the little master. "Steward Zhang, what's the matter?" The little master and Cuckoo usually don't allow others to disturb them. Xiao Hong also saw Manager Zhang and was a little scared. She put the book in her hand behind her back and said, "There's something important. Song Jinggong, young Master Song, is here. He came to Zhuangzi last night and didn't dare to disturb the little master's rest. Today he came here in the rain. And go and tell him to read well. The people around the little master can't be worse than those of other families." Manager Zhang saw that Xiao Hong had a book to read, so it must be the little master's arrangement. This little ancestor really didn't know how to comment. Song Jinggong was such a powerful person, but he was so scared that he didn't sleep well last night. There were still dark circles under his eyes. "And you're here? Please come in. Make the tea according to the method I taught you. This way I can be less busy." In fact, Zhang Xiaobao had already heard Song Jinggong's voice outside, but he still waited for Xiao Hong to finish before opening his mouth. Song Jinggong held an umbrella and stood in the rain, letting the rain water wet his shoes. He didn't move at all. Even when the wind blew and the rain soaked the lower half of his body, he still didn't feel anything. He kept thinking about what Cherry said when he came over yesterday. He asked Cherries which expert schemed against him. Cherries pursed her lips and said, "Why would we need an expert to scheme against you? My little master is enough. That day when you stepped on the bridge, there was no turning back. That was scary." Those who knew clearly that the bridge connected Gijia village and Zhangwang to the two Zhuangzi. Those who didn't know would think that it was the bridge of helplessness. Of course, Song Jinggong didn't believe it. In the end, Cherries reminded him, "Did you forget how you gave the money and the jade pendant that day? I Zhangjia Zhuangzi can deal with you. Sending a 1-year-old child is enough." This was the reason why Song Jinggong was conflicted. He wanted to see if that child was as powerful as Cherry said. "Master Song, my little master invites you in." Just when Song Jinggong was still thinking, Manager Zhang came out to greet him. "Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang." "Manager Zhang, wait a moment. I have some doubts in my heart and would like to ask Manager Zhang for help." Song Jinggong was just about to enter when he pulled Manager Zhang back. "Master Song, there's no harm in asking. I would like to know if what Manager Zhang and Madame Zhuang said that day outside my window was meaningful. What does it have to do with your little master?" Song Jinggong thought of some details. "Master Song, we will work together in the future. Please take care of me." Manager Zhang didn't answer the question. He gestured with his hand and turned to leave. Song Jinggong walked in with doubts. He walked around the outer room and saw that there was a cushion in the inner room. There was a small table between the cushion and the cushion. Song Jinggong naturally knew that the cushion was for him to sit on. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked in and sat down. When he looked at the cushion, there was no one. At this time, his eyes adjusted to the light in the room. He looked again and saw that the two children were standing by the window and looking at the rain outside. Xiaobao, don't you think it's better to go out than to stay at home? Song Jinggong heard the girl's voice. No, it's raining heavily outside. Besides, it's tiring to hold an umbrella. Song Jinggong heard the boy's voice again. Why hold an umbrella? Just wear a straw raincoat. Look at the mountains and watch the rain. What's that saying again? Oh, it's called Rin Ping Sheng in the misty rain. The girl's voice was heard. No, I'll get sick. When that happens, I'll be blown away by the wind and rain. The boy's voice was heard. When Song Jinggong heard this, he felt that he had come to the wrong place. This was not Zhangjia Zhuangzi. This was the Imperial Academy. In front of the window were not children, but two elementary scholars. A young Master Song is here. Sorry for the lack of manners. Xiaohong served tea. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have just realized that there were other people in the room. He pulled Wang Wan and jumped down from the stool. The two of them walked over to the cushion and sat down to greet the guests. Well said, well said. Young Master Zhang is too engrossed. May I ask who the young lady beside young Master Zhang is? Song Jinggong unknowingly treated the two children in front of him as adults. After speaking, he realized that they were obviously two children. Oh, this is Zhang's childhood sweetheart, Wang family's cuckoo from Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand and introduced. Childhood sweetheart? Song Jinggong was confused again. What did that mean? Wang Wan opened her mouth at this time. It means that the two of you rode a bamboo horse and circled the bed to play with the plum blossoms. You're so stupid. How can you be a high scholar? You don't have any knowledge. If you want to cheat someone, you won't be able to do so. Wang Wan had lowered her voice towards the end of the sentence, but Song Jinggong still heard it clearly. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely argue. Today, facing these two children, he could only feel a sense of helplessness. Where were the ancestral graves of the Zhang family and Wang family buried? At this time, Xiaohong had already served tea. In front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was hot tea. In front of Song Jinggong were two types of tea, one hot and one cold. Regardless of whether it was hot or cold, they were all green and were different from the tea that Song Jinggong had drunk before. Young Master Zhang, this is? Song Jinggong pointed at the herbal tea and asked. Iced tea. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Oh, then why am I the only one who has it? Song Jinggong asked again. Why would a person of status drink iced tea? It's just a joke. Cuckoo and I are too young to drink cold things. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 44. In front of me are two children who haven't been weaned off milk. I'm not afraid. I shouldn't be afraid. They're all pretending. The adults taught them to say that. As Song Jinggong listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conversation, he could feel the tone of the two children's voices. There was something inside him that kept comforting himself, telling him to clear up the situation in front of him and clear up the fog. Young Master Song, please. Zhang Xiaobao didn't give Song Jinggong a chance to adjust. Seeing that Song Jinggong was stunned, he picked up the tea and drank it. Xiaobao, the tea is a bit old. Before Ming Dynasty is the best. Wang Wan finished the tea and commented. Song Jinggong was curious and picked up the hot tea to drink. He didn't dare to pick up the herbal tea for fear of being tricked. When the tea entered his mouth, he only felt that it was bland. It didn't have any taste of salt or sugar, and it didn't have ginger or scallions to complement it. It was a bit unpleasant, but after a while he realized that the faint bitterness of the tea was addictive. The way this tea is brewed seems to be different from others? Song Jinggong raised his head and asked after finishing the tea. Exactly. This method of drinking tea is for elegance. It's not for ordinary life. It's used for culture and not for hardship. Those with money and status can use this method. If it's just to regulate the stomach, it's better to add salt and ginger. Today I treat it elegantly, but tomorrow I might not use it, Zhang Xiaobao said lightly. I'm telling you, this is to pretend to be someone's identity. Decent people drink tea because they don't feel well after eating. Salt is to ensure that the body doesn't lack salt. Ginger is to stop vomiting and get rid of the cold. For people with no power or money, life is the most important. Of course, when it's time to pretend, you still have to pretend. Pretending is also a part of life. Seeing that Song Jinggong was in a daze, Wang Wan translated for him. Song Jinggong nodded. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but he didn't expect that there would be people who used tea to show their identity. If he had known, he would have one more trick up his sleeve. But this child in front of him didn't use it. Could it be that she had reached the point where she didn't want to use this method? Hearing this girl's words, what shocked him the most was the last sentence. Pretending is also a part of life. How could this be said by a 1-year-old girl? I've learned. I wonder if young Master Zhang is willing to tell me how to make this tea? I will repay you 1,000 times over. The more Song Jinggong thought about it, the more he felt that he had found a new way to deceive people. Without waiting for Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan said, "What else do you want to repay? You owe us a lot of money now. A few hundred taels of silver. How are you going to pay us back?" Songz's words. Nonsense DSSS. T. I agree with everything you've done in the past. Only when you hatched the chicken did I let you down. Have you forgotten what you did in the past? Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Song Jinggong shivered. It was just as this child said. At that moment he had evil thoughts. It was different from what he had decided. Thank you, young Master Zhang. But the tea's recipe? Song Jinggong still wanted to trick him. Song Jinggong, why do you disappoint me so much? Other than this kind of low-level trick, you don't know anything else? Harming others to benefit yourself and making money is a low-level path. Helping others to benefit yourself is a low-level path. Helping the country and the people to make money is the true path. Are you going to hang around in the low-level path? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Song Jinggong still wanted to make money by cheating. He was really disappointed. If he could cheat, why would he use Song Jinggong? Song Jinggong put down the teacup and looked at the child in front of him. He suddenly felt awkward, especially when he saw the disdainful and disappointed look on the child's face. He then looked at the girl next to him. It was as if she had expected better from him. Song Jinggong felt that when he faced the two children, he was facing his examiner. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. I wonder what kind of person young Master Zhang is? Song Jinggong didn't give up and asked again. Xiaobao doesn't need to tell you this. I'll tell you. Neither left, right, nor middle. It is the middle. When Wang Wan said this, she turned her head away and didn't want to look at Song Jinggong. At this moment, Song Jinggong was really convinced. He understood that these two children could trick him without any effort. They were not children. They could clearly be his teachers. Young Master Zhang, I am stupid. I hope you can enlighten me in the future. Song Jinggong lowered his attitude. Enlighten what? The more you listen, the more you see, the more you do, the more you think, and the more you ask, that is knowledge. I don't have an advisor by my side, so there will always be something wrong when I do things. I wonder if Master Song? There is no end to learning. The one who has reached the top is the teacher. From now on, I am at your service. Song Jinggong already understood that if the first few sentences could be taught, then the following questions couldn't be taught by anyone. Even if Zhuge Liang was alive, he couldn't. Everything was from the heart of these two children. These two children were not ordinary people. Moreover, he was in debt. His life and death depended on them. If he didn't rely on them now, when would he? Was he really going to disappoint them and use ruthless methods? Thinking of this, Song Jinggong understood that they didn't want him to die. They just wanted one more person to do things for them. Song Jinggong felt that it was not shameful to work for someone who had won. Literature was easy to come by, but if he lied, he would go bankrupt. Really? Having young Master Song is as good as having a pipe. I will have to trouble young Master Song in the future. Zhang Xiaobao still had to do what he had to do. Young Master, you can call me Zijin in the future. Song Jinggong said. Wang Wan turned her head and said, so young Master Song's name is Zijin. Since you have the heart to sacrifice for the common people, then you have to do it well in the future. Xiaobao, leave the matter of the soybean oil to Zijin. Song Jinggong was really speechless. He just said a word, and a 1-year-old child immediately recited the book of songs. He looked at the two children again. No matter how he looked at them, they were so compatible. If they could be like this at the age of 1, how would they be when they grew up? All right, brother Zijin. In that case, I will have to trouble you. I want to use the beans to make some oil and exchange it for the farmers to eat the carrots you brought, which are ganshuan. You are selling them at a higher price. They are not worth 1 copper coin per caddy. 1 copper coin per caddy is more like 2 caddies. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao also spoke. He wanted to sell the carrots at half the price. Song Jinggong felt like a fool. He shook his head and said, impossible. I bought them for 1 copper coin per caddy. No one eats them here. In front of us, it's only about whether we want to do it or not. There's nothing impossible. Wang Wan said with certainty. All right, then how do we make the oil? Beans have oil too? Light a lamp? Song Jinggong had to admit that she was better than him. Don't light a lamp. It's the same as meat oil. Let's harvest the beans first. We can talk about the rest later. Wang Wan interrupted. Song Jinggong naturally did not refute. He just had to do as she said. He was thinking about the matter of harvesting the beans and left. 5 days later, the sun was shining brightly. Ernie came back with a basket in his hand to look for Zhang Xiaobao. Little master, the sauce is out. This is what you want. Take a look. What do you think? Ernie took out a dozen small jars from the basket and placed them in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Brother Zijin, do you know what this is? After Zhang Xiaobao saw the things, he smiled and said to Song Jinggong, who was next to him. Song Jinggong looked at it and said, yes, I know. Bring the pancakes over. Zhang Xiaobao said to Cherries next to him. Cherries had already prepared the pancakes. These days she had been preparing pancakes every day. When she heard the sound, she immediately went to get it and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Brother Zijin, please spread the sauce on the pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao handed over a pair of chopsticks and said. Song Jinggong was puzzled and did as Zhang Xiaobao said. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the little boy make a eating gesture, Song Jinggong did not hesitate at all and directly put it in his mouth and took a big bite. Delicious, how did you make this thing? Little Gongzi, did you make it? After Song Jinggong took a bite, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and then ate the whole pancake. As soon as he finished eating, Xiaohong sent a bowl of egg and spinach soup. Scallions were fried in oil and floated on top of it. After drinking a mouthful, the fragrance lingered in his mouth. Little Gongzi, did you make this thing? Song Jinggong smacked his lips twice and asked in disbelief. It's not me, it's Ernie. Have you harvested enough soybeans? In the future you will sell this sauce. I will give you a few recipes to use this sauce to cook. You will sell it for at least 50 copper coins per caddy. Zhang Xiaobao also dipped his finger in the sauce and tasted it and said to Song Jinggong. No, it's Little Gongzi. Little Gongzi told me how to make it. It's not me, it's really not me. Ernie really hadn't tasted the sauce properly. After it was done, he brought it over. Seeing the little Gongzi taking the credit for it, he shook his head vigorously to deny it. Song Jinggong saw the expressions of the two people and recalled the taste in his mouth. He said, Little Gongzi, I Song Jinggong am convinced today. You don't want to take the credit and can even make such delicious things. Don't worry, I will sell it for 100 copper coins per caddy. Don't, if you really sell it that expensive, you will be cheating me. You can only sell it for 50 copper coins per caddy. Wait until I get the soybean oil and fry it in oil, then you can sell it for 100 copper coins. We are doing business, don't cheat me. Zhang Xiaobao saw Song Jinggong's expression and knew what he was thinking. He immediately rejected the suggestion and looked at Ernie and said, Now I will give you a new task. Put the bean paste into the sauce as well and split it into 2 different types. Remember to keep it a secret. Little Gongzi, don't worry. Ernie will definitely do it well. I will leave now. Ernie said and turned to leave. Song Jinggong used his hand to scoop out some meat from the sauce and put it on his tongue. He asked, Why does it have a special taste? It seems to be spicy. It's the same as the chicken hatching recipe you bought. You always have to have something better to sell to something worse. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 45. Song Jinggong carefully sized up Zhang Xiaobao, then rolled up another piece of pancake and slowly ate it. He seemed to be savoring it, but it wasn't just the pancake and chili sauce. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't disturb him. They tore off a thin piece of cake, dipped it in the sauce and ate it carefully. The taste is still not good enough. Wang Wan licked her fingers and smacked her lips. Yes, I think so too. Don't fry it. Count it as raw sauce. It'll be good after it's fried. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. We'll fry it later and eat it at noon. Send some to my family too. Last night, my mother came to give us peaches, Wang Wan said after eating the pancake. Zhang Xiaobao just finished eating and nodded. Yes, definitely send it. But there's no soybean oil, so the taste is much worse. Last time when I went to the kitchen, I saw there was still some butter. Let's use that. Think of a way to make sauce with a cow when it dies. We need to keep it for farming. The cows on Zhuangzi are not allowed to fall. It's cheaper to buy an old cow to fall. Wang Wan added. At this moment, Song Jinggong had mixed feelings in his heart. From the words of the manservant who just left, He already knew that the sauce was made by the little boy in front of him. He was really ridiculous at that time. He even wanted to swindle money. Look at him, he could come up with one idea after another when doing business. He didn't lose unjustly at all. They weren't at the same level at all. He was only 1 year old. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a saint? Listening to the words of the two children, they were obviously adults. How were they children who hadn't been weaned yet? No wonder Ying Tao was so proud when she talked about the little master and Miss Cuckoo. If she had such a master, she would be the same. Alright, I won't fight in the future. I'll just be an advisor to this little brat. Perhaps I'll be able to see more interesting things by following him. Just when Song Jinggong was thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao asked Xiaohong to go to the kitchen to get something. She just came back at this time. After thinking about this, Song Jinggong watched Zhang Xiaobao put some shredded onion and cucumber on the cake and spread the sauce. He said to him, "Taste this. Brother Zijin, try this. In the future, I'm going to sell this to various restaurants and snack bars. And I'll only sell the sauce. Even if it's slightly more expensive, people will still be able to accept it. After all, once the soybean oil is squeezed out, only our family will have it. Me and Kaiwan are still young, so we can't eat so much." The cake was small. Song Jinggong didn't feel full after eating 2 pieces. Besides, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. He was hungry. He didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cake and ate it in a few mouthfuls. He sighed happily. He rolled 2 more pieces and said while eating, "Little master, in the future, Zijin will go wherever you say. Please don't close the restaurant. It's small, but it can support 3 families." "Zijin, what are you talking about?" "Naturally, Zijin is in charge of the restaurant. I'm so young. How can I manage so many things? This cake is delicious. In the future, I'll let people set up a small stall to sell it. It's like the spring plate, but I'll add some dishes that haven't been cooked yet." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Song Jinggong. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he said more. He wasn't afraid that someone would lie to him. He didn't lack the ability to control his subordinates. Song Jinggong was still eating. This kind of food was too delicious. It was refreshing and spicy. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat. He didn't stop until he couldn't eat anymore. He looked at the 2 children in front of him and said, "Okay, I'm full. I'll go and harvest the soybeans." After saying that, Song Jinggong stood up and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Wait, it's raining and cold outside. Zijin, take care of yourself. Xiaohong, have you warmed the wine with ginger? Bring it to Zijin to drive away the cold. Sorry to trouble Zijin. Cuckoo and I are still too young. There are many things that we can't do. It's all up to Zijin to take care of things outside. Thank you for your hard work. Cuckoo and I thank you." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed and thanked Song Jinggong together. They used their small hands to tremble as they brought the wine in front of Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and looked at her weak little hand. He took the warm wine. Before he even drank, he felt a warmth in his heart. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. He cupped his hands and said, "You treat me like a national hero, I will repay you like a national hero. Goodbye." After saying that, Song Jinggong turned and left. He didn't even open an umbrella. He rushed into the pouring rain. His legs were steady and powerful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed him to the door. They watched as Song Jinggong's figure disappeared. Only then did they turn back. Suddenly they saw Xiaohong there. Her eyes were red. They asked in surprise, "Xiaohong, what happened to you? Did the ginger sting you? Quickly wash it with water." "No, I'm fine. I just feel comfortable in my heart. Young master treats people so well. Whether it's cherries, pomegranate, me, or that young master Song, young master treats them all with sincerity. For Xiaohong to be arranged to be by young master's side is Xiaohong's fortune." Xiaohong shook her head. Before she finished speaking, tears flowed down. Although she was young, she knew the fickleness of human nature. The little young master was not only smart, but he also treated people well. Following such a master, she must have accumulated good karma in her previous life. Don't cry, don't cry. The good days are still ahead. There's still some biscuits. Eat it while it's hot. Help me taste what it's missing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and sighed inwardly. The people here were so good. And it's delicious. Young master's food is delicious. I knew it when I smelled it. Xiaohong rubbed her eyes and nodded fiercely. She helped the 2 children back to the couch and praised before eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. Seeing Xiaohong eat 3 biscuits, they said, "Xiaohong, when the rain stops, you have other things to do. Find someone to dig the low-lying area near the Zhuangzi River. Make a hole in the river and let the water in. Raise more ducks and geese on Zhuangzi. Plant some lotus flowers. When winter comes, there will be a lot of vegetables." And Xiaohong understands. "Little young master, don't worry. There are many people on the farm. As long as we provide them with a meal, they will come to work. We'll start digging tomorrow." Xiaohong promised. Wang Wan shook her head. "Not only do we have to provide them with food, but we also have to pay them. Set a number and go back to get it. In the future, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will open a grocery store in Zhuangzi. It will make it convenient for the people on the farm to buy and exchange goods. It's not for making money, but it will make it easier for the people on Zhuangzi to walk. Xiaohong thanks you on behalf of my parents, on behalf of Zhuangzi, for your benevolence and righteousness." Xiaohong was full of energy. Thinking about the future, she felt that the rain outside was so pleasant. The next day, white clouds, bright sun, clear river, and children were playing happily. All the laborers on Zhuangzi were called over by Xiaohong. They took their tools and started working without caring about the mud after the rain. It was as if they didn't know what fatigue was. At this time, the big pot on the side was set up by Xiaohong. Fragrant big bones were cooking in it. Some people were kneading the dough and preparing pancakes. The sauce was also put aside. The shredded pork was also fried in oil. They were just waiting to reheat the pot when it was time to eat. Shredded onions were added to the pancakes to make it taste even better. This was what Wang Wan told her. She loved shredded pork with sauce. "Brothers and uncles, do your job well. You have to be worthy of little young master's 3 copper coins a day. When noon comes, the pancakes and rolls will be enough to eat." Xiaohong stood at the side and shouted. She even knew how to boost morale. The people working had already smelled the fragrance in the pot. They swallowed their saliva and dug with all their might. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood not far away and watched. This was also a way to rally people's hearts. The future days will be better. "Xiaobao, I want to make Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi into a paradise. The old will be taken care of, the young will be educated, and every family will build a new house. Everyone will be able to eat and wear warm clothes. It won't be difficult, right?" Wang Wan had a yearning look on her face. "It's not difficult for only 2 Zhuangzi, but I plan to make the place bigger in the future. There will be more things to take care of. I need to train some people. What we need to do is to give them hope and confidence. When the time comes, you can train the family servants." Zhang Xiaobao was also calculating. He also wanted to let the people on Zhuangzi live a good life. "Little young master, do you still eat toads?" Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about the future, a child in the river mustered up the courage to ask. Zhang Xiaobao knew that these children still wanted to exchange for some benefits. He nodded and then shook his head. "I want to eat but not toads. You guys get me some river snails. When it's time to eat, you can also eat with me. You can also take a portion back." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, the children cheered. One by one, they dove into the water and began to feel for river snails. They all knew what was cooking in the pot. There was also the stir-fried shredded meat. They could eat one portion and take another portion back home. It was too easy to just get some river snails. "Xiaobao, there are parasites in river snails. I heard that some people ate them so much that they grew worms in their brains." Wang Wan was a little disgusted by this thing. "Don't be afraid. When we go back, put some salt in clear water and blanch it twice. Then mix it with coriander, onion, and garlic. Let's eat with my father's wine. I'll also send a portion to your family. We'll drink some soup. That thing is too hot to chew." Zhang Xiaobao had already thought of what to do. "Then we'll eat it tomorrow. We'll keep it today and let the river snails expel the things in their stomach. Hurry up and make the cake. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat anything." Wang Wan was depressed when she thought of her age. The children moved quickly. In half an hour, they had found a large basin of river snails. They asked someone to put them in a wooden basin and send them back. They found Xiaohong and asked her to prepare food for the children at noon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to train. Ernyo woke up early in the morning and ate some porridge. He and his brother, Denyo, took the small jar of hot sauce and found a car. They went to Sanshui County. Because it was next to a river that was not small, there were many people coming and going. There were also many hotels. Today, Ernyo was going to sell hot sauce. In order to sell it at a good price, Ernyo obeyed the little child's instructions and baked some cakes and shredded onions. They hurried all the way and finally arrived at Sanshui County when it was almost noon. Brother, how do you sell it? Do we need to shout? Dainyu was not as clever as Ernyu. He was more honest and didn't know what to do when he arrived. No need. The little child has already arranged it. Let's go to the Waterview restaurant over there. His restaurant and the Byway Pavilion beside it are the two biggest restaurants in the county. Both are competing for customers. We're not afraid that they won't buy it. Ernyu thought of the little child's words. He wanted to find two competing restaurants to sell his chili sauce, so he set his eyes on the two famous restaurants in Sanshui County. When the car stopped in front of the Waterview restaurant, Ernyu and Dainyu jumped off the car with their things and walked inside. There was already a waiter at the door who arranged the parking position of the car. He led the two people who he thought were going to eat inside and talked while walking. Two guests, do you want a drink or stay? I heard from the shopkeeper that the head chef of our restaurant learned from the imperial chef. Well, it's good to learn from the imperial chef. Is your boss here? Please find a single room on the second floor. We have something important to discuss with your boss. Ernyu wore a suit of good clothes today. He was confident and straightened his chest. He talked to the waiter in the most dignified tone he thought. Yes. Please go upstairs. I'll ask the shopkeeper to come here. The waiter didn't know what the two were doing. Seeing that they ordered a single room on the second floor, he respectfully invited them upstairs. When the two entered, he asked another waiter to come and serve them. He then ran to find the shopkeeper. The new waiter served tea and waited at the side. Ernyu and Dainyu were afraid of spending money, so they didn't order anything. They just sat there and waited. After about 30 minutes, the owner of the Waterview restaurant hurried over. He was not surprised to see the two people waiting for nothing. He politely greeted them. I'm the owner of the Waterview restaurant. May I know what brings you here? Have some tea. Ernyu was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he met the owner of a big restaurant. He followed the method taught by the little child. He slowly took 2 deep breaths and silently said, I can do it. Only then did he feel better. He put the things on the table with his brother, opened the thin cloth wrapped in it and took out the jar of sauce. Today I'm here to ask the shopkeeper to try this. While speaking, Ernyu put the hot pancake on the table, smeared a layer of chili sauce on it, and put the spring onions inside. He used the chopsticks to roll it up little by little. After finishing this, he made 2 more pancakes. He gave one to his brother and took one for himself. Shopkeeper, please. After saying that, Ernyu and Dainyu ate directly, indicating that the shopkeeper didn't have any poison. Besides, they were really hungry. They only had a little porridge since the morning. The shopkeeper looked at the 2 people in front of him eating and then the pancake in front of him. He already knew what they were here for. However, he could make the pancake just by looking at it. There was no need to share the benefits with others. After thinking about it, he took a bite of the pancake. The moment the pancake entered his mouth, the shopkeeper was immediately surprised. What kind of sauce was this? It was delicious and had a fresh, spicy taste. No wonder the 2 dared to come here to sell things. So that's why. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper put down the pancake in his hand. It's okay. It's edible. Leave the recipe of this sauce. I can give you 200 coins. Ernyu and Dainyu were stunned. Thinking of what the little child said when they came out, they admired the little child even more. He could even calculate this. At the moment, Ernyu and Dainyu stood up at the same time, put away the unrolled pancake and sauce and turned around to leave. Ernyu said while walking, the shopkeeper really knows the goods. In that case, we'll go to the Byway Pavilion to eat first. When we come back, we'll tell you the recipe in detail. Wait a minute. Since you two are here, how can you eat elsewhere? Liuzi quickly asked the chef behind to make the signature dishes and send them here. I'll accompany the 2 distinguished guests to eat. When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately understood. He was not stupid. Seeing that the 2 were about to leave, he quickly stepped forward to stop them and invited them back. Today there is only 1 chapter with 4,000 words. Tomorrow there will be another chapter with 3,000 words. That means there will be 3 chapters tomorrow. I need to recommend and collect them. Thank you. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.